Good morning and welcome to round 6 of the East Midland Racing Association here at Mallory Park, broadcast live for the very first time. It is already deep in the championship, of course, but we cannot wait to get the day's action started and to show the world what is on offer here at Mallory Park and its biggest club racing championship. You join myself, Ross McIntyre, Tristan Finocchiaro for all of the action. Tristan, Mallory, it's a circuit I know you've maybe had a bit of a shaky history in the past with your own career, but you must be excited to be here.
Yes, yeah, of course. Mallory's history. It's always predicts some great racing, especially that first corner, Gerard's. It's a lot of fun and always brings up a lot of opportunities for overtakes. Edwina's, things get very, very bunched up. So looking forward to some exciting racing.
Yeah, we absolutely can't wait. Let's go on a little walk, shall we? And see if we can spot anybody to maybe jump in and have a word with. And just noticing there, Tristan, we've got some sidecars here this weekend, of course. We'll just let that number 4 machine go by. But the sidecars, the FSRA F2 Championship, they're a standalone championship, but they're here for their final round this season. So it's just a little bit extra on offer here today for everyone as well.
Yes, sidecars always add something to the billing, always great entertainment. Obviously, these guys up to 1,000cc as well, so it'll make for a lot of fun around this Mallory Park circuit. I'm excited to see how tight it's going to get up at the hairpin.
Yeah, we'll absolutely have to wait and see, but it's looking like it's going to be fantastic. They are the first race up today as well. 2 races coming your way. They normally only have 1 race in their race weekends, but they've got a double header to match up with everybody else here at EMRA as well. 2 races for each and every class. That's 18 races in total today, including the sidecar action as well. But as you can see, things starting to kick off here this morning in the paddock. Let's see if we can maybe grab one of the riders coming in, as I can see some bikes being fired up here. Are you guys maybe about to head out, or is there a chance for a quick word?
No, quick word's fine.
Hello, how are we?
All right, thank you. How are you?
Not too bad, thank you. And excited for today's racing?
Yeah, should be a good day. Weather's treating us all right today, I think. So, should be a good day.
That's good. I mean, our weather radar last night said thunderstorms and death and destruction, but clearly not that at the moment.
No, I think the weather gods have been kind to us today, haven't they? So, should be, fingers crossed, should be a dry day and, plenty of good racing. So, yeah. Yeah,
absolutely. And how are you expecting things to go for yourself?
Always hope for the best, don't you? So, not raced here for a good while. So, get out in practice and qualifying, relearn the circuit, and then, give it everything in the races, really, and see how we get on.
Yeah. So that's great to hear. Well, we'll let you get on with your morning preparations. Thanks for talking to us.
Cheers, thank you.
No worries. Great to hear from some of our riders. Tristan, of course, former rider yourself. I know you briefly touched on what it's like to ride around here a few moments ago. Why don't you just, bring us a bit more in depth, when you're out there on a bike, what's it like out there for a lap around here at Mallory Park?
It's a very fast lap, obviously, especially that first half of the circuit with Gerard's being as fast as it is. It's not incredibly technical. You've got the bus stop just at the top of Devil's Elbow, which always adds a little bit of spice as well. So it's one of those circuits where it requires a little bit of patience, but also a bit of aggression within the first half.
Absolutely. You can see another rider waiting along, and she's done the thing where she's looked at me, realised that she doesn't want me to know that I've seen her and wants me to walk away, but I'm coming over anyway. Hello, how are you?
Yeah, not bad, thank you. You?
Yeah, not too bad, thanks. I'm really liking the fairing on the bike. That's really nice. I like all the colour schemes.
Thank you. I've got to give my mum credit to that one, to be honest. I just tell her it's pink and that's that. She does the rest of it. So she spent all winter wrapping it and making it look pretty.
Yeah, fair enough. Is it fast though?
Yes, pink's faster. 2 seconds a lap, guaranteed.
Yeah, it's that's physics. That actually has like an extra 20 horsepower as well, I've been told.
Yeah, exactly.
So you excited coming into round 6 then?
Yeah, I haven't done any of this. Well, I did the first round and I haven't been back since. So yeah, looking forward to being back this weekend, having a bit of fun, enjoying it, and that's all that matters really. And the weather's looking good as well, which it didn't at the start of the week, so we'll take it.
Yeah, absolutely. Any last thoughts coming into it, or is it just, you're just excited to be here, happy to go racing?
Just looking forward to it, to be honest. Hopefully the bike runs nice, the weather stays nice, and just want to do some laps. That's all that matters. That's all I'm in for.
Brilliant stuff. Thanks so much for talking to us.
Cheers, thank you.
Great to hear from a couple more of our riders there. We've got a few more sidecars starting to make their way out. Action really starting to kick off here at Mallory Park. I think the morning practices and warm-up sessions are starting to get underway. At this point, Tristan, it's early in the morning, but the racing's coming up. Your first sessions, what's running through the mind of a rider? What are they feeling? What are they thinking about?
Well, first thing you think about is weather conditions today. It's clear, it's a good temperature, probably perfect temperature really for racing at the moment. I think it is going to get a little bit warmer later throughout the day as well, but it's pretty much just assessing those conditions, getting warmed up and getting ready for the day. Long day of racing ahead for all of these guys.
Absolutely. As I just mentioned, some of the Sidecar guys making they are the first sessions of the day and first race of each of the race banks as well. So race number 1 and race number 10 that will be. If this is, well, of course, it's your first time tuning in because it's the first time we've been broadcasting EMRA here at Mallory Park. This is your first time that you've learned about EMRA. Make sure you head over to the website, find out about how to get involved if you fancy coming along and giving it a race. Been running around the paddock all weekend, just having chats with people, and it's been really interesting seeing how many riders, it's their first time here. They've only been on a bike for a few months, so it is a wealth of experience here in the paddock. I'm going to see if I can maybe jump in and maybe steal the rider for a few words, if that's okay. Good morning, how are we?
Very well, thank you. Yeah, sun's shining, so looking forward to the racing today.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone's feeling very positive at the moment, which is great to hear. See this Yamaha underneath you. Talk us through it. What class is it in? You know, what's it doing out there?
Trophy and the open class to Yamaha R1, and I've been here all season. So yeah, just hoping to carry on as the season's been going and just keep improving and learning.
That's a great series. So have you been racing long then, or are you still fairly new to the craft?
So I was last year was my first year racing. I was a rookie champion last year, and then I've obviously lost my bib, and I've moved up to clubman licence now, and I've got so I've moved up into the open class and the Mallory Trophy. Obviously more competitive, but just learning as best as I can and just enjoying it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess going out there this weekend as well, round 6, as you said, you know, you've not been racing as long as some of the other competitors, but, you know, you're still going out there having fun and gaining experience every time.
Exactly. Learning from the faster riders, the guys in front, and just trying to keep building on yourself and learning the bike and trying to get the best out of the bike and the track. And, every day is a school day as such, so it's good fun. Really enjoy it.
And one last thing then, for anyone maybe at home who's maybe had a few thoughts about coming along and giving it a go, what would you say to them?
Oh, 100%, yeah. I'd definitely say if you really want to, have a try, you can do it on, whether it's a small 125 bike or on jump on anything really. Go and get your ACU licence. And just come along. Everybody's really friendly. Everybody really helps each other out. And Mallory Park's a great place, I would say, to start a racing career. And it's you can put yourself out there and just really see how competitive you are. But mainly, enjoy it.
That's great to hear. Thanks so much for talking to us. We'll let you get on with your morning. But great to hear from some of the riders there and stealing them away. As we've now started to get some action out on track, the sidecars have now head out. So, as we're looking forward to it, Tristan, I guess what we would say is the main thing to look forward to today. I mean, obviously we're expecting great racing, a lot of fun, but there's a lot of championships on the line as well. Penultimate round of the season. That's something we need to be considering.
Yes, yeah, definitely. Obviously, penultimate round, so a lot's on the line this weekend. Like I say, great to see that there's a wealth of experience here. Some riders that we've seen in the BSB paddock in the past. Some riders obviously here learning. EMRA's always provided that. It's a good high level where riders can really learn and also have a little look at some of the guys that with a little bit more experience as well.
Absolutely, of course. As we said, if you're, some of the other riders have said as well, if you're at home and you fancy giving it a go, head over to the EMRA website, look at the EMRA Facebook pages and come and see what it's all about. This is a great place to start, racing on bikes. And Mallory Park is a circuit that is steeped in history, and it is a fantastic circuit to not just race on, but, as I said, learn your craft as well. So much to look forward to today, and if you're at home, why not come forward and give it a try, going into the final round 7 later in the year, or of course moving forward into 2026 as well. That's all we've got time for here though in the paddock. Let's head up to the commentary box and let's get looking forward to the racing action. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Mallory Park. Welcome to round 6 of the East Midland Racing Association Championship, broadcasted live for the very first time. You join us at the back end of the practice sessions, 3 minutes and 45 seconds left on the clock in the Byron Cup, the final practice session of the morning before we get going with 18 races heading your way around this historic circuit. You join myself, Ross McIntyre, Tristan Finocchiaro alongside me. Tristan, it's amazing to be here. We can't wait to get this racing going. And of course, we could be seeing a few championships wrapped up today as well. There's lots of thinking to do going into this one.
Yeah, very, very excited for this one. Pleasure to be alongside you here, Ross. Obviously, Mallory Park, so much history behind it, so much great racing in the past. EMRA have been coming here for God knows how long, and obviously we've got a lot of great racing ahead of us later on today as well. Looking forward to seeing how they're getting on with the Mallory Trophy on the big bikes. CB500s are currently out on circuit as well. They're going to throw up a lot of great racing as well, as they always do. Bar to bar action, looking forward to it.
Absolutely, yeah. Some of the practice sessions have been combined this morning. A few of our classes, just to make you aware, are going to be sharing the track at the same time during the races as well. So of course we'll just have to keep track of both races at the same time. And we are joined by a guest championship this weekend as well, the FSRA F2 Sidecar Championship. They're here for their final round of the season, and although their cup class, their championship has done dusted the Supers class, their top division is still wide open, so that is potentially going down to the wire. So they've got 2 races to come as well. They normally only run 1 per weekend, but they're running 2 to match up with the rest of the EMRA action we've got. But if you are just joining us, hello and welcome, live here from Mallory Park for the very first time here at EMRA, and 18 exciting races heading your way for one of the premier club racing championships in the UK. As we can see, the riders with 1 minute and 50 seconds left on the clock in this session, just making their way around the top end of the circuit and through the dogleg, or the bus stop chicane, should I say. Again, if you are just joining us, do not panic, you are not missing any of the action just yet. We are moments away though, 1 minute and 35 left on the clock, and of course a brief delay to allow the riders to get off the track and get everyone back on so we can get our racing going then. Tristan, should I say? I tried to say rider at the same time. Tristan, you're a former rider yourself. Why don't you just quickly take us round a lap here verbally anyway here at Mallory Park? What's it like being out there on a bike?
Yeah, I've done a lot of laps around here, especially sort of early career, learning how to ride, learning racing. It's a brilliant track for starting out. It's a track where a lot of riders start out their racing careers, learning their craft. Obviously, you've got turn 1, you've got Gerard's incredibly fast corner. On some of the lower powered machines, that'll be almost flat out. On a 1,000, on a 600, there'll be plenty of rear wheel spin through there. Then very, very fast down into Edwinas, hard braking into Edwinas, always throws up something special. There's a perfect opportunity for overtaking. If you can get a good line out of Gerard's, line it up, you can always make a good move down into Edwinas. Then you've got the very, very fast next section, through the right, through the left, and down into the hairpin. Dead stop, probably first gear on a superbike or on a 600. That's going to cause a lot of overtakes as well. Very, very easy spot to be making an overtake, and probably we'll see some last lap moves into there as well. Then the bus stop, very, very tight through there. You can make a move, but I wouldn't advise it. Down through Devil's Elbow, incredibly fast corner, flat out. Rear will be sliding on 1,000 and on a 600. Down that start-finish straight and down into Gerard's once again. So, as I've said, I think this track will cause will make for some great racing, and I think we'll see some very, very close races today.
We hope so. Anyway, checkered flag is out in the final practice of the morning, so we are not too far away from getting our racing going. But yeah, what a track here at Mallory. Of course, lots of undulation to consider as well. There's that big dip and crest coming to the exit of Gerard, and then of course down the bottom end coming up towards the hairpin. It rockets up the hill and then back down again. No particular threat of rain at the moment. It was saying earlier in the week it was going to be thunderstorms and death and destruction all over Leicestershire, but currently nice and dry. Not as sunny as it was earlier, but it doesn't look like any rain clouds in the air. One thing I think we do just have to consider a little bit is yesterday there was a historic car racing club going around that had some Formula 4 2000s whacking around. Obviously we maybe have to consider for the first couple of races the rubber that they've laid down yesterday. How's that going to affect the bikes?
Yeah, well, if anything, it'll be a positive thing for them, especially round a track like Mallory. Grip's always been pretty good round here. Haven't ridden around here for at least 5 years, so I'm hoping it still is. But yeah, that should definitely give them a little bit more grip. We've seen the times this morning. They've all been pretty quick, relatively close to lap records. very quick pace this morning from pretty much all of the classes, so I think we're in for some great racing.
We should be indeed. You can see there the sidecars making their way into the holding area. Of course, the FSRA F2 British Sidecar Championship joining us this weekend for their final round of their season, and 2 races coming their way, and their championship still up for grabs as well. They did come to Mallory Park earlier in the year as well, so we know that these guys, they have that experience earlier in the season around this track. But 13 outfits out there for this grid, and they are also the longest races that we have here this weekend. 13 laps. It's 10 laps for every other class, so a little bit longer, but of course with sidecars you're always getting hard and fast racing, and there's always the threat of mechanical failures and chaos looming in the air as I think they're getting ready to send them out onto the track. And yes, they are. We can see them leaving the dummy grid now. They'll come round on a sighting lap and then they'll get ready to go. So sidecars action coming your way first. This is the first race of the day if you are just joining us, and again this is the FSRA F2 British Sidecar Championship, a standalone championship that is just joining us this weekend here at EMRA, but sure to be some fantastic racing. And of course, as I said, Tristan, their championship still wide open in their finale.
Yeah, so a lot to play for in these 2 races that we're going to have today. And it's definitely going to be a close one. It was earlier in the year as well. So we'll keep an eye out for the likes of Steve Kershaw. Rhys Gibbons will be very, very strong in this one as well. Reigning British Formula 2 champions and also TT podium finishers. So definitely we'll see some close racing in this one.
He absolutely will. Currently leading the way in the championships ahead of the Crawford Hardy outfit. 242 points to 225 is the gap at the moment, with 50 points the maximum on offer this weekend. It could switch. Anything can happen in racing, of course, but the tension now starting to build. We'll just have to wait and see what these guys have got on offer for us. They make their way through the Devil's Elbow and on to the start-finish straight. They'll be brought to a halt. Of course, the sidecars start 2 by 2, not 3 abreast, and of course slightly wider than your standard going bike, so they do need that little bit extra space. And there'll be 13 outfits making their way out onto that grid. It is the Crawford Hardy combination that starts on the pole position, the number 17, of course second in the championship at the moment, and chasing down that 29 outfit that starts alongside them on the front row. So those are the outfits, I suppose, that we need to keep our eye on. Those on the front row. Behind them as well, the Clark Johnson outfit. That is the number 9. They're starting P4. They are still mathematically within the chance of the championship heading into race 1. It's not very realistic though, but if there's chaos, could be picking up some pieces.
Anything can happen, as we've seen. Anything can happen in racing, and definitely anything can happen in sidecar racing. So I'll be very interested to see how this one unfolds. Like I say, Kershaw and Gibbons alongside the number 17 outfit as well. So it could really be between any of these guys.
Yeah, absolutely could be. Heading off on our sighting lap now, by the looks of things, so they'll be making their way around, just making sure everything is okay before we get going for our race. So it may in fact be that we've actually started racing. There may have been a change of schedule, so we'll just see what's going to happen if they come to the end of this lap and the timing screen updated, in which case we are racing. But it is the 17 that started on pole that leads the pack regardless, as they make their way through that chicane there before they start to rise up the hill, as we see so, and into the hairpin. Alongside them, the 29. That is championship leading outfit of Kershaw and Gibbons as they make their way in. And yeah, they're getting down onto the brakes into the hairpin, really slow through. Of course, they have the added benefit of that chair wheel. Of course, 3 wheels does give you extra grip, but no, it is a sighting lap. They're getting a waved yellow, so no change of schedule. Panic over. We're going to go racing on this lap.
They were going pretty hard for a sighting lap.
Well, you know, sidecar guys, they're a bit mental to say the least, but that was just a sighting lap. Panic over. We can now get ready to go racing, but it was a very quick sighting lap, it must be said. That 17 outfit from the pole led them away quickly again in that championship fight, alongside the 29, starting alongside the 29 leads in the championship currently. So they will be maybe trying to play some mind games, maybe trying to see if they can upset the apple cart early doors, get in their opponents' heads, as the flag marshal at the front just holds them. Some of the passengers just standing up. Last minute adjustments, last minute conversations to be had between the pairs before they get ready to go. Green flag is waved at the back. We are all ready to go racing. It'll be all eyes to the red lights. It is lights out and we are underway. That's a great getaway there from the 29. They'll rocket into the lead from second place. The 17 did not get away well at the start and maybe could drop down to third. No, they'll hold that second as they head into Gerrard's for the first time. Front tyres will be screaming as they lean all the way to the inside, the passengers, before making their way to Charlie's and coming through now. Look at them moving all over the crest. Looks all clean for the moment. Bit of a twitch there. That looked to be the number 39. They started from P11 but have made their way up. But all clean so far in the first lap. That was a great start there, Tristan, from our championship leaders.
Yeah, perfect start there. Exactly what they needed down into turn one. Held the line brilliantly through Gerrard's as well, and incredibly defensive down into the hairpin. The 17 machine now hits the front.
Yeah, a bit of a lock-up there for the 17, though, as they came in. That's something they'll be keen to avoid as they head through the bus stop and come to the end of lap number 1. And it will be that 17 that's regained that lead. And I tell you what, the 29 actually under a little bit of pressure here at the moment as they come down into Gerrard's for the second time. No move being made, though, by the 99 outfit. That's Ramsden and Stell with that LCR Honda motor underneath them. But still putting the pressure on the championship leaders. So it wasn't the perfect getaway for the 17, but they've got back into the lead, and this is exactly what they need to be doing, just winning and hoping for the championship take. The 29 encounters pressure, encounters problems, because over the course of the season, the 29 has been the stronger outfit, making their way back up the hill once again. The 17 already starting to pull out a bit of a gap. It was 7 cents of a second at the line last time. Visually, it looks similar. The number 9 outfit of Clark and Johnson also now starting to get involved.
Yeah, so brilliant first lap there for your leaders, just edging away from that number 29 outfit of Kershaw and Gibbons. It just seems as if they're edging away even further now as well. Of course, Kershaw and Gibbons took full spoils last time out. Through the fast Gerrard's corner.
Yeah, just heading through now. Gaps starting to open up a little bit. People starting to find their rhythm, feel where the limit is, feel how the machinery underneath them is feeling, how the tyres are coping as well. They may still be a little bit cold at this point. That 17 machine is flying at the moment. Their fastest lap so far of 55.358. That's only about 5 or so tenths of a second away from the lap record in an F2 Sidecar. That was a 54.915 set back in 2020. So a little bit of time passed since then. The track hasn't been resurfaced, so may have slowed down naturally as they get the chair wheel up in the air coming through the chicane. Round Devil's Elbow once again. They will start the 4th lap of the race, and they've got a very, very healthy lead now to their championship rival.
54.9 on that last lap.
That is a 54.919. That is 4 thousandths off of the lap record. That number 17 outfit really feeling it at the moment.
Yeah, they're going some on that number 17 outfit. A lot quicker than they went in qualifying as well. 55.8 for the number 17 outfit of Crawford and Hardy. Kershaw and Gibbons in qualifying did a 56 flat, only 0.2 away, but in this race it just seems as if that number 17 outfit has just found another gear around this Mallory Park circuit. 1.5 seconds is the gap now.
Unfortunately, though, for them, they have the disadvantage of being the chasers, the hunters in the championship fight. They can do everything they can in their power to dominate both of the races this weekend, but they need bad luck. They need poor performances to befall that number 29 squad. They come across the line a little bit slower on that lap gap, stabilised 2.1 at the moment, separating the top 2, and then a bit of a gap back as well to the 99 of Ramsden and Stell in P3, rounding out our podium places. Yeah, you can see there, and they themselves have managed to really pull away from the number 9 in P4 as it stands. So let's just run through the order for you quickly with 9 laps left to go here at Mallory Park. It's the 17 of Crawford and Hardy that leads, with championship leaders Kershaw and Gibbons, the 29 in P2. The number 99 of Ramsden and Stell rounds out the podium. The number 9 is in P4. The number 4 outfit of Lockie and Binns is 5th. Schofield and Lastly in P6. The number 7, in P7, the number 13 of Hegarty and Ludlow in P8. It's Moore and Cole on the 39. The number 6 is 9th, Baker and Dawkins. In P10, it's Illyria and Saunder on the number 8. Then it's Morph and Ryder in 11th, and Illman and Wheeler in 12th. So that is your 12 riders out there at the moment. I believe we are actually missing someone. Somebody didn't make it to the grid by the looks of things, which is a real shame. We were scheduled to have 13, but that is it as it stands. And again, as it stands, we'll be heading into the final race of the season. The championship gap will be down to, if my math serves me correctly, 13 points between the 29 and the number 17. So getting tight, but it's still big advantage to that 29 squad.
Yeah, controlling it beautifully at the front. 2.8 seconds now is the gap. Kershaw and Gibbons really don't have any answer whatsoever. And just watching all the outfits here through Edwina's, taking so much of the circuit, big chunk of the curb on the inside, do the same on the right as well, and then straight to the curb on the outside as well. So these guys all going for it, but no one really can match Crawford and out the front of this race. 3.8 seconds now is the gap.
Yeah, maybe a move to the outside there. Looks the number 9 on the 37, or the number 8, should I say. They're able to try and squeeze through, coming into the chicane. That is a brave move, but the number 9 outfit gets through. Clark and Johnson with a fantastic move there. They've made up a couple of places on this lap now, so brilliant stuff from them. And they've really found their groove, really starting to settle in up to P9, and already looking to the inside of Baker and Dawkins on the number 6. They could be going to P8. They're looking to the inside, coming through Gerrards anyway. More action further in front as well, but they seem to be the outfit on the move at the moment, up to P9, 2 positions on the last lap.
Brilliant there, really close through Gerrards as well. You could see that red outfit just trying to go around the outside at Gerrards. It's a brave move if you can pull it off, but it has been done before, and you can just see in the background there, they are going wheel to wheel.
Yeah, really exciting stuff to open up the racing here today at Mallory Park. As we see a couple more of the outfits just ahead. That's the 71 of Schofield and Astley. They are P5, trailing them the 13 of Hegarty and Ludlow, who last lap closed in ever so slightly. I mean, I'm talking 0.5 of a second here, so the pace not quite enough to catch, yet alone overtake as it stands. It looks like the move has been made by that number 9 on the number 8, so that's Clark and Johnson up to P8 now. They're really motoring as we've now on lap 8 of 13, starting to get to the dying phase of this race. The guys out there, they'll be starting to feel a bit tired. The machines will be groaning underneath them, tyres screaming for help. And as it stands, the number 9 looking to the inside once again. That is even braver. They're squeezing their opponents and getting through. They've been on an absolute tear the last couple of laps and siding their way through this battle here. That's up to P7 now.
Textbook manoeuvre there down into Edwina's, lined up perfectly through Gerrards, got the run that they needed, then down into Edwina's, got the move done. Perfect there for the number 9 outfit, and they're already pulling away now, and there's actually even more action down at the hairpin.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a mistake there from Baker and Dawkins on the number 6. Almost invited the number 8 behind through, but they were able to just about get away with it. Might compromise their momentum down the straight, though. The passengers will be tucking in, desperately trying to avoid as much drag. 8 looks to the inside, can't find it into Gerrards on this time. They'll back out of it. Still time left in this race. Lap 9 of 13, and you can see now a 6.2 second lead at the line last time for that number 17. We'll have to wait to see where their opponents are. There they are now. They are light years ahead in this race, doing everything in their power that they can to try and take the championship as the machinery moves all underneath them through Gerrard's gap now up to 7.7 on the last lap. This is ridiculous pace, over a second quicker than the number 29 squad
and
on the last
it's
tour.
Visible. You can see through Edwina's, through Gerrard's, how hard they're pushing, the consistency of it as well. 54.9 fastest lap of the race, 55.1 a couple of laps ago, 55.3 on that last lap, and they really are on the limit. There's no more they can get out of that machine, and those tyres sound like they've had better days.
Yeah, just a bit of wheel spin for the fans there. Not quite showboating, I don't think. I'm not sure.
On the ground as well.
It's incredible watching this thing go. It's just so planted. They're so in sync, and it's ridiculously quick. And again, I think part of the reason why they're pushing so hard is I mean, they're already leading. All they can do is really win and hope that problems befall the 29 squad to take the championship, such as their disadvantage, even though they are still in it. And the nearest challengers to the 29, but I think they're just trying to dominate, maybe just to get in the heads of Kershaw and Gibbons. So going into the last race, they know the pace their opponent's got. Maybe just wobble them a little bit.
Yeah, I think they're going for that lap record. Another 54.9 on that last lap. The win is almost in the bag. Lap 11 of 13. Might as well take the lap record as well. Battles all the way through the field, though, as we look a little bit further back. These guys locked in the battle here, the number 39 and the number 8.
Yeah, coming down the main straight, there goes the 8 to the outside. That's as easy of an overtake as you're ever going to see. Slides on by through the outside before they even get to turn number 1. So moving up a place there goes the number 8 machine. And up into P7 that'll be. So nice stuff from them. They've not been having the most intense race, but it's been busy, I'll say that much. These guys in this bunch, this train almost back here, have certainly been getting involved with each other as they make their way through Edwinas and then back on the power as they begin to prepare themselves for the climb up the hill and into the hairpin. You can see on the picture just how much it rises up the hill. It must feel like a roller coaster going up and down there, as you can hear engines being pushed to the limit, screaming against the downshift, making their way through the hairpin. It's sideways at 17. Actually, they're going to count that's lap traffic in front of them now, so they're about to start their final lap, and they are so much quicker than everyone else. They're actually lapping currently P10, I believe that is, that they're just about to go through now. So final lap of the race, and well, that 17 squad miles ahead of everybody else.
Yeah, and they make it look easy through Gerrard's, up the inside of one, round the outside of another, and a little wave for good measure as well. Might as well. Down into Edwinas then. Already through on 3 of them, and it's pretty much easy pickings for the number 17 outfit. Mows the grass through Edwinas and on the exit as well, and they're going to come to a comfortable victory here. Just the hairpin and the bus stop for them to navigate.
I can't quite believe my eyes. I mean, they got, 13 or so seconds ahead of their nearest rivals. They got traffic in front coming to Gerrard's, and they've gone, nah, you know what, let's play it safe. Let's just go around the outside of all 3 of them in one swoop. This is an unbelievable performance you are witnessing. What a way to open up the day's action. Checkered flag will wave, and the number 17 will take it with the most phenomenal of performances. Not quite a lap record by 4 thousandths. They were off it in the end, but that is domination defined as they vanished off into the distance, and they will close that championship gap down as the 29 of Kershaw and Gibbons finishes in P2, 14.2 seconds away from their rivals. But the gap now narrows.
They've got up.
They've lost it.
The perfect race right up until the checkered flag comes out. I think they just got a little bit too confident.
Well, you know, I guess if there's ever a time to lose it, it's when the race is over, I suppose, isn't it? As long as you don't break it as well, because that could be a bit painful looking forward. With the 17 with a masterful performance, it's the outfit of Crawford Hardy that take a dominant victory. Championship leaders, the 29 Kershaw and Gibbons, they finish in P2 with the 99 of Ramsden and Stell rounding out the podium places. It's Lockie and Binns on the 4 in 4th. The number 9 of Clark and Johnson
as well.
in P5. Yeah, a couple of them still yet to finish the race, actually. They've
did an extra lap, made a mistake on that lap.
I wonder if they didn't see the checkered flag, because
so locked in.
Yeah,
I guess there was a lot of traffic on that last lap as well, so easy to miss it. But even through traffic, I was just looking at the lap times there. On that final lap with the traffic, their lap time was still quicker than the outfit behind them, Kershaw and Gibbons, in their qualifying run.
Unbelievable. Well, I mean, I hope they don't get a penalty for doing an extra lap. I think that would be cruel. But I know there is precedent for it sometimes, so we'll keep our eye on that one to see what the clerk of the course and the stewards have to say about that one. But as it stands, anyway, with an extra lap under their belt, it is the 17, this one. They definitely know they're finished now because they've backed right up. As I was saying, it's the 17 from the 29, from the 99 in the top 3. P4, Lockie and Binns on number 4. The number 9, Clark and Johnson in P5. The number 71 of Schofield Lastly in P6. Hegarty and Ludlow in 7. 7th, with Alaria and Saunder on the number 8 in P8. The number 6 in P9 with Baker and Dawkins. The P10, the 37 of Morpher and Ryder. Illman and Wheeler in P11 on the 32. Looks like Morton Cole did not finish that race, unfortunately, on the number 39. And again, we were actually missing an outfit from that race as well. I believe it may have been the Holden Roberts outfit on the number 93. That Honda machine, the squad from Clitheroe, looks like they weren't able to make it out onto the track for whatever reason. But it is a dominant victory for the number 17. Of course, what a performance that is, and the championship gap does narrow heading into the final race of the season for those guys a little bit later on, but it is still advantage to the number 29 squad. They still have that gap, so they need to encounter problems if there is any chance for the 17, even with the pace and the performance that they're displaying, to go forward and to snatch the championship at the death. We'll keep our eye on that one later on, of course. Plenty more action to come from other things on later on today as well. But that is race 1 of the sidecars done and dusted. It is now time to move on. And it is now time for race number 2 of the day and race number 1 for the EMRA Open and Open 600 classes. 2 classes on track at the same time. The Open class open 2 bikes up to 1,000cc, and the Open 600 class. Take a guess how many cc's you're allowed on that, Tristan.
500, 600,
600,
300.
Yeah, I don't know. It's around. I mean, there is a little bit of leeway. I think you're allowed 6.75 if you've got a 3-cylinder. I think it's 7, a little bit more if you're on a 2-cylinder. But you know, you get the gist. It does what it does in the tin. It's an aim. It's pretty simple. So these guys heading out to the track. Of course, they'll come round, stop on the grid, then a sighting lap, then is go for 10 laps of racing. Looks like on the entry list, a little bit less 1,000 or just regular open class bikes compared to the 600s. And we do have a couple of out there ones. We've got a Triumph 675, we've got a Kawasaki 636 randomly as well in the 600 class, but everyone in the open class regular, all on 1,000cc machines, and a whole host of different machines out there as well. We've got Suzuki's, BMWs, Yamahas, Kawasaki's, we've got an Aprilia out there as well. So lots of things to think about machinery wise. We'll see if that has an effect. And of course, the 1,000, you'd expect them to be a little bit quicker than their 600 counterparts as well.
Definitely, but with the nature of this circuit, we have seen in the past 600 lap times can be relatively close to the 1,000ccs, to the big bikes as well. So it can make for some great racing, especially through Gerrard's. Then we go down into Edwina's, bunches things back up again. So we have seen that the 600s can definitely hold their own in this category.
Absolutely. We'll have to wait and see if anyone's got what it takes in the race, though. As you can see them 3 abreast making their way onto the grid. Flag Marshal will be holding them at the front before they send them on their way for their sighting. The yellow flag will wave at the back, and then the guy at the front, it will stand out the way so it doesn't get run over, and then we'll go round for a quick little lap to get everything up to temperature, get the riders to feel where the grip is out on the circuit. Of course, they did have their practice and qualifying sessions earlier on, but as they get sent around, as the green flag waves on this ice lab, do we have a grid for this one, and if so, shall we run through it?
Yes, we're in our pile of paperwork here. We should have a grid somewhere.
Yes, we do. Right, let's have a little quick through. It's the 55 that starts on pole position, and that looks to me, I can't actually follow the entry list. This is going incredibly well, but it's the 55 of Leon Geacock that starts on pole. Dan Stamper, the 80, starts P2. Jack Pearce, the 133, starts in P3. Alan Lane starts 4th, with Ricky Simmons 5th. Lee Rance in P6. Fred McMullen is 7th. George Anderson in 8th. Stephen Ellis 9th. Andrew Hard rounds out the top 10. Lewis Kershaw is 11th, with Brad Clark in P12. Mitchell Baines is 13th. Christian Slater 14th. 15th is Joshua Galatovic, with Matthew Wynn in 16th. Martin Hetton 17th, and Andrew Ripley in P18. Martin Barton is 19th, P20. Andy Bauer 21st. Albert Hall with Liam Walker in 22nd. Alex Christophe in 23rd, with Lewis Buckyfield P24. Jody Fieldhouse 25th. Ross Haynes in 26th. 27th is Adrian Stone 28th, and our final rider on the grid is Calvin Grimes. So that is all that we've got for this one. So 28 riders will be making their way onto the grid, and it should be really interesting to see how it's all going to unfold then. And it looks like the 600s have been able to mix it up a little bit, as you said, Tristan, with some of the with some of the 1000cc bikes. We've got Jack Pierce from P3 on the front row. He's on a 600 machine, so they could be very much in the fight for the overall race.
Definitely, so it'll definitely be worth keeping an eye on the 600cc race winner as well as the 1000cc as well. Keep an eye out for that number 55, Leon Geacock, incredibly strong rider in this category. Former BSB rider as well. The nerves will start here as they look towards the lights for the first time this weekend. The lights go on and they go out very, very quickly. And there's a few wheelies there off the line, but it's a good start from Leon Geacock, who leads through Gerrard's for the first time.
Yeah, nice start there. Everyone looks to make their way through cleanly, snaking their way through, trying to find the grip, trying to maybe still get the bike to wake up underneath them as they head down now for the first time into Edwinas. Hard on the brakes, the left and the right, get your knee over the curb as much as you can. A few moves being made as people get a little bit greedy on the throttle. You can see the rears kicking out. Looks like there's a Kawasaki that's gone straight on there, but will rejoin the circuit with no trouble. Now up to the hairpin for the first time, down to second, maybe even first gear, and just crawl your way around. Try and maybe see if there's a spot you can pick before the bus stop, before you come to the Devil's Elbow to end the first lap. Only 10 laps this race, a little bit shorter than the previous races that we have seen, but it's Geacock already who has a very healthy lead, 1.5 seconds ahead of Stamper on the 600 at the end of lap number 1. So that Yamaha 600 machine of the 80 of Stamper already up into second place. He's really getting mixed up and involved with the 1000s.
Yeah, Dan Stamper, another very, very strong name that we've seen throughout club racing, and has made some appearances in the BSB Paddock as well. So a rider that knows his way round a circuit through Edwinas. Then it's bunching up quite a bit here behind Dan Stamper. They've got a few 600s in the mix there.
Yeah, that's the 133, the Kawasaki 636 of Jack Pierce. He started on the front row of the grip and dropped back a little bit.
That's a fair move.
Nice, forcing his opponent out. I mean, elbows out. It's fair. Sometimes you have to be aggressive. You have to be a bit rude. There's no friends out on a racetrack as they make their way through Devil's Elbow onto lap 3. This group goes. Geacock's lead up to 2.4 now already. He's rocketing away at the front. A look to the inside from the 180. That's Simmons on that 1000 Suzuki. Up the inside of Pierce he goes. That is a nice move. It gets him back up into P4.
So yeah, Stamper doing well here, 2.4 seconds back from Geacock. Of course, Geacock on the 1000, but look up the inside. Here goes the number 180 machine. 2 for 1. Number 50 there of Alan Lane got absolutely sandwiched in between the Suzuki and the Kawasaki.
That was a brilliant move. 3 abreast down to Edwinas. How'd you like that one? As through goes Simmons on the Suzuki once again. And up now into 4th place while these guys are fighting. Of course, it's all someone a bit of a mistake. Had to sit the bike up, correct it to not get thrown off. But looks like they'll continue onwards as they're all, look at them coming through there. All single file following each other, trying to gain any advantage, trying to get the toe down the front stretch. A brilliant battle we've got going on for P3 now, but looks like the gap starting to open up. Simmons extending up to 0.3 of a second as he came into Gerrard's on that last lap. Maybe he'll start to break away and distance himself from those trying to fight him for the podium.
Yeah, it looks as if these guys just scrapping with themselves behind Simmons is just allowing him to get away. The number 133 in the mix as well. Jake Pierce trying to just hit his markers, make sure that he's putting a lap together to make sure that Simmons doesn't get away here, because there is a top 3 overall on the cards for the number 133.
What a result that would be. Of course, don't forget Stamper in P2 also on a 600 machine. So it's he's leading the way in the 600 class, so to speak, but doing a fantastic job at the moment. Are some of the top guys in the Open 600 category, getting out there and fighting it with the more powerful 1000cc machines. Halfway through this race then, lap 5 of 10 in race number 1 for the EMRA Open and Open 600 classes. Geacock, he's disappeared. He's 4.9 up the road. Fastest lap of 52.5. That's a second quicker than anybody else out on the track at the moment. But this battle for P3 overall still rages on. Simmons holding off Pierce, Lane, Ellis, Rance. They're all involved in this fight, and it could all change before the end of the race.
Yeah, Simmons is doing a really, really good job here, just keeping it consistent, hitting his markers. and trying his best to keep these guys at bay. But it just seems like they've all settled down a little bit now, halfway through race distance. And that Kawasaki now is all over the rear wheel of the Suzuki. So this will get spicy once again coming towards the end of this race.
Yeah, just trying to put the pressure on, trying to see where his opponent is weak. I don't think setting up a move just yet, but he's certainly looking, certainly seeing where he can have a go, but he may be under attack for himself. That was a late look there from the Yamaha of Lane. Decided not to go for it, though, on that occasion. As there's more action elsewhere as well. There we see one of the Aprilias going round and making their way up to the top of the hill. And in fact, that is the 55, and it's not an Aprilia, it is a Honda. I'm completely wrong. That is G-Cock, our race leader. And at the line last time, it was a 5.975 gap. And continuing to push onwards. It's becoming a bit of an unscheduled test or a qualifying session for him, because he's just going out there, smashing out lap after lap after lap and extending that gap, and he's got nobody in sight.
Yeah, it looks very, very smooth. It almost looks like he's riding at sort of 80%, not even needing to fully push here. The closest competitor 6.5 seconds behind. That's Dan Stamper, and he is on a 600. So obviously the extra power of the 1000 is helping him out, but there's other 1000cc machines out there.
Yeah, it's always good to have a quick bike underneath you, but a lot of how good and how fast you are is what the rider on the machinery can actually do. And it's safe to say that Leon G-Cock is putting on a performance here at Mallory Park with only a handful of laps left to go. As he comes up to the hairpin once again, eases his way through, gets as close to the wall as he can, picks up the front wheel a little bit as he switches back over to get through the bus stop. But again, nothing of concern. Everything, although it's rapid, calm and control. But as I say that, look up in front, Tristan. We got a bit of traffic starting to get involved. This could make it a bit interesting for him.
Yeah, a bit of traffic here. Just needs to stay calm, find his way around them. He's got plenty of a gap. There's no need to rush or make any bold moves or any dangerous moves. Just get through them and see it to the checkered flag. Battles all the way through the field here. Then looking a little bit further back, there's Jody Fieldhouse on the Aprilia RS 660. Of course, pretty much just here to spin laps. Competitor that we've seen quite often over in the British Superbike Paddock, in the Sport Bike Championship, British Talent Cup, and a few other championships over there as well. So just here spinning laps, like we say, and she's coming under pressure now from and being lapped by Leon G-Cock. Obviously incredibly down on power on the Aprilia 660, more of a twin rather than a bike to be competing with the 1000s and the 600s. Holds her own down Devil's Elbow. Leon G-Cock makes it look easy as he comes onto the start-finish straight down into Gerrard's one more time. Lap 9 of 10 here at Mallory Park, and it looks easy for the number 55.
It does indeed. He's making something that's so difficult look like it's nothing. He is crushing it out there and siding his way around the Leicestershire circuit. And just look at how easy it is. He makes his way through Edwinas. No issues whatsoever, even with the traffic around him. Gaps up to 6.6 ahead of Stamper in P2. Simmons has extended that gap ever so slightly with a battle for the podium. Does still rage on a bit further back in the pack, as we see G-Cock still with a bit of traffic. Instead, it does have to back off that time into the bus stop. A few slower machines ahead of him, and he'll have to go maybe the long way around coming through Devil's Elbow. That's Brave again coming onto the straight to start the final lap. You see the yellow flag with the black cross. One more tour of the Mallory Park circuit in the EMRA Open and Open 600, and it's been dominated by one man. It is, of course, Leon G-Cock, with only one more tour to go, who has made it look so easy out there.
Yeah, just 3 points behind in the championship, and those points will be turned over when he comes over to cross the line. As we've said, a former BSB rider as well, has also competed in the Northwest 200 as well. A rider from the Neatham, a bit of a Mallory Park specialist on that number 55 Honda. But he's done everything he's needed to do in this race, played all his cards right, and he is going to take victory. Just needs to make his way through the bus stop and down the Devil's Elbow for one final time.
Rounding the final corner then, what a masterclass ride it has been. Leon G-Cock will take the checkered flag, nice. And that is one of the finest wheelies you'd ever see, and it's one that's well deserved because he has dominated race one here at Mallory Park in the EMRA Open and Open 600 class. He takes the race win as you wait to see who comes across the line next. It is Jack Stamper, or not Jack Stamper should I say, it's Dan Stamper, who comes on P2 on the 600 as well. So who will take the victory in the 600 bike? bikes, with Simmons holding on to that third place in P3. Pierce P4, second place in the 600 on that Kawasaki 636 machine. And then it's all very tight behind as well. We've got Rance finishing P5, Ellis P6, Lane P7, McMullen P8, Anderson P9 and Clark in P10. But it is Leon Geacock with a 10.2 second winning margin, a fastest lap of a 52.536, a second quicker than his nearest opponent, and in some cases nearly 2 seconds quicker than anybody else. What a dominant performance that was from him, and a well-deserved victory. And if everyone else wasn't worried heading into race number 2 later on, they maybe should be worried now, because he has absolutely dominated out there. It's Leon Geacock that takes victory. Stamper in P2 leading the way in the 600s, with Simmons rounding out the podium places then. So one more race to come later on today in the EMRA Open and Open at 600 class.
An incredible performance. You made it look easy. Just talk us through that for you.
To be honest, after lap 1 I was getting that tired because I'm used to cooking eggs. I was just thinking about getting back to the car. So yeah, pretty decent. Track seems really greasy today, especially at Gerrard. So I think everyone's lap times are down. So I just really just... My dad gives me a signal on the coffee bar of how big the gap is, and I literally just try and maintain the gap after lap 2 and yeah, finish the race. So thanks to Aubrey Gates and all my sponsors for jumping on board and helping me finish the season. Keep trying.
Perfect. Well done, mate.
Thank you very much. Cheers. Thank you.
Up next, heading out onto the circuit, it is time for race number 1 in the CB 500 class. Everybody on these Honda machines, and a few novice riders out there as well. Haven't quite got their clubman licence yet from the ACU, so they'll be wearing the orange bibs. You'll see a few of them adorning. It does not mean that these guys are slower. Just because you're new to racing doesn't mean you've got a lack of talent, does not mean you are quick either. This is one of the championships that has already gone. It's already been finished before we even got here on the CB 500s. And we're just going to quickly, before we get started on the sighting lap, we're going to go back now to Tristan. We've got another interview from the previous race.
Dan, incredible race from you, taking the win in the 600s. Just talk us through how that was for you.
Yeah, I just tried to get away with Leon at the start, but obviously with the advantage that he's on 1,000, it's not really going to happen. No, yeah, I'm happy with that. Made a couple of changes for that one. Hopefully get a good tyre in for the next one, and see if we can keep up with Jacob.
Leon mentioned it was feeling a little bit greasy out there, especially through Gerrard's. Was that something you were feeling as well?
Oh yeah, it was definitely greasy. First thing this morning was really greasy. It seems to be getting better. Just slides all the way around. So yeah, hopefully as we do more laps today, the grip will get better.
Looked great out there. Looked like you were enjoying yourself. Well done, mate.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Great to hear from some of our riders then as the CB500s get ready for their sighting lap. As I mentioned earlier, this is one of the championships that's already been racked up. Jamie Badams from Wellington on the 58 machine, and starting from, I believe, pole position as well. Yes, he is. He has already taken the championship before we even got to the 6th round, the penultimate round of the season, which is unbelievable, it must be said. Let's run through the grid then. On pole is Jamie Badams, the new champion for 2025, should I say. Adam Hodgkinson alongside with Jordan Savage completing the front row. Reese Penley is 4th with Lyndon Williams P5 and Matthew Moret in P6. Jamie Horner is 7th with Mark Dickinson in 8th and Stuart Martindale P9. Jacob Dalek rounds out our top 10. Alongside him is Neil Allen and Tom Middleton on row 4. Stephen Kilpin is 13th with Michael Good and Troy Johnsey in 14th and 15th. Going from P16 is John Pearson with Stephen Lane 17th and Dave Trill in P18. James Hollins is 19th, Alec Briggs in P20 and Angela Robertson, our final rider, in P21. Again, championship already done and dusted in the CB 500s. There's nothing to really play for, so it's just about going out there, having a bit of fun, getting the elbows up, going racing.
And I think that's going to make for some great racing. I've really been looking forward to this one. Honda CB 500s, always a classic in every club race that's or in every club championship in the UK. There's always a CB500 championship, and it's always some of the best racing you see throughout the day. So I'm expecting to see some late moves, some hard moves, some side-by-side action, bar-to-bar action, slipstreaming. I think we'll get the lot.
We absolutely will. We wait for the flag marshal at the front to send them on their way as the final few riders make their way onto the grid for 10 laps of racing here at Mallory Park in the CB500s. A class that often provides some of the best racing you'll find anywhere on two wheels. The red lights go on and we go racing in race number 1. It is a good getaway there for our pole sitter on the 58, but I tell you what, the number 93's got an even better launch. And we'll dive to the inside. That's a brilliant start from Savage, and he'll get away very, very cleanly and move on through, but already maybe trying to trade places once again to the outside, coming to the exit of turn number 1 as the crowd watches on. Where are we going to be out on the racetrack? Looks like it's all changed. We'll have to try and figure it out as they go 3-4 abreast. It looks like into Edwina's for the first time, and it is the 58 that leads.
Yeah, that number 58 machine, Jamie Badams, wasn't wasting any time whatsoever through Gerrard's round the outside to regain the lead, and he's already pulling away on that number 58 machine. It's been a dominant force in the EMRA Championships this year aboard that CB500 machine. Moves being made all the way through this CB500 grid, although it's the number 56 there of Adam Hodgkinson, who's all over the rear wheel of him.
Yeah, really pushing hard early doors. Again, it's only short, sharp racing here, so you need to try and be aggressive. You need to try and make some moves. Hodgkinson pushing his Honda to the extreme to try and get through the champion of 2025. Can he find anything at the exit of Gerrard's? Not quite. But as they head down the back straight, maybe there'll be something. Having a look into Edwina's chicane, looks to the inside, door is open, but nothing quite there. And the 58 did leave the door wide open as well. I think he was anticipating a move there, in fact, it just never materialised.
Yeah, almost went a little bit defensive there, and that perhaps just caught him slightly off guard. Just missed the apex going into Edwina's, but kept the line covered. He's very defensive down into the hairpin, almost as if he let him through there. Or he just wasn't quite expecting him to be as late on the brakes. I think it's going to be close between these two, and I hope that we get a good battle all the way through this race. And that was almost curtains there for the number 56. Down through Devil's Elbow, down towards towards Gerrard's rather.
Yeah, that's going to kill his momentum as he hops over the curb, but he may still just about hold the lead. Yes, he will. Wow, fair play to the number 56 there. That is unbelievable riding from Hodgkinson. Yeah, look at it though. Setting up the move is Badams, the champion, looking to add another win to his collection. To the inside on the run into Edwina as the rear moving underneath him as they get on the brakes and slides on by. A textbook move, but one that is executed very, very nicely. A little bit of resistance put up by the 56, but it's Badams back to the front.
Mirror signal manoeuvre there from the number 58 up the inside into Edwina, set it up perfectly through Gerrard's. Number 56 has a look down at the hairpin. He's got a lot more on the brakes than Badams as Hodgkinson.
Yeah, Adam Hodgkinson really feeling confident up the top of the hill, getting onto the anchors, getting that bike stopped. Can he translate that though into a consistent lead, or will these two continue to trade places as we head onto lap number 4 of 10? Behind these guys, they're spread out a little bit more. P3 currently is the number 735 of Matthew Moret from Skoton. Doing a good job at the moment as we see the riders continue to push their way around. Battles everywhere you look, as we expected, of course, in the Honda CB500 class. It's just brilliant wheel-to-wheel racing every single time. That is the 176 to the inside of the number 93. That's the 4th place, and that is Pentney getting through Savage. A nice move there from Reese Pentney to get up into P4. Can Savage respond, or will he have to set up a P5 for the time being? We'll wait and see. There's plenty of overtaking opportunities around this track, of course. It can change places just like that.
Classic move down at Edwina's, and combated with a classic move down at the hairpin. Up the inside he goes. You could hear tyres scraping down into the hairpin as they scrub off a lot of speed into there. Down through the Devil's Elbow once again. It's still between Badams and Hodgkinson at the front, but battles all the way through this race. Number 58 looks comfortable there through Gerrard's. A little bit of breathing space at the moment, but plenty of time for Jamie to get back at him. Oh, we've got a rider down.
That's our first off of the day, and it's one of our novice riders in the orange bib. Can't identify who it is, unfortunately, but they're up on their feet and okay. That's the main thing to see, of course, coming off the slowest point of the circuit. In terms of getting your wind knocked out of you, probably the best place to do it. A little bit has fallen off the bike as well. There's the number 69 who's gone down there. That is Troy Johnsey from Burton, who's had that off, and he'll be our first accident of the day, unfortunately for him. But the green flag racing continues, and especially at the front, they are halfway through this race and about to start lap number 6, and it is Badhams that still maintains the advantage over Hodgkinson. They haven't traded places in a few laps, but you're still so tight. You couldn't fit a piece of paper between. The
lap times are good round here. We heard from the interviews from the previous race that a little bit greasy out on circuit, but you wouldn't think it with how hard these guys are pushing at the front. All over his rear wheel through Gerrard's then. Is he going to line up a move down into Edwina's? We've still got plenty of laps and plenty of racing left in this race, but I feel like these guys are just going to keep going at it, taking chunks out of each other.
Bike's still moving underneath Adam Hodgkinson. You can tell he's really pushing. A very aggressive riding style from him, a bit smoother from Badhams in front, but both just as fast as each other. Of course, the CB500s, the only class with a slick tyre. He's not permitted up the inside.
That was a bit too late through there.
Yeah, a bit of way more than he could chew. Hodgkinson's been so strong on the brakes up into the hairpin, but that time it was a little bit too much for him to handle. Did well to stay on two wheels, and now he's got to build that up again. That is breathing room for Badhams, though, as they head on to lap 7. Is that maybe the gap that he needed to take the pressure off and maybe try and extend?
Yeah, all the pressure now is on that number 56. If Badhams gets into a rhythm, we've seen throughout this season how strong he can be, so it really, all the pressure now is on Adam Hodgkinson. All he needs to do is hit his markers, stay as smooth as possible, tick the laps away, and hopefully can get back onto his rear wheel. Now, if the number 58 is feeling a bit fruity, he might just slow down and let them have a little bit of a battle here. Championship's already won, bit of fun here at EMRA. Or he's just going to take an easy victory.
Hey, never say never. I have seen it done before. Riders go, you know what? Yeah, let's race. Bring it on. The 56 deep again. I wonder actually if he's maybe starting to struggle with his brakes a bit. If there's struggling with the temps or there's an issue, because that really didn't look right coming through there again.
Easily done, especially when you're trying to make up a little bit of time. It's easy to just try and take that little bit more in the braking zone. Then you end up going 10th back. Always better. Slow in, fast out.
Yeah, I mean, it's the classic. You make one mistake and then you start thinking about it, and it just compounds and builds and builds and builds.
That's it.
As there we see, is that a move? The number 93? Yes, it is. That's for third place, actually. So Savage, who's been working his way slowly but surely up through the pack, has now got through Marriott on the 735 and up onto the podium. Places the highest placed novice rider now in the orange bib. So this is battle for P3. And yeah, the 93 there of Jordan Savage has been working his way through the field slowly but surely. A bit of an attempt on the outside there from Marriott, but nothing comes of it. Savage confirms that third place for the time being.
Marriott's got a problem there.
Yeah.
Is that a chain that's come up? No, it's still some sort of issue there. Can't quite tell what it is, but really unfortunate there for the number 735. Pulls off alongside. Is looking down.
He's looking down that left-hand side, so I wonder if it is a chain issue.
Yeah, I thought I saw something flapping on the side of the bike, but we'll bring any updates if we can. Badhams is out the front on the number 58 machine, leading the way. Just 0.4 in it across the line. It's lap 9 of 10 here, so we're going to want to see if there's going to be any challenge to Badhams at the front of this race.
Yeah, final lap of the race then. No, still one more lap to go, should I say, after this one. Penultimate lap of the race is the word I'm looking for. So still a little bit nil time then for Hodgkinson to try and close in as the clouds begin to roll over here at Mallory Park. Maybe the threat of rain in the air, something else for these riders to consider, as there is the 176. That's Pentney and out to P4 as a result of Marriott having issues. As they continue to push onwards, a few of the riders making their way up to the top. It is still Badhams on the 58 that leads ahead of Hodgkinson on the 56. There on their penultimate lap of the race, there is fourth place, Pentney on the 176 machine.
Yeah, leaders are just going down into Gerrard's now, and it's getting closer and closer at the front, down into the first corner.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see if there's going to... Oh, more problems. That's the 113 coming to a halt. What is going on? Stephen Kilpin now with mechanical issues. These Hondas expiring left, right and centre. Bizarre here as the leaders now make their way into Edwina's. We'll actually maybe see them flicking by the bottom of your picture shortly. And that may have just been them going through there. Oh, he's down! Paddock's gone! Paddock's lost it on the final lap of the race from the race lead. The champion goes down. What went wrong there on the exit of Edwina's? What a bizarre place to have an accident as well. Did he have a problem or did he get too greedy? Either way, Adam Hodgkinson is going to win this race, Tristan.
Drama on this final lap. The race lead's been gifted by the 58 to the number 56. I wonder if he just caught the curb on the inside of the right-hander at Edwina's there, or if he was just caught off-sighted by the bike on the side of the circuit. But it is a win for Adam Hodgkinson. After that mistake down at the hairpin, he's been gifted victory on that final lap.
The racing gods giveth, the racing gods taketh away. Adam Hodgkinson may be a lucky boy, but it is still a fantastic ride, and he put on a great show. It's not exactly like that win was undeserved, but bizarre late drama as bikes started falling to mechanical issues, and then we saw long-time leader and 2025 champion Badhams crashing out on the final lap of the race. There's a red flag waving there. Don't worry, I believe that's for the end of race celebration. So the checker flag is waving, so the race is finished, but the red flag is out. I'm wondering, is that a celebratory red flag from a marshal, or is that the riders need to stop for some reason? I think, yeah, they are being sent down somewhere. Anyway, let's have a look through the full results. It is Adam Hodgkinson at the death who takes victory by, in fact, it was nearly 10 seconds. Such was the advantage of our two leaders, Savage in second, Pentley rounding out the podium places. Horner on the 626 was fourth, with Williams in P5, Dickinson P6, Martindale 7th, Allen in 8th, Dyke in 9th, and Middleton rounding out our top 10. Goodwood was in 11th, with Trug in P12, 13th with Ford. Looks like Badhams is going to be classified in 14th place, Pearson 15th, Holland 16th, Briggs 17th, Robinson's in 18th, and we unfortunately lost Kilpin, Marriott, Lane and Johnson. Or John C, should I say. And in fact, the red flags are waving because they're being sent down through that way into the infield rather than having to come back through the pit lane, just to make everyone's lives a little bit quicker as we see the next class getting ready to head out onto the circuit. That will be the GP 80 to 45 and the Mini Twins on track at the same time. So something to consider going into this one. But as there we see our race winner there coming in. Let's go down to Tristan and hear what Adam has to say.
Adam Hodgkinson there, gifted victory on that final lap. It was a close race. Talk us through it.
Yeah, it was a battle all the way through, really. Managed to take him a few times at the hairpin, but just ran wide. He did some good moves into the Edwina's. I lost a bit of ground, I ran wide at the hairpin, and just couldn't get him back. Managed to claw my way up to him, come to the last lap, and he made a mistake, unfortunately for him. But buzzing to get my first win, my first victory. So hope Jamie's okay. He's hopefully he comes back fighting for the next race.
Felt like you had a little bit on him down into the hairpin, but then a couple of times a little bit too much.
Yeah, that's right. The hairpin's my strong point. It's my favourite corner by far. But yeah, he's a tough one to beat.
Well done, mate.
Cheers. Thank you.
Great to see that from Adam. His first race victory here at EMRA. And yes, gifted to him a little bit, but it was a fine ride nonetheless. What a brilliant race we've just seen in the CB 500s. They've got one more race coming your way later on today. But of course, it is now time for us to move on. The riders in the next class just being held in the holding area for a moment. Of course, heading out next, it will be the GP 80 to 450 class for smaller engine bikes, and also the Mini Twin class. So these are some of the smaller engine capacity machines before we start to get going. And I wonder perhaps if there's maybe a couple of drops. Yeah, it started raining. I can just see out the commentary box window. Actually, I'm not sure if you can see on your picture just yet, but the rain has started to fall here at Mallory Park. It's not heavy at the moment, but I wonder maybe if that's why the riders are being held, just because the marshals and the stewards, the clerk, of course, want to see what the rain is doing. Because, of course, if you go out there on your bike and you're on slicks or on semi-slick tyres and it's starting to rain, that's not going to end well. But the rain is now falling. There was threats of it all week, and now it is finally graced here. So a couple of dry races. Now the wet weather stuff begins. So this one could be pretty interesting coming into it, especially if the rain starts to get involved. We've got a couple of novice riders in this as well, so something to keep our eye on. But we'll have to wait and see. So just being held, and you can now just see, if you just look at the Mastermax surfacing hauling board up the top, you can just see a little bit of rain just in front of that if you try and use some comparison on your screen. But it is definitely raining here, and this could make things interesting, Tristan.
Yeah, this is the worst scenario to be in, really, waiting to go out onto the grid, waiting to start the race. It starts raining. It's not quite enough yet at all, really, to be going onto slicks, or onto wet tyres, rather, but it is definitely enough to affect grip levels out on circuit, and it's definitely going to be affecting confidence. You see the riders now heading back towards the paddock, looking like they've been getting the opportunity to put wet weather tyres on if they want to. Just looking at my weather app on my phone, it says light rain expected to stop in 21 minutes. So I guess we're just going to have to assess the situation as it goes and see what happens. But at the moment, it's that horrible in-between phase that every rider dreads.
Yeah, of course, you've got to think about the mental rain as well, the rain that falls on the visor, and even if it doesn't have an effect out on the track, you're thinking about it, and because you're thinking about it, then you start to make errors and mistakes. So lots of things to think about, and of course, safety absolutely paramount. We want to make sure that no one's getting hurt out on the track, so that's why the riders are being sent back to the holding area. So we'll have a brief delay while I'm sure the stewards debate what to do, and the riders debate whether to stick wets onto the machines or to head out onto the track and try and brave it on the slicks. Just a little touch up in the championships. Meanwhile, for the mini twins and the GP 80 to 450 in the mini twins, it's only a 7-point gap between John McLaren and Mitch Nichols up the top of the table. Those guys have been really fighting hard all season long, and yes, should be interesting to see how those guys are going to continue this battle coming into this one. And meanwhile, in the 450 class, it's Paul Sawyer. He only has a 1-point advantage over David de Groot, so even tighter in that one. So this one is one that's definitely going to be going down into the final round a little bit later on in the year. Only 4 races left in the season, 3 already for some of our class. Only 1 race left for the sidecars in 2025 as well. Getting into the dog end of the season, it must be said. So we're waiting for this delay and interest. We've had some fantastic racing so far this morning. Unfortunate that we do have this delay, but I'm sure that when we get back out, we'll be continuing it.
It's been good, yeah, like you say, all good so far. Some great racing so far this morning. Sidecars always throw up something special. That last CB 500 race, incredible race between the top 2, and then unfortunately it was decided by a crash. So excited to get action back out on circuit once again, once we know what's happening with the weather and what's happening with this race in terms of tyres and in terms of when we're going to be able to get started once again. Next race up, as we've mentioned, is the Classic Era and Sport Twins race. Two races combined in one, so if you're just tuning in, we've had some incredible racing so far this morning, so please interact, drop your comments, and we'll bring you as much of this great racing as we can. Like we said, Classic Era and Sport Twins coming up, the combined grid. Any machines really between 500 and 13,000 cc.
I think there's a bit of confusion on the schedule because we've been given one thing and the schedule says another thing. So it says GP 80 to 450 mini twin up next. It may just be we just see what happens when they come out the track. I mean, I wasn't really looking when they were in the holding area, but it looked to me like it was the 8 to 450s and mini twins. Good. But we've got multiple different pieces of information saying different things. So we'll find out when we get there. But hang on, there will be more racing later after the delay, and it will have 2 classes on track at the same time, and there will be bikes going around in circles for 10 laps. We know that much.
Yep. So excited to see some bikes going around in circles.
Yeah, it's what we all love and what we hear. Of course, many bikes going around in many circles at many different places this weekend. Of course, there's the MotoGP, there's British Superbikes, there's just down the road in Donington, there's World Superbikes. But of course, here at EMRA, this is where all the action is. You know, this is Marc Marquez when he probably picks up the title later on today. He's going to get back to his moto and stick this on the telly, I'm sure. But yeah, no, it's been a fantastic day of racing so far, and we hope you've enjoyed all of the action. As we are actually seeing starting to let a few cars cross across from the infield with this delay, which is fair enough. The infield quite tricky to get to. There's not a bridge or a tunnel underneath the circuit. They have to open the barrier. So if you realise you need to get out, they actually have to let you across the track. So if you are just joining us and you are here with us on the EMRA YouTube channel, hello and welcome. We are so excited to be broadcasting EMRA for the first time here from Mallory Park. We're just experiencing a delay due to the rain, but plenty of action to come your way later on. And still plenty of racing to come. And we're just waiting to see what the rain is doing. Again, according to your weather app, Tristan, was it 20 or so minutes? Is
22 minutes. I don't know how reliable that's going to be. So, I mean, we've got a pretty good view up here in the commentary box where we can see the circuit and the paddock. So we'll be able to report as the weather goes on. You can see, looking down onto the lake in the middle of the circuit, that the rain is definitely still coming down.
Yeah, it's one of the more visually easy to see out of commentary boxes because it's got many windows instead of no windows. So I'm quite a big fan of that one.
Helps that the circuit's so open as well.
Yeah, no, it does, to be fair. There's lots of things to see around here. There's lots of visions to take. So yeah, Mallory Park, it's been fantastic so far this weekend, and we can't wait to get going again once this delay is done. I can see some of the riders playing with the idea of wet tyres down in the paddock. And yeah, I think everyone's just waiting to see what the rain would do again. Apparently it was a bit greasy this morning. I don't know if it rained overnight. It must have done, or maybe there was just a bit of frost going down. But now actually the rain's starting to come down even harder. So who knows what's going on.
So I've just been informed and just found out that races 4 and 5 are being swapped in the programme. And racing will get back underway at 1:10. Brilliant.
Okay. So 1:10. So I suppose that we are going to be taking this as our lunch break then. So I guess they've decided, given the time, let's just decide to take this as a break while there's a delay. Quite smart thinking, because I've had it at circuits before. We go, no, we're not on lunch. We're on a red flag. We're on a red flag, and then it gets to the end of it. Actually, no, that was lunch. We're going racing going now. But enough of my traumas of commentary box past. So we're going to go on our lunch break now, and just go ahead and advance. And again, we are also going to swap around race 4 and race 5 in the schedule. So it will be the Classic Era and the Sport Twins bike. They'll be first back out after our lunch break. So while we're going on to our lunch break then, let's head down to the paddock and have a chat with some of the riders as we head into this weekend and hear their thoughts. Now on the lunch break here at the East Midland Racing Association, round 6 at Mallory Park. We thought we'd head down to the paddock and speak to a couple of the riders and get to know some of the faces they're going to be donning the track here at Mallory Park this weekend. So let's just dive straight into it. We can talk to, I can see someone doing a little bit of work on the bike. I'll see if I can slide in for a question. What exactly is going on here?
Just tyre pressures, getting the tyre pressures correct for today.
Yeah, so it seems like you're at harder work. Do you want to just introduce yourself to the people at home?
Yeah, can do. I'm Mitch, and I'm riding the rookies and the open class today.
And Mitch, how's your season gone so far?
I'll be honest with you, this is my first round all year.
That's absolutely fair enough. Well, are you feeling positive about your first round then?
Yeah, we feel good. New bike, so we'll see what we can do.
Yeah, talk us through the bike. What's it like out there on it? Is it fast?
I've not even rode this track on this bike or nothing. It's literally a fresh bike. Last year we did rookie 600s. That was a good year for us. So we'll just give this a go and see what happens.
So it's a bit more of just going out there, testing the waters, maybe having a bit of fun today rather than going out for wins.
Yeah, as long as I've got a smile on my face, that's all that matters today.
That's a great answer, that I really like. Well, Mitch, I'll let you get on with your tyre pressure. Thanks for talking to us. Best of luck.
No worries, thank you very much.
Great tip from Mitch there on his BMW. First time here at Mallory Park, first time for us as well, of course. This is the first time EMRA has been broadcast ever, not just in 2025. As you can see, a few more machines over here. Someone patiently watching along. See if we can dive in for a quick chat. Being pointed over there, you can see the riders actually coming back, helmet in tow. So we'll wait for him to gracefully make his way over before we can stick a microphone in his face. How are we doing?
Good morning.
How are we? You okay?
Yes, good, thank you, yes.
And do you want to introduce yourself for the people at home?
I'm Simon Lahane, rider Honda NSF 250 Moto 3. Riding in 2 classes today, the GP 450 and the Byron Cup.
And 2 classes, so you've got 4 races coming your way?
Yes, 4 races, 2 practices.
Do you not get a bit tired of that at all?
No, there's always a bit of a break in between, so yeah, hopefully everything will be alright. Unfortunately, the last race of the day though, so we'll see how I feel by the end of the day.
Yeah, maybe if it's not been the best day, maybe a bit fed up, head home a bit early.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Still, how are you feeling coming into the day's racing? Feeling positive?
Yeah, definitely, yeah, and hopefully the weather will hold out, so yeah, just looking forward to it.
How's the bike looking coming into this one?
Yes. I haven't rode it for probably a couple of months, so yeah, looking forward to getting back on it really.
And racing in the 2 different classes, is there a massive difference in the types of bikes you're competing against?
I haven't rode in the Byron Cup one before, but I think that's up to 500s, and the other one is probably the same. To be fair, probably majority of the bikes will be the same ones.
I'll have to wait and see. Well, we'll let you get on with your day, but thanks very much for talking to us. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Again, some of the riders, as you just heard, competing in multiple classes here this weekend, which of course just makes it a bit more interesting, a little bit more at stake. But of course, maybe a bit of tiredness to go as well. We can see a couple of riders hanging around here, some bacon cooking. That smells amazing. Is there any chance of a spare for me?
There might be if you get my good side at least. So
that's what I try to do. But classic staple racetrack breakfast, bacon with a bit of brown or red, as I can see. How are you feeling coming into the day?
Oh, fine. There's no pressure for me. I'm just here to have a good time. So.
And what are you racing in today?
I'm on that Steely over there. I'm in the pre-injection 6 and the Classic Era.
So, talk us about the bike then. Classic Hero. What's the make? What's the year? What does it do?
97 CBR 600. It's not the prettiest thing, as you can see, but it gets the job done. So I've done an engine swap from last round. Seems a bit perkier compared to before, so it'll be nice to see how she performs today.
Well, I'll have to wait and see. And again, it doesn't have to be pretty as long as it goes fast. And does it? Well, you said it feels perky. So are you expecting it to go fast?
Yeah, I've done a little bit to it. It needed a bit of love, so it'll be nice to try and shed a second or 2 off the lap time and see how we do.
We'll have to wait and see. What's the objective then for the races today? Are you aiming for the top or just out there having some fun?
Out there having some fun. If I can smash a PB, I'll be happy with that.
Well, we'll let you get on with your bacon. I'm sure that I'll be heading back round as soon as we're done with this to steal some off you. But thanks for talking to us.
Yeah, thanks very much.
Of course, staple racetrack breakfast. That's something that every rider needs. Nutritional value. So we'll dive in here as always. Deep on his phone, but I'll see if we grab a quick word as well. Are you not fancying some bacon, or is that being cooked for you?
He's the chef.
Do you not even trust yourself to do bacon?
No, he's just a better cook than me.
Fair enough. You guys riding in the same classes or something different?
Not same classes, no. I'm in rookies and EMRA Open.
So what are you as well? If you're in the different classes, do you want to introduce yourself for the people at home?
Yeah, name's Josh. I'm riding a very, very old R1. Me and him are brothers. So yeah,
shame there's no...
Just do it for fun.
I mean, if we weren't having fun, we wouldn't be here, I suppose. But shame that there's no on-track sibling rivalry. But
no, but we're talking about this, and next year we at least want to be in the same class so we can have a little bit of a headbutt together.
I mean, even if you're not in the same class now, you're still sat there looking at your different lap times and things.
Of course we are. Yeah. There's always going to be rivalry there. It's just natural.
So it's maybe not on-track battles just yet, but you're still seeing who goes home on top at the end of the day.
It's me.
And are you going to beat him?
Yeah, of course I am, yeah.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Yeah. Bit of sibling rivalry there. Great to see. So you can see some more members of the Paddock heading down on in. Still quite early at the moment, but sun is beaming over. There is a threat of rain in the air. A week ago, the weather said it was going to be downpouring all day, but as it stands, well, as you can clearly see, not looking too bad. You've got a bit more of a team experience going on here. I wonder if I could dive in to speak to any of the riders if they're hanging about. There is one right there. I was looking in the wrong direction. Hello, sir. How are we?
I'm all right, thank you. Are you?
Yeah, I'm not too bad, thanks. You want to just introduce yourself for the people watching at home?
Yeah, I'm Paul Holsworth, Mini Twin 136 from Sheffield, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the gist of everyone turning up to spot this morning. Do you want to just talk us through the Mini Twin class a little bit? Because I know for maybe some newer fans to bike racing can be a little bit confusing.
Yeah, it's not a bad class. There is a few tuned bikes in there, but mainly this one is just been a road bike, and I've just converted it to a race bike and just go out, enjoy it, see what happens.
Yeah, stick a number on the front of it, pair of better tyres, and you're good to go.
That's it.
How do you think you are going to go today? You're looking for some race wins, maybe?
No, I don't think I'll be up in the front three, but I was here last round and had a few problems, broke down every race. So we'll see how it goes. So this is my first time on it, so...
Yeah, bit unideal that, so fingers crossed that it doesn't give up on you this time, but still, a couple of races to come today. You look like you're feeling confident.
Today, so 4 races, so we'll see how it goes.
So you can't break down 4 times, surely. That'd be impressive.
Hopefully not.
As I said, you look like you're feeling confident. You've got your bacon sandwich halfway down you. You're ready to go racing, essentially.
That's it. Bring it on.
Well, have to wait and see. We'll wish you the best of luck. We'll let you go on with your breakfast.
Lovely. Thank you very much. Cheers.
So some of our Mini Twins rider, or Sports Twins riders there, should I say. In lots of different classes to think about. And as you can see, just ahead of us, an extra class here this weekend. If you're just joining us, you've not been following the morning's action. We're joined by the FSRA F1 Sidecars Championship here at Mallory Park. It is its own championship. It goes to different tracks across the country. But it is the final round of their season, and their top class, their super class, is still open and still very much in terms of championship contention. So that all comes down to the wire at the end of today's action. So we'll keep our eye on some sidecar race. Sidecars around here at Mallory Park, always a treat. If you've never watched them before, it will be spectacular. Let's just head down, see if we can nab a couple more riders potentially. You can see some guys sat along here. Any chance I could dive in for a chat with someone very quickly? How are we?
Are you, mate? All right?
Yeah, I'm not too bad, thank you. Yourself?
Yeah, good, thank you, good.
And do you want to introduce yourself for the viewers at home?
Yeah, I'm Lyndon Williams, probably one of the oldest guys on the grid. Currently riding the CB500.
You can't be that old. You don't look that old.
52.
You look really good for 52, I'll say that much. CB500 then. Everyone out there on the same bike, so it's just all about the ability.
Yeah, that's something I haven't got a lot of, but yeah, I wobble around at the back and just enjoy myself.
Hey, I mean, that's the main thing. As long as you're enjoying yourself and having fun, even if the results maybe aren't the prettiest on the page. So is that the game plan for this weekend? Just, turn up, have some fun races, enjoy some time with friends?
That's what it's all about, isn't it? That's what it's all about. I think that's majority of the grid. Just here for a good laugh, good time. Yeah.
I mean, that's exactly what we want to hear, isn't it? Everyone here having a good time. Talk us through the bike then, though. Of course, everyone's on the same CB500 machine. What's it like? What does it do? I'm assuming it's quite fast.
Top speed around here is about 101, 102 miles an hour. It's more or less a standard CB500 except for suspension mods. That is it. It's just as you would buy it, add it off eBay, Facebook, anything like that. So it's really cheap, good fun, cheap racing.
So to anyone at home that's maybe thinking about coming along, this is probably the easiest way to get involved in.
Yeah, by far the cheapest racing. I mean, everybody moans about the price of tyres. Tyres are £125 each, and I've used one this year, so so cheap. Yeah.
I mean, even then, even if you're moaning about it, it's kind of an expense that you need to make when you go and bike racing, isn't it? But still, you're here, you're looking positive, you're here to have some fun, and, you said, even if you're wobbling around at the back, you've got to enjoy yourself.
Oh, yeah, there's always somebody to race with, somebody the same ability as yourself. So, yeah, just have some good fun.
Oh, can't wait to see it. Lyndon, thanks very much for talking to us.
All the best, guys.
So one of the older riders there on the grid, apparently, but in good spirits and feeling very youthful. So we've got a rider look like he might be heading out onto track in a moment, getting the GoPro on the back. Are you heading out, or is there a chance we can speak to you quickly?
Yeah, absolutely fine, no worries.
See you getting the GoPro on the back. Is that for when you set your fastest lap, or to post on Instagram when you crash?
I'm hoping so. 50-50 chance. I'm not too sure which one we're going to go for. Hopefully we don't dent the other side of the tank this time, so we'll find out.
Oh, so you've already done one side this season already?
I might have done, but that depends who you ask.
Well, this is the first time it's being broadcast, so it's record-wise, it's never happened because it's never been caught on camera officially. Okay. So you've never done anything as far as we're aware.
Good, I like it.
Let's switch on to the more positive things, though. Do you want to introduce yourself to the people at home? Let's find out who you are.
Sounds good. Hi, my name's Albert Hall. It's my first season racing. I'm in Open 600 and Rookie 600s. Just going through, trying to give it all my best and see where we're going from here.
And you said it's your first season racing. How have you found it so far?
Yeah, it's been really good. I've had a couple of third places. I'm currently fourth in the championship. I did miss the first 2 rounds because we didn't actually plan on racing this year. But from there, it's been pretty good, so... yeah, we'll see how it goes.
So maybe getting into the back end of the season, looking to pick up a few more points, make up for those lost 2 first rounds, and, you know, maybe get into the top 3 if you're close enough?
That's the plan for today, yeah. We'll see how it goes.
We'll see how it goes. And talk us through your bike that you got. I mean, I know we've just seen the GoPro going on, but obviously that's not quite a stock part, is it?
No, to be fair, it's not too special, if I'm honest. It's just an 08 ZX6R Kawasaki. Maxton rear shock, Shore front forks. We've had all the inside cartridges all redone. CRC race fairings. And then just a set of decent tyres and EPFA pads, really. All helped to us by RPM Motorcycles and Shiny Side Up Valetin. So, yeah, it should be. We're getting there. We're getting there slowly but surely.
I mean, you know, it's time on the track every time you go out there, isn't it? It's time to improve.
Exactly that. You've always got to find out what's working for you and what isn't. We had a little track day here with no limits the other day, and we played around the suspension setups. So hopefully we've got that done, so we should be dialed in and ready to go for the next round.
That sounds brilliant. And one last question quickly. You said this is your first year racing, so next year I'm assuming you're planning to race again. You looking to maybe move up a class or move to a different class, or just stay the same, still going out there having fun?
Yeah, hopefully so. We're looking to... So this is my first time in Open 600 today. I'm hoping to go into them full-time next season and with the rookies, because I need to balance it out a little bit. And we'll see how it goes. Probably do some other rounds, other places to get my clubman licence, get off the rookie, get off the bib.
Well, best of luck with that. I'm sure you'll be absolutely fine. And best of luck today. First time in the Open 600. I'm sure you'll smash it.
Thank you very much.
Great speaking to him there. And yeah, first time in the Open 600. That's a bit of a step up. You can see some bikes starting to move around the paddock. It is the track is not open yet. We are recording this in the very early hours. But riders, you know, we had a couple of engine checks, starting to get ready, starting to see how everyone is feeling. So let's head down this way. See if anyone else can see some yoga stretches going on there. Now, I might just see if I'm allowed to interrupt that, because it's not something you see every day. But we'll see if we can slide in. Would it be rude if I interrupted your yoga session? Yeah? How you doing? You okay?
Yeah, not bad. Just getting ready for this morning.
Yeah, I mean, stretching, it's not something you see a lot of riders at this level doing, but you're clearly committed, and you're feeling nice and warmed up?
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty intense sport, so everyone's got to find what works for them. So just try and relax. We've got 2 classes today, so yeah, try and bring it home.
Yeah, absolutely. And do you want to just introduce yourself and what classes you're racing in for the viewers at home?
Yeah, I'm Matthew. I'm riding my 650 today. I'll be in Cup 600. I was supposed to ride my R6, but I blew that up at the weekend at Mallory Park. So 650 in both classes. So we'll be in Cups, Open 600 and Super Twins.
Yeah, if you're doing a full race, I can see why maybe you are getting a little bit of stretching in. Does that make it more difficult, maybe racing in 2 classes across the weekend, or is it something you don't really think about? You just swing a leg over the bike and go for it?
If it was a full weekend, so Friday, Saturday, Sunday, then I'd be absolutely knackered by Sunday. I mean, I'm not very big in stature myself, so it's hard to muscle one of these bikes about. But since it's only a day, I should be all right. I'll get my yoga in, and yeah, we'll be good.
What's the objective for today then? Just get out there, time on the bike, you know, just kind of go around, do your own thing, or are you going to be fighting out there?
Yeah, I say my 600 is my main bike, so this is just training for today. But trophies are always nice, so that's always the goal.
Well, you got me there. So yeah, going out there, you know, just doing what you can do your best and seeing how it goes then.
Yeah, that's the plan.
Well, I'll let you get back on with your stretches and your preparations, but thanks for talking to us.
Yeah, no worries, thanks.
Yeah, a bit more professional environment over there than we see around some of the paddocks. You can see a couple of other bikes over here. Someone maybe ready to head back out. Are we about to go out potentially, or are you going out potentially, or can I just grab you for a few words?
Yeah.
So yeah, I can see the bike being wheeled away, but so you're not going out then?
No, just had it noise tested now. But it is quite loud, so just about passed it. Just about.
I mean, a pass is a pass at the end of the day.
We have had a few complaints here last year when I was here on that. I got black flagged and had to come in. So now I had to get a new exhaust, a little bit quieter.
I'm sure it'll all be fine. Do you want to just introduce yourself for the viewers at home?
Yeah, so my name's Ben Phipps. I started racing when I was 15. I'm now 18. And I didn't have any experience on a motorbike ever. And then I went on a CBR 125, which is quite slow. Got to grips with it, learned how to ride it in a car park. And then it just went from there. Started racing at Aintree, because I'm from Southport, so it's only about half an hour away from me. And I come third on that bike in the championship in my first year in the Open 500 class, because that's a 250, and then I won it last year in my second year, and then now we're just on with this year now, so getting faster and faster, so hopefully that's the way forward.
Yeah, I mean, especially given you only started riding a couple of years ago, you know, you've done incredibly well. You may be looking to move forward, you know, maybe expand and go into other championships. You just, you know, stick with what you know best at the moment.
I'd like to learn my craft first as much as I can, and I don't want to run before I can walk. I want to master your club meetings and then move forward, and then hopefully got the opportunity. But it won't be possible without all the sponsors and everyone else who chucks in. It doesn't matter if someone chucked in £20, £50, it all helps out, and without all of them people, nothing would be possible. So yeah, massive thank you to everyone.
Yeah, of course, you know, you can't do this on your own. You've got to have the support and all of that. So coming to the end of the season then, you know, temperature in the air is starting to drop a little bit, but, you know, you're still feeling like you're just going to go out there on track and give it your best?
Yeah, I'm getting some new tyres, changing now, so nice new rubber, and just see what happens in qualifying.
I'm sure you'll be fine. You sound very confident, you know, new tyres on, you sound like you're going to be fast, so we'll see how you go.
Looking forward to it.
Well, we'll let you get on with your day. Thanks for talking to us.
Fun. Thank you very much.
And that, I think, really just goes to show the range of experience that we have here at EMRA. And you do see in bike racing in the UK, as we are seeing some more people heading over to the pit lane to get noise tested and get ready to go out for practice this morning and qualifying. In that, you know, you have riders, as we've spoken to, you know, over 50 years old who've been racing their entire life. You have riders who've been on the bike for only a handful of years. And I think that's really wonderful. I really do. I think it just shows to show that, you know, this is a sport that it may seem hard to access, but it is, you know, you can just jump in and give it a go. And on the topic of jumping in, I'm going to headbutt and join your conversation. How are we doing?
Yeah, not so bad, thank you. Not so bad at all.
That's great to hear. And do you want to just introduce yourself for the people at home?
Yeah, I'm Andrew, Arthur Woods' dad, and we're here today to compete in the 80 to 450 series and hopefully get a win. But we'll see how that goes, eh?
Well, I mean, the best you can do is hope, is what everyone's turning up to do here, I suppose.
Yeah.
Obviously, as dad, I suppose your role is chief mechanic as well.
I wouldn't go as far as saying mechanic, but I can use a bit of tape and tighten the spanner.
Yeah, tape, spanner, WD-40, it's all you need in this sport, really.
Yeah, we've got Phil for any technical stuff, so that's always good.
That's great to hear you've got that support at least. I will move on in a second, ask maybe some more technical questions. But yeah, just want to quickly ask, you know, again, as the dad, you know, what's the kind of support that you're giving, you know, your boy when he's going out there and racing, you know, trying to follow his bike dreams?
I used to do a little bit myself, so I know where he's at, and it's always good to have your parent with you to help you get by. And, you know, if we have any bad luck, then always there for a cuddle, you know how it is. It's the way we go, innit? The way we move, but he's doing all right, he's enjoying it, and when we go home on a Sunday, he's smiling, and that's all we can ask for.
That's a really lovely answer, actually. I'll give you that. Absolutely. We'll maybe head round the circle and ask a few of the more technical questions now, if that's all right.
Come over to me. I help young kids out. I've got 3 young kids over there, 2 lads and a girl. What I provide them with little 125s and that, and it'd be a big G up for him if you went and interviewed him.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll head on over then. While we're heading over, just ask the same question. Do you want to just introduce yourself to the people home?
I'm Phil Barber. My son was a big TT rider, and since he retired, like we help young kids on these little bikes. I actually give the bikes to the kids and let them run them. And I'm always there to help them if they need it, like, you know. So Arthur started on one of my bikes, and like obviously his dad's progressed onto a bigger bike, so, you know, he's moved away from me, like, because all I deal with is these little 125s, which is a series called Street Stock, and they don't have a proper class for them here at Mallory yet, but we do come here as often as we can, and the next round in October is a round of the ACU Championship, which they do have a class for the street stock. So this is one bike, there's another one. Where, Erica, come over. This is a young girl I've been helping for. This is her second season. and she never raced before, so she's doing all right. So I'll just ask her what she thinks of it all.
You do my job for me. Thank you very much. I'm sure we'll come back to you in a second. But hello, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Very good, thank you. Do you want to introduce yourself for the viewers at home?
I'm Erica Lawson, and I race 125s.
Just been told it's your second season on the bike, is that right?
Yes.
And how have those 2 seasons gone for you so far?
They've gone pretty good. I've never done any racing like this. I came from motocross, so it's a lot different, and I've enjoyed it.
So at least, you have that motocross background at least, so, you're not just out there, learning from scratch, I suppose, but, we've just been, hearing about the kind of support that you've been getting, which has been fantastic, and it's great to hear that, you're getting that help to, help go out there and race. But talk to us, through about, what it's like out there, especially transitioning from motocross onto a, kind of a track-going bike. What's that jump like? What's the difference like?
It's like just totally different. Like you come from jumps, and it's just like big jumps and like rocky sand and dirt, and it's just totally different.
Yeah, and I guess you're a little bit less dirty at the end of the weekend as well.
Yeah.
Well, we'll let you get on with your day, but thanks so much for talking to us.
Bye bye.
I've got a couple more lined up as well. Hi mate, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm good, are you?
Yeah, not too bad, thanks. Want to just introduce yourself for the viewers at home?
Dylan Marr.
And what class are you racing in, Dylan?
I'm on a 125 and I'm in GP 82 400 and Byron Cup.
It's been hearing. How many seasons you've been racing, Dylan? Because we just spoke to one of your teammates, I suppose, and she only says 2 years.
Season, yeah.
So it was only last season, was that?
July last season, yeah.
So it's been, pretty fresh still, I suppose, in terms of experience.
Yeah, I did motocross for a bit, but this is a lot better than that. Yeah.
Wow, clasp your ears, any motocross fans watching along. I'm not saying anything on that matter. But yeah, talk us through that season then, I suppose. How have you found the last year, on the road going bike, so to speak?
Just getting used to it, really. Now it's getting a bit more serious, if you like to say it, yeah, but it's been good, yeah. Liking it so far.
And you say, there is maybe, objectives up the line in this style of racing, or are you just kind of having fun, seeing what you can do?
Well, a bit of both, really. I'd like to see where it'll go. But yeah, just having fun, yeah.
That's a great hear. What's the objective for this weekend anyway? Are you looking just to, continue getting that experience on the bike? You maybe look to try and fight for some of the top positions?
Just stay on the bike, really. No, yeah, top 10, top 5 maybe, I don't know. See how we go.
Yeah, we certainly will. Thanks very much for talking to us.
Nice, thanks for speaking to me.
Absolutely no problem. I believe there's one more waiting for us, which we'll jump into now. Hello, how are we?
I'm good. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Do you want to just introduce yourself for our viewers at home?
Yeah, go on. I'm Mason Mitchell. I ride in the ACU Street Stock 125 Championship at Three Sisters. That's my championship, so yeah.
And joining us down here at Mallory Park, a little bit of a trek from Three Sisters, isn't it? It must have taken you a bit of time in the car.
Yeah, about 2 hours, 2.5. So not too bad, but it should be a lovely weekend of racing. So.
Yeah, no, looking forward to it. And so you said, you're racing 125s at Three Sisters. It's a little bit of a different circuit from here at Mallory Park, a little bit shorter. It's still very fast, but quite a lot tighter as well. What's the main difference then from jumping from there in Wigan to somewhere that's, very much just wide open, hard and fast racing here at Mallory?
Well, it's a bit different than racing such a small and tight circuit. You come here, it's more, you're pinned out everywhere, all the way around the track. But yeah, it's just different than Three Sisters in many different ways.
Yeah, that's very much fair enough. And what's it like riding the bike out there? How does it feel, especially comparing the two tracks? Is there one that you prefer, maybe?
Well, I like it riding around this track just because it's a very quick track, and you get out with a lot of your friends and different bikes. But I'd say probably Cadwell Park's probably one of my favourite circuits. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's fast, but it's difficult as well around there.
Yeah, it is very difficult.
But anyway, we'll let you get on with your preparations. But thank you very much for talking to us.
All right, thank you.
And we'll quickly cut back across to say thank you to the main man. And yeah, thanks for doing my job for me.
Yeah, all I can say, if anybody's interested in getting the kids started in grassroots racing, like if they get in touch with my son, he's on Facebook, I'm not, but we will be looking for a couple of kids next year, to start off. we get them through the licence, and then we get them going on these, and then they move on. A few of our kids have moved on to 600s and stuff like that from jumping off these, so it is a good start point for the kids to start learning. So like I say, if anybody's interested, get in touch with us, PRB Racing,
Oh, that's brilliant stuff. Thank you very much for talking to us. I really appreciate it.
No worries. Thanks a lot. Thanks again. Made the kids day.
No, it's our pleasure. Great to hear then, not from some of the riders, but some of the team members in the paddock as well, and just go show how much of racing is about giving back into this community. And even if your career is done or your family's career is done, giving back to the younger generation, getting their leg over the bike, getting them to do what they can do, that's wonderful to hear. Now I can see there's definitely a few of the Sidecar teams in here anyway. Who's actually on the Sidecar? Is it this gentleman here? We'll go speak to the gentleman with the hat then. Hello sir, how are we?
Fine, thank you.
And well, I can see that there's two names on the fairing. Are you Tony Baker or Tom Dawkins?
I'm Tony Baker.
So you're the one actually doing the business, no offence to Tom.
No, Tom's all right, need him. It's a two-man job, teamwork.
Yeah. Of course, you guys joining us this weekend for your final round of the championship, but you've been here earlier in the season. How did that go for you?
Well, earlier in the season we were having problems. We're still having problems. It just seems to bite us all the time, but we're looking forward to it because I like Mallory anyway. Yeah.
And are you looking to maybe, end the season on a high note, I suppose?
Yeah, we're hoping to. Yeah, we still have three meetings to go. It's 2 in Scotland and 1 in Ireland. Yeah.
We'll see how it goes. Talk us through the machinery that we see in front of us. Obviously, sidecars compared to what else in the paddock, quite unique.
In what respect?
They've got 3 wheels.
Well, yeah, they are different, yeah. Well, they've just gradually evolved over time. You would never start and build a racing vehicle from scratch now on 3 wheels like that with 2 people, but it's just an evolution of time. They've got lighter, lower, more powerful, better wheels, better brakes, better suspension, and hopefully better teams.
That's what I see. Thanks so much for talking to us. I'll go and see if I can squeeze past speak to your partner now, if that would be okay. And you must be Tom.
That is me, yes, I'm Tom.
Oh, great to speak to you, Tom. And you're the man, not behind the handlebars, but you're the man doing the ludicrous hanging off the side thing because you're a bit insane.
A little bit, yeah. Jump around for fun, it seems. No, there is method to the madness, trust me. But yeah, it's definitely the more deranged of the 2 roles.
Yeah, no, my granddad used to be a driver on these things, and he always said that his passenger was the most insane man he'd ever met. Talk us through a little bit about what it's like being the person who is doing the hanging off the side of thing. What's that experience like for maybe someone home who doesn't know much about sidecars?
It's hard to explain. The only way to sort of really compare it is if you're driving a convertible down the motorway, but at like 120 rather than 70, and you just stand up. You're obviously got that much wind on you. That's why we have all the fiberglass fairing, and we just tuck out of the wind to try and stop blowing us off the back. So people assume we hang on for dear life. You hang on as little as possible because that hurts your arms. So we just get out of the wind and exist, really. We don't really hold on. We just lock our feet in and curl up in a ball.
But maybe for someone who maybe has no idea about sidecar racing and is just, they just think you're just a bit of a weirdo hanging off the bike, what is the actual main reason for what you're doing?
So, a few things. There's 3 wheels. We help control all 3 of them. Obviously, when you're turning left, this thing's designed in a stupid way, and it wants to turn upside down for fun. So we have to put weight over that chair wheel to stop it lifting higher than we want it. Otherwise, the driver ends up with a bike on the top of them. The back wheel, we need to give it grip to drive us out of the corner, but we need to give the front wheel grip to turn into the corner. So the sort of standard policy is you're giving loads of back end so the wheels don't lock under braking, and then as you approach the corner, you move forwards to load up the front wheel so the driver can turn in. And then as soon as they're getting the power on again, you have to drop back to stop the back wheel spinning.
So it's a pretty intense job by the sounds of things.
In a nutshell, yeah. It's a hard one to explain. The best thing to do is to have a go. the only place I know that allows you to have a go now is Cadwell Park at the International Sidecar Revival. You can come along and have a taxi ride. So you get a couple of laps of Cadwell Park to see what it feels like to be a passenger.
Well, maybe I'll have to give that a go myself. Thanks very much for talking to us. Thank you very much as well. And can't wait to see you guys out there on track.
Thank you very much.
Bye. Great to hear from some of our sidecar guys there again. As I said, compared to everything else that's in the paddock, quite unique, but it's such an amazing form of racing. Hello there.
I raced with Tony in 1990.
Wow, that's going back a couple of years.
A little bit, yeah. We came over for America. We're on a sidecar vacation, and that's a hero right there of mine.
Is he any good?
I think he's pretty damn good, yeah.
Oh, we'll have to wait and see. What are you doing here? You just here supporting him, doing a bit of mechanicking?
Actually, no. We're on a sidecar vacation. We do that when we don't want to spend the fuel money going across the country in America. So that's what we're doing here, yeah.
And how have you been enjoying this side of the pond then?
This is the 5th racetrack we've been to in 5 days here, so we're having a lot of fun. We were at Darley Moor, Donington, we were there, and saw a friend of mine, Julian Carrera, he's in the Talent Cup. So, yeah, we're having fun, glorious weather, and we're at Mallory Park. Who could complain about anything? My wife Ann, she's waiting for coffee, so I got to go.
We'll let you go and speak to you. Thanks very much.
Pal.
Wow, I've got some international fans here at Mallory Park. Great to see that coming over from the United States. And 5 racetracks in 5 days, that's pretty intense, but a former rider himself as well. Getting back to 2 wheels now, we can see the 543 machine here. He's run away from us. I'll see if I can poke my head around, or is he maybe hard at work, or is he hiding from me? Is it a bit of both? We'll try and jump in anyway. Hello, how are we?
Good, thank you.
Yeah, not too bad. Do you want to just introduce yourself for the viewers at home?
I'm Stefan Ellis, 543. I'm in the Open 600 and the Mallory Trophy.
It's great to hear. And talk us through the bike here. It doesn't look... I thought you were doing some work in it at first before you decided to run away from me. Is it all feeling okay?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. No, there's a bit of work to do to it. I think we've got to just change the steering damper, but we'll make that quick change and then we'll be all right. Ready to go.
It's great to hear. And talk us through your year so far, what you've been doing, how's it been going?
I've had 4 years off racing. I haven't done any racing. I've been back at EMRA probably 3 rounds now. Bit of a mixed bag of results, but it's just enjoying it a little bit more, and it's a nice friendly club to be at.
Do you mind if I ask what the break was for?
What the what, sorry?
What the break?
Oh, no, I don't know, just a lot more going on, and no time for racing, I suppose. But no, we're back at it now and having a bit of a go.
Well, that's great to hear, and great to hear that you're enjoying it and got that love back for it, I suppose. Even though you have had a bit of a break, are you still really competitive and want to be fighting for wins, or is it maybe still trying to relearn, all the tricks out there?
There's a lot of relearning, a lot of confidence still to gain. Got a few decent results, I suppose. Just getting back used to it, really.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, I'll let you go on sorting out your damper settings. Thanks for talking to us.
Thanks, cheers.
And again, it just goes to show, I think, I know I've been talking a lot about, the racing community and stuff, but again, here at Mallory Park, you really get this sense of this club feeling, and you've got, younger people, older riders, you've got family, friends coming along to see and support the riders. You've got people who haven't raced in years, you've got people who've only raced for months maybe, all here, all giving it a go. And even though, they want to go out there and compete and show what they can do, they're out there trying to have fun at the same time. Let's see if we can poke my head. I can see another sidecar outfit in here. Let's see if I can potentially poke my head in here and perhaps speak to the man dealing with the helmets. Thank you very much. Are you a bit busy for a quick chat potentially, or can I grab a few words?
I'm just about to pop that way and then go to the...
Is that how long is just about?
Now.
Oh, well, are you looking forward to the weekend at least?
Yes. Yeah.
All right, I'll let you go that way then.
Last one of the season, so see where we come.
Well,
it's all to play for now, so, well, not for us, but the first 2, so top 2, all to play for. Let's see how they do.
Absolutely. I'll
not get in their way.
I'll let you head that way now. Thanks for talking to us.
Very much. Cheers.
Short and sharp there. That's how we like to do it here at Mallory Park. But some of the sidecar guys getting ready to head out potentially. Let's see if we can maybe just follow him up. Not saying I want to chase him and grab more words out of him, but just see if there's anybody else up this way, because we haven't quite walked this way yet. I can see a non-motorbike. That's just a regular bike. And then there is a bike there, the number 176. Let's see if we can slide in there for a word maybe. Let's head on up and dive in. He looks like he's doing autographs. He's so prepared. Oh, are you? Oh, that's my job as well. That's good. Good to meet you. Sorry, Ross, nice to meet you. Might be seeing you later. This is the circuit commentator. That's great chance we've run into him. Yeah, so, for anyone who's never been to Mallory Park before, introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Rhys Pentney. I've been the commentator since round 3 last year. It's quite difficult on your own, but I also race as well in the 500 with the CB 500 guys. But yeah, it's very tricky to do, but it's brilliant. It's good to see you guys. Is it your first time here, or?
Yes, it is. Not my first time at Mallory, obviously, but it's first time here at EMRA. Let's focus on the bike, though, for the time being. You know, that's kind of what we're trying to do. As much as I appreciate your commentary, talk us through your 176 machine.
So, well, yeah, we're the only Kawasaki 500 rider here. We have got another guy normally that comes here, but he's normally the other one who comes with us as well. But yeah, we're just out with the CB 500 guys, and my 3rd season now. We've been working hard with the 500s, trying to be there with them, and just want to be different, really. Always see the CB 500s out there and trying to mix it up with an ER5. I'd say we're in the mix for top 3 in the championship at the minute, but a bit tricky at the moment. I've had too many offs this year, really, but racing in it. If you're not pushing, if you're not crashing, you're not pushing, are you? But yeah, I mean, we did top 3 in the newcomers in No Limits my first year, 2023. Last year, a bit of a learning year here, and this year we tried to really give it a go. But yeah, that's it. 3 years racing so far. I'm having a bit of fun at the minute. Coming in this weekend, just want to enjoy it, get my head down, and just try and stay on the bike this weekend. The last 2 rounds I've crashed in the first race. Try and stay on it this time around for sure.
Well, fingers crossed you're anyway. Thanks for talking to us. I'll let you get on with your autographs and all that.
Thank you very much. You take care, all right?
See you around. We'll do. Well, that was a bit of luck running into the club circuit, or trackside commentator, should I say. We found out when he gets here, he does his races, then runs back and does the PA system, which is quite impressive, it must be said. I can see someone. Are you about to head out, or is there time for a quick one?
No, I've got ages yet.
Oh, you're just sitting on the bike then?
Yeah, just looking fancy. Yeah.
Fair enough. Do you want to introduce yourself for the viewers at home?
My name's Will Round. I'm from Buckingham, England, and I ride a Ninja 400.
Yeah, I mean, as we can tell, obviously you're sat on the thing. Talk us through the bike first of all. Obviously it's the Ninjas, they're pretty beastly.
This is a 2018 Ninja 400, and it's got a restrictor in it. I race at Bemsey, so you have to have the 37 horsepower restrictor in it. So it's quite a slow bike. It's pretty standard. Just got the Arrow exhaust, K-Tech suspension front and rear. That's about it.
So you said you race in other championships, so you've got experience on the bike at least. So are you ready to turn up and win everything here today then?
I'll give it my best shot. I'll definitely try my hardest. But obviously there's people with the like CB 500s and 400s without the restrictors. So I'm going to lose out on that straights, but I'll try crawl it back in the corners and see what I can do.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see. But still, you excited for the racing today at least?
Yeah, I'm really excited. I've never rode at EMRA before, so I'm really excited to have my first go at EMRA. I love Mallory Park. It's a great circuit, so yeah.
Oh, good to hear that you've got the experience around the track at least. We'll let you carry on doing your posing on the bike.
Yeah. All right, thank you. See you later.
Thanks for talking to us. I think I disagree with the bike not being slow, or being slow, should I say. Even with a restrictor, Ninjas are pretty quick. As I can see, another rider sat down there, absorbing in the atmosphere. And he's given us the thumbs up, which is the international sign of I'm okay to come and speak to you. Hello, sir. How are we?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad, thank you. Do you want to introduce yourself for our people watching at home?
Yeah, Adam Hodgkinson, in the CB 500 event today. Currently running in second.
Second's pretty good. Maybe winning later on today.
I'm hoping for my first race win. I think the championship is a bit of a stretch, but happy with second.
That's absolutely fair enough. Spoke to a couple of the CB 500 guys earlier on. Of course, everyone's on close enough to the same machinery as you can get. So I guess in that sense there's a bit more about, you know, the rider and that pure hard racing maybe compared to other classes.
Oh yeah, the class is so competitive. It's always really close racing, especially at the top. As you say, it's all to do with the bike sustaining package, really. It's all about the rider. So yeah, the races are really good to watch as well as to be in.
Absolutely. And see you, you know, feeling pretty zen out there. Is this your kind of pre-race warm-up, or are you just, you know, enjoying some downtime before, you know, we start getting engines going, getting in the zone?
Yeah, it's a bit of a chill time, isn't it? You go, just wait. It's the waiting game now. I'm itching to get out there, but gotta wait your turn.
The adrenaline's going already then.
That's it, yeah.
Well, we'll let you get on with your preparations, but thanks very much for talking to us.
Brilliant, no problem.
Great to hear from a couple more of our CB500 riders there, and maybe first race win coming in there for him as well. Let's head down this way, heading back towards where we started, and just see if there's anybody else that we can maybe grab and speak to before we wrap up and head back up to the commentary box. But as we've mentioned a couple of times, of course, this is the first time EMRA is being broadcast anywhere. So it's the first time that this championship is being shown to the world. And of course, as the media team, it's our first time here as well, but we've had a fantastic time already, and you can really sense there is a great community around this championship. So if you are at home and, you know, you got a bike, you fancy giving Mallory Park a go, head over to the EMRA website, see how you can get involved, see if you can, you know, come and turn up, see what you can do out on the track. As we're seeing a lot of tyres over there. Let's see if we can dive in and see what the situation is with the tyres underneath the Rod Harwin racing tent. And they've got a tyre press as well, so I'm going to go on a whim and say they are supplying these things. I'm assuming one of you is Rod Harwin. Any chance I could jump in for a few words, Rod? Yeah, sure. I'm assuming you are the man who supplies people with things when they break.
Yes, sir.
Well, that's a pretty important job to have. First of all, how are you?
Very good, thank you very much.
And that's great to hear. Talk us through the millions of things that we see before us here. What's going?
Just parts, accessories, anything that breaks really, a few fancy bits and pieces, a lot of tyres, a lot of tyre changing. Just depends on the weather and how many people are here.
I was going to say, I mean, I saw all the tyres outside. I didn't see how many tyres you have in your van. That's quite a lot.
It's quite a view in the van if you want to have a look.
Yeah, that's an impressive number there. So I guess if anyone has any problems or they need fresh set, they come to you then.
Yeah, we can cover most things. Some buy beforehand, which is frustrating, but we're here every event. We're here from 5 a.m. in the morning. And yeah, we work as hard as we can.
Well, that's great to hear. And I guess, you know, your job is to, ensure everyone's got everything they need, but, you know, still ensure that you're having fun yourself at the same time.
There's no fun in work, sir, as you know. It's hard work.
No, it's hard work, but it's rewarding, surely.
Sometimes it isn't. You never know.
Well, I mean, I often like to think none of us would be at a racetrack if we weren't having fun, ever, so...
I think you're very confused, sir.
I might be naive. Well, I'll let you get on selling your things.
No problem, have a good day.
Thank you very much. Great to hear. To see one of the people who supplies everything in the paddock and just help people out with what they do. That's all we've got time for here, though, down in the paddock here at Mallory Park. We're going to wrap up this paddock show and we're going to head back up to the commentary box, carry on with our racing. Hello and welcome back to Mallory Park here at the 6th round of the East Midlands Racing Association Club Championship. After an extended delay which turned into lunch, it is almost time to go racing again. The rain suddenly coming down a little bit earlier on, which only means we've only got a handful of races out of the way, unfortunately, but it means we've got plenty to come this afternoon. And we are just a few moments away from getting those started. You join myself, Ross McIntyre, Tristan Finocchio alongside me in the commentary box. Some really exciting racing this morning, Tristan, and I'm sure we're expecting to have some more of that.
Yes, yeah. Pleasure to be alongside you, Ross. Yeah, lots of great, exciting racing this morning, and now a spanner has been thrown into the works with that rain that we had earlier on. It looks as if the track is starting to dry out a little bit, but it's one of those, it'll be a tough call whether to go with slicks or whether to go with wets. I think a brave soul might go out on slicks, but there's just not quite enough of a dry line just yet. But all it takes is a few laps of racing and that dry line starts to appear.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all about when that crossover is, when you've got to time it perfectly to make that jump over. I'd expect the first race back, I'd assume everyone's probably going to be on wets because, you know, no one's been on the track since it started raining. Even if it is starting to dry, it's probably best to play safe. But everybody in the paddock will have eyes on that race to see how the track reacts, how the track conditions evolve as the riders continue to make their way around. And then it's kind of making the call. When do you go on to slicks? Is it a good idea now? Do you think maybe the first couple of laps will be a struggle, but then they'll come good? It's all part of the gamble.
It's risky, but I'd like to see some bold moves.
That is true. Maybe someone knows something that we don't. Maybe someone's going to turn off on slicks straight away and disappear up the front. It could also be said that someone sticks a set of slicks on, tips it into turn one, and immediately goes on the floor and goes straight on. So anything is possible, as we see.
This is where everyone turns up on intermediates.
I'd be quite impressed if they did, to be fair. I am starting to hear a couple of engines getting fired up in the paddock, so shouldn't be too long before we start to get pushed. I'm seeing a few riders starting to get on machines and a few machines starting to make their way into the holding area as well. Of course, if you are just joining us, hello and welcome to the first ever live broadcast of EMRA here at Mallory Park, round number 6 out of 7 of the 2025 year. A few championships have been decided before we got here this weekend. A few can go this weekend. A couple will probably be going down to the final round of the year. And looking at some of the bikes making their way out onto the to the holding area, we've got 2 so far, and it looks like I am seeing some tread, but not a lot of tread. It doesn't look like full wet tyres there.
Yeah, it's hard to tell from up here, but they don't look like full wets at all. I think, like we mentioned, possibly intermediate, so cut slicks. So obviously slicks with some grooves in them, but to disperse a little bit of the water, but obviously not a full wet tyre that's soft, and then with those treads that will disperse all the water. So it'll be interesting to see. But if you look at some of the bikes riding past, you can see that wet sort of strip down the middle of the tyre, and that's sort of how you can tell how slippy it's going to be. But yeah, looking at the bikes rolling into getting ready to go out, they are all on intermediate tyres, so this is going to be an interesting one.
It absolutely will be. The next race coming up is the Classic Era and the Sport Twins, so there'll be 2 different classes out on track at the same time. The Classic Era for bikes built before the year 2000, so keep that in mind. You'll see a lot of crossover. There's another class, the pre-injection class, which is for bikes that were built before electronic fuel injection, essentially. So you see a lot of crossover, and a lot of riders do tend to do both on the same machinery. But it should be interesting to see what these older machines are able to do. Of course, the electronic aids will probably be a little bit less and a little bit less usable as well. So we'll just wait to see what they're doing. And the Sport Twins, well, they're Sport Twins. They do what they say on the tin. But the riders are now making their way to the holding area. We are expecting 20 to be joining us in this race. But we've had some races where we've had more than that. We've had a couple of races where we've had less than that so far this weekend. So we'll just have to wait and see when they make their way out onto the track. But it was 20. 20 was the number that completed qualifying this morning anyway. Of course, if you are watching trackside, hope you're enjoying the show. If you're watching us live, wherever around the world that it may be, I hope you're enjoying as well. Let us know where you watch from. Let us know who you are supporting. Let us know what you think is going to happen across the rest of the day. It is all to play for. And of course, if you fancy getting involved as well, if you got a bike sat in your garage at home and you fancy, you know, reimagining your MotoGP dreams from when you were 5 and playing on the Xbox, then head over to the EMRA website and see how you can get started here. Looks like the riders are now starting to make their way out towards the grid, so it's time, Tristan, to get our racing kick started once again.
Yeah, looking forward to getting some racing out onto the circuit. Like we said, we saw some interesting racing this morning, so these riders will be going out there now, testing what the track conditions are like, trying to get an eye and try to see where the track's possibly more wet than in other areas. And you can see they're taking it very, very steadily there. But as we saw, a lot of cut slicks going out on circuit, so it's going to be crucial here to keep the heat in those tyres, but also you don't want to be pushing too much because you don't want to go down.
Absolutely, it's all part of that guessing game when you're the first group back out after a rainy lunch break. All eyes are on you, and you are the ones out there on this lap to the grid, on the sighting lap, over the first couple of laps. They're going, okay, what's the conditions like? Where's the grip at? How do I keep the heat in the tyres without pushing too much that I'm ending up down and in the dirt? It's so complicated, and it's so many different things that you have to wrap your head around when you're out there. And I'm sure it's probably not a nice feeling for the riders at the moment.
No, it really isn't. Some riders thrive on it. Some riders are excellent in these kinds of in-between conditions. Some riders hate it, but it always, I think, no matter how confident you are in these conditions, there's always a little bit of nerves going into a race like this. Did I make the right call tyre-wise? I think everyone out there has done. The track is only going to get drier from here on out, unless there's any more rain, which fingers crossed there isn't.
Yeah, hopefully not. We'll wait and see. Of course, saw the marshals waving the flag there, keeping them slow on the way into the pit grid. A big thank you to all of the marshals this weekend for doing an excellent job and ensuring us that we can go racing as safely as possible. But thank you to the medics as well. Haven't needed them so far this week, and let's hope it stays the same way. But thanks for being here just in case, and if we do need them for whatever reason, I'm sure they'll be brilliant. And of course, the crowd.
Thank you to Mr. Best for supplying the ice cream.
Absolutely. Yeah, I haven't actually had one yet, but I'm sure he makes a nice 99, which he then will charge £3 for, because Britain in 2025. Anyway, it's time to get going on our sighting lap. So why don't we start as the riders make their way through to have a little bit of a flick through the grid. It is Josh Foggart on the 721 who starts from pole position. Darrell Lee on the 110 in P2. He's the championship leader in this. And Ian Morgan on the 79 completes the front row. Andrew Hurd on the 125 is fourth, with Carl Davis and Simon Cooper alongside him. P7 is Matthew Wood with Jody Fieldhouse on the 118 in P8, and P9 is Jack Andrews. Wayne Cockayne is in P10 with Liam Walker in P11. Phil Thatcher rounds out the fourth row. Matthew Sardo is 13th with 14th William Curtis, 15th Ian Kirkby, 16th is Anton Brett, 17th Ross Haynes, 18th Wayne Kemp, and only two riders on the final row of the grid. It's Marcel and Aidan Galatovic. So 20 rider grid, we are set to get out there as they're making their way around. And again, two different classes out there. The classic era for bikes built before the year 2000, and then heading through as well the Super Twins as well, and they'll be out there as well. So the front row, Josh Foggart, he's on a Super Twin, and then Darrell Lee and Ian Morgan in second and third. They're on classic era bikes, the Suzuki 600 and a Yamaha 599 respectively for those guys. So we're getting ready to go racing then. And once again, two different classes out there, Tristan. We should be interested to see how they compare, and especially in these conditions.
Yes, like I say, two different classes all sharing the track. It's essentially vintage versus modern twins out on circuit. Two different races to be scoring points in, two wins, two possible winners. So we'll see which way this goes. The nerves will be rising now. It's difficult time. The first race back after lunch, after we had that pour of rain.
Here we go then. Still is all eyes to the red lights. Race one of the day is go for this group. What a getaway from the pole sitter. They're rocking it away at the start and will lead easily down into turn one. The 110 and the 79 trying to trade places just behind those two classic era bikes, going toe-to-toe. But it is the 110, the championship leader in the classic era, that holds on for the time being as they make their way through Gerrards for the first time. And then onto the back straight, all of them jostling for position. A couple of them deciding to run on the curb as they fan out, try and find the grip. 3-4 wide it seems on the way into the chicane for the first time. And look at how they're tiptoeing through there, just tentatively trying to find the grip. Tyres probably not warm enough just yet either. It's all just a waiting. You've got to wait for the bike to warm up underneath you, and you've got to wait for that confidence to strike. Looks like the confidence struck for the 110 though. They've got a huge gap behind them.
Yeah, Darrell Lee doing a really good job out the front of this race. Has found where the grip is. Oh, there's a rider down there. Just a little bit too much on the exit of the hairpin. The rear wheel went, and that, unfortunately, that is curtains for that rider.
Yeah, real shame. Looks like the bike isn't in too much of a state, and he's up on his feet, which is the most important thing. Unfortunately, can't identify who that is at the moment. But up the front, it is Lee on that 110, who's already got a 2.1 second lead from second on the grid. What has happened to the 721? They've dropped back really, really far on the opening couple of laps by the looks of things. So that's a real shame for them. But up the front, the 110 bolts away into the distance, and doing chase behind a couple of riders as well. There we see the 53 and the 277 trying to trade places. Around the outside goes Phil Thatcher on the 50, the 53, making his way through. a nice move there on Matthew Wood in the Super Twins class, of course. Yellow flag still waving as they come up to the top of the hairpin. Of course, we saw that rider go down there a moment ago. Looks like that was the number 4 of Carl Davis on the classic Yamaha, but he is up and out of the way. The yellow flag's still waving. It looks like there's no problem, so it should be green very soon. There he is. You just see him walking at the side of the racetrack. So the 79 then gets through on this group. That's Ian Morgan who leads the way. He's coming P4. And just ahead of the P3 as well. Wood on that Suzuki. I know it's Morgan who's gone up to P3, so Morgan now completes the podium.
Still tentative into Goddard's. Looks as if, though, there's a fair bit of grip out there, considering how wet the circuit actually is. They're carrying a fair bit of lean angle through Goddard's. Darrell Lee, your race leader, looks very, very confident on that machine. So looks as if there is a fair bit of grip being offered out there on circuit. But this battle here, these guys locked together.
Yeah, really, really tight. Actually, on the previous lap, it was the 701 for Simon Cooper in the sports twin class. He actually did a lap that was ever so slightly quicker than Darrell Lee, so he's caught up ever so slightly up the inside. Goes the 53 of Matthew Wood. They're almost contact, rear wheel to front wheel as he barged his way through at the hairpin. Just about got away with that one. That was proper elbows out racing to get ahead of Ian Morgan on the number 79, and that'll move him up into third place, I believe, as they come across the line momentarily. And there's the 277 of Thatcher even that's got in front. But now the 79 looks to the inside, maybe into Gerrard's. No, too far back on that occasion. And as you said, they seem very confident, at least in the first half of the lap. It just seems when they're getting to the slower bit, maybe they're just a little bit more cautious.
Yeah, I think the track is definitely drying out there on circuit. Good thing about this circuit, it's really easy to get heat into the right hand side of the tyre. Obviously you've got that really, really long first corner, so where you're on the side of the tyre for a long time, so leaning through there, quite easy to get heat into the right hand side of the tyre. Where you've got to be careful is when you flick it over to the left.
Of course, Mallory Park's basically a glorified oval, even in this modern form. It was originally a grass track oval back in the 50s, and then when the concrete circuit was put down in 55, it was just an oval, and then they added up this dogleg section and then the chicanes to make the modern superbike circuit that's a touch under 1.4 miles. But still, it's so much to the right. All the temps going on the right-hand side of your tyre, so the left can be a little bit tricky when you're turning in that direction. Morgan then starts to pull away on that number 79. There is race leader. 2.3 seconds is the gap. Just starting to extend it a little bit once again. Darrell Lee is loving life right now on that Yamaha Suzuki. He is flying away at the front. 2.3 seconds, not the biggest lead we've seen all day, but in these conditions, it's a pretty comfortable one.
Yeah, he's controlling it well at the front. His lap times have stayed relatively consistent, chipping away each time, finding more and more grip each time as well. And, we know that the number 110 of Darrell Lee is a strong runner in this category. He's had a perfect season so far on the big pre-2000 Kawasaki, taking every victory so far in his category, and it looks as if he's cruising to another one. But behind him, Simon Cooper isn't too far at all. They are competing in different categories, the both of them. So if it stays like this, both of them will take the win in their respective categories. But seems to be holding his own there in second place overall in the race.
Yeah, just doing his thing, riding around. I don't think he's concerned about pushing too hard. He is probably thinking,
no need really, is there?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's always fun going out and racing someone, even if it's not for position. But again, in conditions like this, the risk is slightly higher. There's no need throwing away 25 points when you've got, 13 or so seconds behind you. So I think he's very much just he's seen the gap and gone, yeah, I could close it down, but there's no point. Let's just bring it back down a bit, play it nice and safe, bring it home towards the end of the race. We're on lap 6 of 10 now, soon to be 7 for when the 110 crosses the line, which you will do very short. This race flying by here at Mallory Park. So it is Lee that leads on Suzuki 600 from the Classic era. P2 overall is the leader in the Sport Twin class. That's who we see now, the 701 of Cooper. P3 overall is second in Classic era of Morgan. P4 overall, P3 in Classic era. That is Thatcher. And then in the Sport Twin is P5 and P7. Well, I should have said it's Novitec. It's Wood, who's now in P4, and P7, that is Walker. They are second and third in the Sport Twin, so dropping a little bit further back. That looks to be the 118, I believe, that I can see there, of Jodie Fieldhouse. And yes, it is. She's currently P11, just ahead of the 201 of Kirkby. And as I say that, actually, they're going to trade places coming out of Devil's Elbow, so that'll be dropping down to 12th place. That's a nice move by Fieldhouse.
Yes, definitely their Fieldhouse there, getting a little bit frustrated on the front, getting dragged past on the straight. Looks as if she's got a little bit more in the corners than the bikes that she's battling with, but just loses out on the front straight. So a bit of frustration there for the number 118. See if she'll make a move down into Edwina's on the brakes this time around. Has a little look, but thinks better of it, although she's almost in there, and then just sucks in the rider behind her.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the engine capacity you tend to try and keep it as similar as you can. So Fieldhouse is on a Aprilia 660. Those around her. Kirkby's on a Suzuki 750. Cockaine's on a Yamaha 1000. And obviously, things are taken into consideration. How many pistons you can have, or, what power does the engine. Typically bigger is going to give you more grunt down the straight. That is what we are seeing here at the moment. But obviously, then
it's almost going to feel like a track day for Jodie out there with bikes that are completely different.
Yeah, no, it is a bit like that sometimes. But of course, then with the smaller capacity, you then have the benefit of a lighter bike. It's a bit easier to go around the corners, supposedly, anyway. So as we come on to lap 8 of 10 then for this group. Out of the front, Cooper has closed down on Lee ever so slightly with the fastest lap last time, 102.048. Again, that's not for position. They've just started their 9th lap, actually. But the gap is now right down 0.7. So the leaders could be starting to fight very, very shortly.
Yep, so it's tightening up at the front here, and we could be on for a battle at the front of this race. Last lap there for Cooper, down in the 101s, the first 101 we've seen in this race. They're still just over 5 seconds away from what we've seen from them in the dry, so not completely back to dry conditions, but it looks as if they're getting very, very close. So we need to keep an eye on this battle out the front. There is Darrell Lee on the number 110, and there, just in the distance, is Simon Cooper.
Of course, you've got to understand that when you're in changeable conditions like this, lap after lap after lap, your confidence just grows and grows. Your speed increases as you begin to settle in. And yes, as the tyres heat up and the track gets dry as well, there's so many different things that make you go faster and faster. They're starting the final lap of the race now. Let's look at the lap times. Let's see if Darrell Lee has responded. Yes, he has. 101.150 on the last lap. That was 9 tenths quicker than Cooper in P2, so he's seen the pressure starting to be put on him. He's just responded, pulled out a quicker lap to go, I know we're not really racing in the same race, but I'm taking the checker flag first, thank you.
Perfect for him. I mean, it'll also get to that point within the race. He's been ticking the laps away. He's been seeing the track conditions improve. He's been obviously feeling it on the bike as well. The grip will be coming to him, and it'll almost be effortless, just putting that little bit more effort in on circuit. Braking slightly later, accelerating slightly earlier, and the time just comes.
Absolutely. A bit of traffic to contend with as he comes to the hairpin for the final time. But I don't think it's going to be too much of a worry for him as he makes his way through the bus stop and into Devil's Elbow for the final time. It's been a wonderful ride for the 110, and he will take the checkered flag and take a well-deserved victory in the Classic Era race. Coming home just behind him is Cooper on the 701. He wins in the Sport Twins, and those two, well, now Tristan, we've got a long old wait because they were quite far in front of everybody else. Those two really the class of the field today.
Yeah, absolutely, both in a league of their own and both in their respective categories as well. So brilliant performances from the both of them. Morgan now does take the checkered flag, 23.5 seconds back from the rest of the field.
Absolutely. What a performance, though, from our respective race winners, Lee and Cooper, but the one thing especially, you got to think, on a classic 90s bike where it's a little bit trickier to ride, the electronic aids aren't really there in changeable conditions. that is difficult to say the least, as the riders will make their way. He's being sent back down the pit lane by the looks of things, interestingly. But at the end of that one, it is Darrell Lee that takes the overall win and the Classic Hero win. Cooper in second takes the Sport Twin victory. It is Morgan who finished in third place, with Wood fourth, Thatcher fifth, Walker sixth, Brett seventh, Andrews in P8, Froggatt in P9 and Kirkby in P10. Elsewhere, we had Curtis in 11th, Fieldhouse 12th, Cockayne in 13th, Sale 14th, Galatovic in 15th, Kemp in P16, and it looks like we lost, unfortunately, the rider who went down earlier. That was Davis on the number 4. So a real shame for Carl there to go down and out, but that is the way that the cookie crumbles sometimes. That is the way how it's going to be. Of course, one more race still to come later on today for these guys. 2 races, of course, across the weekend. Up next, it will be 800 to 450 GPs and the Mini Twins. So going from older to newer, but a bit of a step back in terms of pace and power. And these guys just waiting in the dummy holding area there. You can see a few novices in the orange bibs as well. These guys, of course, do not have their clubman license yet from the ACU. Still allowed to race, of course, but you do just have to have an orange bib. It's not embarrassing, guys. We all like to start somewhere. And just because you have an orange bib does not mean you are any slower. It just means you are less experienced, of course. As you can see, the riders down there getting ready to go out on their way. And I'm sure they are itching to go. Again, just looking at the tyres, looks like we've got those cut slicks once again, the quote-unquote intermediates for this group. Just looking at the commentary box window, which is in the tower, you can see in the middle of your picture, just directly behind, looks like rear tyres again, similar thing, cut slicks. So the quote-unquote intermediates for everybody out there. Still not quite got the confidence for the dry tyres. Although I say that, the 197 of Simon Lehane, I think, might be on slicks. He's well out of the way of your picture. He's sat right at the back of the holding area. He is on slicks, though, so keep your eyes on the 197. He's starting quite far down the order as well, so that may be a bit of a gamble from him to see if he can magic something. Oh, they look like full wets almost. That's an aggressive call.
Yeah, full wets for that bike out there. I mean, the cut slicks for these guys will essentially be full dry tyres for them. I'd be surprised if they were running full slicks in a club race. But the cut slicks, like I say, essentially will be a dry tyre for them, so it is essentially dry and wet. But a few different tyre choices we can see. There's some opting for the full wets, which I think is probably just going to tear up, especially round Gerrard's. As we were saying in the race before, a lot of heat gets generated through Gerrard, so running wets, I think in these conditions, you're just going to tear them apart.
Yeah, I think I'm inclined to agree, Tristan. I think that's the wrong decision at this phase. I mean, we saw in the previous race that, no one really needed wets. Everyone was on cut slicks, and they are getting a few who are on slicks. There's no cut grooves, and they are, your regular dry racing tyre. So tyres really coming into play here for the 880 to 450 GPs and the Mini Twins as well. Of course, if you are just joining us for the first ever EMRA live broadcast, we hope you are enjoying the show. You have missed a couple of races, unfortunately, but make sure you head back to check out what is happening and check out all of the great racing we've had so far. We're in race number 5 of 18. We had a bit of a delay earlier on that turned into lunch break, so maybe slightly change in the schedule, but we cannot wait to get this going once again for yet again another split class, the 80 to 450 GPs and the Mini Twins as well. So again, lots of different things to think about, and I think in this one we'll probably be seeing the one of the bigger pace splits, shall we say, in terms of the different machinery.
Yes, there's a whole host of different bikes out there on the grid. You've got your sort of standard Mini Twins, so the very traditional Suzuki ER650, then there's some Kawasaki 400s in there, there's some, looks like Premoto 3 250cc singles in there as well, so a whole host of different machinery, so we'll definitely see some interesting racing, even a van out on circuit as well.
I'm not sure if he's just fancied a hot lap or he's being sent out for a reason, but either way, we're here to see 2 wheels, not 4, but fair enough. Hope he's enjoy your trip round in your van. It is quite a fun circuit to whip round in the car. To be fair, we did that. Oh, that'll be why. That's where the number 4 crashed in the previous race, and it appears to have been a bit of fluid that's been dropped on the track. So I'm assuming the van has some sand in the back of it they can throw down on there. I don't think that's too much of a concern. It's quite a way off the line on the exit of the hairpin.
It is, yeah. On that opening lap, though, there'll be bikes everywhere. So I guess it's better to be safe than sorry.
Absolutely. I'm not saying just leave the oil there by any means, but it's I don't think it's going to be of a massive concern for the riders that that has been fluid.
Luckily, it is offline. Definitely.
Yeah. Because obviously, even when fluid's been put down, it's been standing over, you still got to think about it. Because if you're running over that dust, that's going to get in your tyres. Yep. That's going to, have an effect. And if your tyres are red hot as well, it's going to stick to them. That's going to cost you grip as well. So, lucky that it's offline. The riders, I think, won't need to worry about it. But they're going to give it a sweet watch. The marshals just checking something out a little bit further up the racetrack now.
Just making sure there definitely isn't any more out there, and it's definitely not directly online. I mean, after that crash, we didn't see any moments there on camera anyway. We didn't see anyone sort of losing grip or losing traction. So we'll keep an eye on the situation as it unfolds. Plenty for all these guys to be thinking about. All this time whilst they're sat waiting to go out, though, those tyres will be getting colder and colder. So that's something that they're going to have to really consider before they go out.
Well, on the subject of cold tyres, I've just seen the 197 of Samuel Hayne, who was starting on the slicks. Obviously, he's had some tyre warmers on while he was back at the awning, came out, figured out that they were sat there waiting, and his mechanic, I suppose, brought over a leaf blower to blow hot air onto the tyres to try and keep them warm, and now he's gone back to the awning, and that's quite a lot of dust going down, so maybe that problem was a bit further up the rest of that. I mean, that would explain why he spanned, or why he dropped it, even, to be fair. Just dropping fluid onto the rear tyre, light it up, down you go, is pretty easy.
Definitely, yeah. So that's definitely something that all these guys are going to have to be thinking about. And, we've seen a couple of bikes, especially the GP bikes that do run the full slicks, been taken back to their awnings to try and keep the heat in those tyres.
Of course, if you're just a reminder, if you sat at home and you're rekindling your MotoGP or your British Superbike dreams as you're watching Marc Marquez run away with another race victory, inevitably. I haven't actually seen the results, that's not a spoiler, but let's be honest, it probably is. And you've got a bike in the garage, head over to the EMRA website, come and see what we're all about. Again, we were running around speaking to people in the paddock, and we've had people here that have been racing their entire lives. We've had people here that have taken extended breaks from racing, but they've been back for a couple of months. We've had people that have only been on bikes for a couple of months here, but everyone's turning up with a smile on their face and doing a fantastic job, and all trying to compete, but all being friendly and trying to help each other out as well, which is great to see.
It's such a lovely paddock. It's such a welcoming paddock. It's somewhere where you can come ride your bike for the weekend, enjoy some good racing, and then just have a laugh with the people in the paddock on the evening. So it really is a lovely environment here at EMRA, and it always has been.
Absolutely. And Mallory Park, of course, it is a great circuit as well, and one that is steeped in history. So many great names have gone around and here in anger, or not in anger, maybe they had a smile on their face, they probably did, but it's a circuit that has seen so much.
I'm sure there's been plenty of anger as well.
Yeah, there probably has, but it has been brilliant so far. And again, we've had just people everywhere, in and out of the paddock, taking photos, bringing families along to watch the action. So it has been fantastic to see. As again, we are just waiting. We saw a lot of sand being put down there at the hairpin. So I'm going to assume that it was the number 4 of Carl Davis who went down in the previous race. I'm going to assume he probably started dropping fluid on the entry to the corner, got on the rear tyre, lit it up, went down.
Yep. Very, very, very possible. Could be that's happened. Could be that it's gone down and something's cracked and something started leaking. But yeah, really could be either one. But obviously, it's not what you want, especially in these conditions, and especially a corner like that where it's all on exit and a lot of weight will be being transferred to the rear when they're accelerating out of that hairpin. So it's you really want to make sure that there's enough grip there.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm sure that we'll be getting going very soon and all will be fine. As we see there, I even bought deck chairs or camp chairs even. That's a good idea, that, isn't it? Sit down at the side of the track, bring a picnic, watch some racing go around. The rain's gone away, so it's not supposed to come back either. So Yeah, fair play. I respect that. He's got some food in the bag as well. So yeah, fair play. Enjoy it. It's not quite the
Sunday picnic at Mallory Park.
It's not quite the 11 a.m. beer that you sometimes see people whip out at a racetrack, but it's a bit more respectable than that.
Who have you seen do that?
I won't name names, but I have seen it done before, and obviously I don't think they realised they were on camera at the time either. But it was I'll leave that one there. Vans are starting to leave, but that is a lot of sand that's been put down at the hairpin. In fact, some of the riders I think are actually being sent. Are they being sent back or sent out?
Not sure if they're being sent back or they're choosing to go back. It might be a lot of the time with these things. One person goes back and then the rest follow. But I think judging, I think they have been sent back.
Yeah, they've definitely either been told you can go back to your on and if you want because you're going to be a little while, and they've all gone, yeah, that's probably a good idea because we're just sat here on now stone cold tyres, or they've been told you're going to be a while, you should go back to your on, as in you are going back to your on because you're just sitting here and it's a bit pointless. So we'll keep you updated with what's going on as soon as we know, but yeah, we are currently in a delay for those who maybe missed it after an accident in the previous race, which has seemingly dropped fluid all over the hairpin, and that of course has to be cleaned up. So yeah, we'll just have to keep you posted. But riders are being sent back to the awnings. That's a set of sideburns, isn't it? Wow, that's quite impressive. I'll give you that. It's we're not quite at the point where I'm just taking the mick out of people, but it's that's quite an impressive pair of sideburns. Racing sideburns, I like that. But yeah, so it's been good racing so far, Tristan. Back to maybe something a bit more logical to talk about. Yeah, shame that we've got another delay, unfortunately. But this maybe adds another thing to think about, because the track was drying in that last race and the riders were gaining confidence, getting faster and faster as the tyres got warmer and warmer, etc, etc. And now there's no rain falling. It's still fairly mild here temperature-wise, so the track is just going to naturally dry itself. So the conditions are going to be even better when we do get back to racing.
It should do. There's not a lot of wind, but it did seem to be drying fairly quickly in the last race that we saw. We saw the lap times getting quicker and quicker towards the end. That will also be down to riders getting more of a feeling for the conditions and understanding the conditions more and more as that race went on. We saw the lap times were just over 5 seconds away from what we know they are capable of. So we'll just have to wait and see what the conditions are going to be for this next race, but hopefully it'll dry up and we'll have some good racing. Obviously wet weather always throws a bit of a spanner in the works, always makes things interesting, so hopefully we'll be on for some great racing in all the races that are left to come here at Mallory Park. We've already had some incredible racing this morning, so hopefully that continues.
Absolutely. As you can see, everyone just waiting patiently to see what's going to happen. You can see the motocross track in the background there for the
this is looking a bit like away. A motocross track now as well, with all of this.
Yeah, just a bit. I mean, it's being swept in or off the track or something. Marshals are doing a great job regardless. I'm not entirely sure what they're doing, but I'm sure they're doing a very good job of it. So we'll figure out. But Mallory Park, of course, hosted the British Motocross Grand Prix back in 2008 and 2009, if you remember that one. And then it got cancelled for noise complaints. But now they've got the new Junior Electric Motocross Series, which takes place over on the track on the far side of the circuit, as you just saw one of the uphill sections there. But yeah, no, it's getting that's. I'm wondering if people might try and hang it out a bit wider maybe at the hairpin with this, because
possibly,
it'll cost you time there, but
the more it's being ridden over, the more tyres go over it, wheels go over it, it'll sort of flatten and sort of cement into the tarmac, and it'll get grippier and grippier. I mean, the idea of it is for it to be grippier than it was before, and it definitely will be. So obviously we just need to wait until it's as safe as possible for these guys to go around. But it will be something they'll have to go out. They'll have to get a feel for it and really feel what the conditions are going to be like and how much grip is around that hairpin.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll just have to wait and see when they go out there, and I'm sure riders on the way to the grid and then on the sighting lap as well. They'll be maybe not running entirely over at a full pace, but they'll certainly be having a look at it, figuring, okay, is this something that we can attack straight away, or is it something we just got to deal with over the first couple of laps? We'll have to wait and see. I'm not sure if that marshal is crying or if they're just bored.
He really wants the racing to get going.
I know. I'd be devastated as well if I was there and the racing wasn't happening. No, he's fine. He's just giving his eyes a rub. Maybe he's a bit tired. But there we go. He's got a wave. Thank you. Thank you. Hope you're having a good day, whatever your name is. But again, once again, a big thank you to all of the marshals for all of their hard work this weekend. And we can go on now. I was talking about the sideburns earlier, but I think that wins in terms of. I know it's not real hair, but that's impressive.
That deserves the Mallory Trophy.
Just give it to him. We can go home. Oh yeah. Well, yeah. That's. Yeah, we've had some good hair on display. If you think you've got a better hair than these guys, write to us. Like the first floor of the Mallory Park Tower. We're here all day. Yeah, or let us know.
Going down into between us, wouldn't it? Can you imagine being on the brakes and you see that?
I mean, there's lots of different colours there as well. So I wonder if you'd interpret that as some sort of a flag or something, maybe. Like there's a big red bit on top. That could be a red flag, maybe. That could be dangerous.
Yeah, I'd definitely get distracted by that. But then again, that's probably why I crashed so much.
Yeah, we'll see. I crashed less than you, to be fair, but the simple reason for that is because I never went racing, so it's pretty easy to win that one, isn't it? Yeah, still under a delay here if you are just joining us at Mallory Park due to some fluid on the circuit, and riders still patiently waiting to make their way out onto the circuit. That's the 739 there of John Chandler, his Suzuki. Is supposed to be going out as soon as possible. Full wets we see there on the front.
Yep.
But again,
looks as if a wet tyre has been changed out of the back there. He's got a tyre warmer on the back, and you can see the wet wheel on the side. So it looks as if he's going for a wet front and a dry rear, which could be a good shout.
Yeah. It's a call you don't see very often, but it does work. When it works well.
It gives you that grip on the front tyre. Also, I mean, the main danger for tyre wear with those wets would be the rear tyre going through Gerard's, so could be a good option.
Yeah, absolutely. Is that the play that you want to be? And Tristan, of course, you with your in-depth knowledge of tyres and Gerard's.
I wouldn't go that far.
Yeah, but I mean, you've been around. Obviously you've ridden the BSP Paddock, you've ridden the World Superbike Paddock before a couple of times. And I know the last time you were here you left in an ambulance, but you have been around here at Mallory Park before. Quite a fair few times, I can imagine. Why don't you talk us through the challenges of this circuit when you're at the absolute limit?
Yeah, so raced in EMRA a couple of times myself, done plenty of races at Mallory Park in Thundersport and the Aprilia Super Teens. Mallory, it's always very, very much to do with the conditions. I always found in the wet it did offer a fair bit of grip, and it's good that when you go through Gerard's being such a unique kind of corner, such a fast flowing corner, you end up getting a lot of heat into those tyres. The main thing is making sure you can keep heat into the left hand side of the tyre as well as the right. Yeah,
absolutely. Again, as I mentioned it a while ago, Mallory, when it was before it was even a concrete track, it was just a grass track, and then when it first was laid out as tarmac, it was just an oval and you just turn right.
It essentially is a big oval with a couple of kinks in it.
Yeah, it's a big oval with a couple of kinks and a bit that goes uphill. It is as close to an oval
but
as
it makes for some incredible racing, and it is a joy to ride.
It is. I'm sure it absolutely is fantastic to ride. It certainly offers fantastic viewing and fantastic racing, for fans and spectators and what have you. So it's it is a brilliant circuit. And if you are local to Kirkby Mallory, feel free to head on down and see what it's all about, as I am seeing bikes beginning to return to the holding area. There we have one. That looks like a slick on the rear to me from this distance anyway. I don't think I need glasses, but I can't quite tell. No, it's cut slicks. Close enough anyway. So that's the 186, who is the only rider who has made it out so far. That's Ewan West from Lutterworth on his Suzuki. And apparently the riders have been called to the holding area. Apparently Ewan is the only one who has listened to that call, but he's keen to get going. No, we've got some more coming through now, and that was one of the riders. Yeah, they're all starting to come through, and they're all now starting to go cut slicks. I think anyone who was thinking about slicks earlier on, probably seeing that dust go down, has probably gone, you know what, yeah, let's maybe put some grooves on this.
Almost definitely, yes. I think with your more sort of road bikes, your Mini Twins, the Kawasaki 400s in there, I think there's a couple of Yamaha R3s in there, there's a Aprilia 660 you can just see lining up as well. They'll probably all be going for cut slicks. Maybe some of the GP machines, so the 250s, might be going for the full slicks, but we'll just have to wait and see. But I think it's definitely you definitely wouldn't want to be going out on full wets.
No, I think like you said, it's just going to rip your tyres to shreds with all the overheating through Gerard's on the extreme wet weather tyres, and it's not extremely wet at all. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see if anyone's brave enough to try that. I won't use the word ignorant, because I don't think that anyone can be that ignorant to go out on wets in these conditions as it stands. But the riders are slowly but surely sliding their way into the holding area. And once we have everybody, our requisite 22, which are to be joining us in this upcoming race, the GP 80 to 450 and Mini Twin classes, both on track at the same time, then we will get round to the grid, then go to our starting lap, and then it's red lights on, red lights off, 10 laps of racing.
Brilliant. Cannot wait to get this race underway. We've been waiting a while for it, and then these guys will be eager to get going. The tensions will be rising the longer they've had to wait. They'll have to assess the track conditions. Obviously, still some damp patches out there. It'll still be a bit greasy, and then obviously we've got all that dust down at the hairpin as well. So plenty going on for these guys, and they're going to have to make sure that they accurately assess those track conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. The sighting lap and the lap to the grid in the first place is going to be so crucial, because yes, most of the time it's a formality. It's just about going around, making sure the bike works, make sure you're happy with the setup of the tyres. This time you've got to be checking every single inch of racetrack, every single corner, seeing, okay, where's the dry line, where is it a bit damp, where's the grip like, how does the bike feel if I do this or this. There is so much at stake when the conditions are like this, and there's been such a long delay, and then a secondary delay after that one as well. So as the riders make their way out of the pit lane on their way to the grid, we'll have to see what people are feeling like. I'm sure it's probably going to be one of the slower laps to the grid that we'll see this weekend, as people just try and figure out what is going on. But crowds forming once again, and they're excited to see what racing we're about to witness. Of course, the GP 80 to 450 class and the Mini Twin class both on track at the same time. We've got slightly more 80 to 450s than we do Mini Twins, all of which on Suzuki's, of course. It still should be a fascinating battle, and I'm seeing quite a good split across the grid as well. Everyone's kind of quite evenly split in terms of where they are, so should be an interesting inter-class race almost.
Yes, Mitch Ducran was very quick during qualifying earlier on. No one could really lay a glove on him. Wildcard entry this weekend. Keep an eye out as well. Also on the front row will be Paul Sawyer, who leads the championship by a hair and has been sharing wins all throughout the season. So we'll see how this one pans out. Plenty to be thinking about. Looking at the circuit, though, it looks pretty dry.
Yeah, from a visual standpoint anyway. Of course, sometimes looks can be deceiving with these kind of things, and you're trying to guesstimate how wet a track is, but it does look like the circuit is on the drier side of things. We did see everyone taking it quite wide on the run-up to the hairpin. We'll see on the sighting lap if maybe they're going to try and test the sandy part, see if that's what the grip's like, because they're going to have to at some point. You may as well make the sacrifice and make it grippy for everyone yourself now, as the riders make their way down onto the grid. Of course, we'll get one sighting lap and then 10 laps of racing await us here in two different classes. 22 riders out there, some of them still novices, as you can tell with the orange bib, which after, I believe it's 10 race meetings, you get upgraded to a clubman licence and you get to quote-unquote lose the bib, of course, which is, I'm sure, a wonderful feeling. But the riders then getting ready to go out on their sighting lap, and again, a crucial sighting lap, this one, Tristan.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, emphasis on the word sighting here. They really need to be making sure that they're assessing the track conditions when they go round here. It looks pretty dry through Goddard's. Obviously, they'll be able to feel how much grip is out there, because there was even comments this morning that the track felt a little bit greasy through Goddard's, and that was before we had any rain at all. So we'll keep an eye out on the lap times and see what the conditions are like, but they all look pretty confident out there on this sighting lap.
Well, we'll have to wait and see when they get to the top of the hill, because that's where people seem to be struggling. It is Mitch Duncan who starts on pole. Mitch Nichols alongside Paul Sawyer completes the front row. Josh Crisp, John McLaren and Mark Bayliss on row 2, with Simon Cooper 7th, David de Groot in P8 and Arthur Woods 9th. Paul Holdsworth rounds out the top 10, with the rest of that row being Ewan West and Rob Kirk. Gareth Rose is alongside Ben Hemmings and Ben Phipps. John Chandler is 16th with Alan Clark and Simon Lane 17th and 18th. 19th is William Round with Dylan Barr in P20. P21 is Mason Mitchell, and alone on her own at the back, unfortunately, it is Erica Lawson on the number 50 and P22. And once again, seeing people avoiding that sand, that seems to be quite a common thing. Again, lap 1, when you're going maybe 2, potentially 3 abreast into that corner, that could be a little bit interesting if people are desperately trying to avoid that and trying to muscle their way out.
Yeah, it's an extra thing to be thinking about. So, I'm sure all these guys will be very conscious of that and will navigate their way through it. But yeah, plenty for these guys to be thinking about as they go to start their first race of the weekend.
Yep, first race of the weekend, 5th race of the weekend overall then. 2 Mitches together on the front row. Duckran leads the way from P1, Nichols alongside in P2 in the mini twin class, and then Paul Sawyer, the sole 80 to 450 rider on that front row, on that 441 machine on the left hand side of that front group. It'll be all eyes to the red lights. A pole sitter, but we are underway. Nichols with a great start from the middle of the front row. He'll have the inside line down into turn 1, but the 66 sweeps it through to Gerrards. Will hold that P1 for the time being, as look at the gap that the front's already starting to form. They're feeling very confident out there. No one having any issues with the track conditions so far as they head down to the chicane for the first time. Anyone fancy making a move? Anybody feeling brave enough? A couple people maybe, but so far looks like everyone's just riding in formation, keeping that status quo.
Yeah, this is fully dry now. They're fully attacking out there. You can see the lean angle they had through Gerrards, so it'll be interesting to see that now, how they navigate through this hairpin for the first time. Paul Sawyer's dropped right down through the mix there. That's not good for the championship leader in the GP80 to 450 class, so we'll keep an eye out on his progress as well. They're all avoiding the dust on the inside of the hairpin there. Now down through the Devil's Elbow for the first time, onto the front straight. It's a good start for your pole sitter, Mitch de Kram.
Yeah, but he was rolling forward at the start. Is that something that the clerk of the course and the stewards are going to deem a jump start? We'll have to wait and see. It really depends on how they're feeling, to be honest, with that one. But he has had a very strong opening lap and a bit now, as he comes over the crest at the end of Gerrard's before dipping back down onto the back straight. Nichols is a little bit further back as it stands. Gap at the line was 1.2 already, and then Nichols himself has just under a second ahead of Chris on the 77 in P3, who has had a great start so far. McLaren as well, he looks to be up 10 or so positions apparently, which is a fantastic start for the 140. No, in fact, he's not. My live timing is lying to me. He's up 1 position into P4, but still a strong start for him. And once again, all avoiding that dust on the inside. Somebody at some point is going to have to go on that, and it could be a little bit interesting when they do. But for now, everyone keen to stay away.
Yeah, and you're wondering if someone is wondering if what the grip levels are over that dust. They might even be able to gain a bit of an advantage having a better racing line if the grip is provided there. So we'll keep an eye out on that one. Ducran then 3.2 seconds out the front ahead of Nichols and Crisp. McLaren now up to P4. That is your championship leader in the mini twin series, so obviously 2 categories to be keeping an eye out for here.
Yeah, both of these championships very, very close, though, it must be said. I think there's 1 point in it in the mini twins in the 80s to 450s. It's 7 or so points off the top of my head. So it's a championship that's definitely going to be going down to the final round if everyone's able to perform to their maximum and doesn't have any issues. Still avoiding that inside line there. doing it Daytona style, getting high up on the banking to try and use that momentum, use that extra speed perhaps. Doesn't seem to be affecting anybody too much up the front of the pack. Duckran is flying as it stands. He's just set a lap a second and a half quicker than anybody else and extended the gap to 4.7.
And that is just a little bit quicker than he went in qualifying. So that is back to fully dry conditions now there out on circuit.
That's really, really confident as well, and that's with running a wider line at the hairpin. And, you know, maybe the occasional damper on the cut slicks. That's incredible pace from him early doors in this race. Lap 4 out of 10 here at Mallory Park in the 80 to 450s and the mini twin categories. It's Duncan that leads from Nichols, from Crisp, the top 3 overall, all mini twins in the 80 to 450 class. P1 is P5 overall. That's De Groot on the Kawasaki 400. P2 is Woods, P8 overall. P3 is Cooper in P9 overall. He's got 2 Kawasaki's and an Aprilia making up the podium.
Josh Crisp,
in the 80 to 450s.
Josh Crisp is looking racy here. He's been trying everything he can to make his way around Nichols, and it looks as if he's done it there around the outside into Gerrard's and made that one stick. So let's see if the number 347 has an answer for him.
Lovely move there from the 77. That started in P4, makes his way now up into P2 or P2, yes, with a fantastic move. So
looks like he's going to respond.
Yep, looks to the inside, not close enough, I don't think. No, will Chris leave the door open? No, he won't. He's confident in his own abilities, but it is now 6.5 seconds to the race leader. I think this is very quickly as they go through some lap traffic, becoming a battle for second.
Yeah, just hold my breath there as they go through the lap traffic. Has a little look up the inside down at the hairpin, but wasn't quite able to make that one stick. So Ducran is that leads out the front on the number 66 machine. But these guys battling for second overall. There's McLaren a little bit further back as well. And then behind them is De Groot, who's had a very good start. He's come up from 8th place on the grid.
Yeah, he's had a great opening 6 laps so far of this race. Crisp has actually closed the gap on the previous tour to Duckran in the race lead. That's Suzuki carving the gap down to a whole whopping 6 seconds now.
Ducran, though, was 2 seconds a lap slower on that last lap, so we'll have to keep an eye on that to see if that is him with a problem or if that's just him managing things.
Yeah, maybe traffic as well getting involved. So many different things that you do have to consider out here in EMRA. As we see some of our other riders making their way up the hill towards the hairpin, and there is Crisp, and he's started to open up a little bit of a gap now.
Where's Nichols gone?
Where is Nichols?
Because that's just Crisp on his own there, and we haven't seen... There's Nichols.
Oh, he's got back in front.
So something's happened to Josh Crisp there that we've missed.
Yeah, that's a shame then for Crisp. He was looking really sharp and really racy earlier on, but for whatever reason has dropped back a little bit. So he's either made a mistake or been held up, a bit inconvenienced maybe, and now drops down into P3. There is Ducran, the race leader.
That was
66.
Last minute on the brakes there.
Woo! Now that is a man who was riding on the absolute edge. That's 66. Has a pretty commanding lead at 7.6 seconds at the line last time, and still is absolutely on it. Even with traffic ahead, even with conditions like they are, where yes, they see a driver, there may still be the odd damp patch, and you've got that huge trail of sand on the inside of the hairpin. He's still going at it maximum attack. It's unbelievable to watch.
Yeah, it's impressive because he just looks at ease with it. It was a little bit on the limit going down into between us, but it looked like it was all completely in control, and he's just enjoying himself out there.
Absolutely. Lap 8 of 10 then. Penultimate lap of the race after this one. 3 to go in total. And yeah, he's just flying away, enjoying himself out there. I wouldn't say it's an unscheduled test session. He's just kind of doing his own thing. His closest rider, 8.2 seconds away. Battle for P4. There's only 1.3 separating those guys. Battle for P6, though, was at less than a 10th at the line on the previous tournament. Yes, it was 0.08 of a second between De Groot and Bayliss at the line last time, so that's pretty close between the number 34 and the number 44, the Kawasaki against the Suzuki. And as they push on inwards, yeah, the 66 up the front. He's just doing his thing and having a good time and running away at the front.
Yeah, definitely. Just enjoying himself, and you can tell by the body language, you can tell by the way he's riding, having a little bit of fun out there on that number 66 machine, on the Mini Twin. Good little bit of power behind it, and that one of those things will be so much fun to ride around here, especially through Gerard's. A little bit of a roll going into it. Nice fast right-hander. It will be carrying plenty of speed coming out of there. Then you've got a little bit of opportunity to get the rear wheel moving around a little bit on the brakes down into Edwinas and down into the hairpin as well. So you can tell he's enjoying himself, and I don't blame him, although he's coming up to a lot of traffic here.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit tricky to try and negotiate. I mean, he's got enough time to
get in front of all of them by the end of the hairpin.
I'd be very impressed as the rear moving around underneath the braking. Is he going to get squeezed onto the sand? Not quite. That's two of them done anyway. Still really, really brave, but he was trying, and then I think he decided about halfway through, actually, no, I don't think that's quite worth it.
There's no need, really, is there?
No, especially when you've got a near 10-second lead. Final lap of the race then for the 66, who was having the time of his life out there, is riding the race on the weekend. Certainly, that's problems for the 17. And what has happened there to Ben Phipps? The rider from Southport having issues, coming to a stop at the top of the hairpin. That seems to be mechanical, but he's got going again. And a check back from the 66, sees there's no one in sight, and he'll just carry on his business for the rest of the race.
There's no one there. There's no one there for another 10 seconds, I'm afraid. But brilliant ride from Mitch. Hasn't really put a foot wrong all race, and has looked like he's been flirting with the limits.
Yeah, I think that's one way to put it. It's been a masterclass to watch, but he's been pushing it, testing himself, seeing what he can do. But I'm sure with a massive smile underneath the helmet as he rounds the bus stop and into Devil's Elbow for the final time. Mitch DeCran on the 66 is going to take race number 1 of the weekend and take it in some style. What a performance! What a ride from him, and dominates a victory by over 10 seconds. It will be at the line from Mitch Nichols, who will come home in P2 on the 347. You're still waiting for him. There he comes now. 12.4 it is now at the line. And Josh Crisp has to hold on to third after those issues, whatever they may have been. A real shame for him. But what a performance that is from Mitch DeCran. An absolute display and a half. He just... Well, I mean, there was debates over whether there may have been a jump start. Yes. But once he got away, got back into the lead down into turn 1, he just never looked back. It is Mitch DeCran on the Mini Twin, who takes victory from Nichols in second, and Josh Crisp in P3. P4 was McLaren, with P5 Sawyer taking the victory in the 80 to 450 class. P6 was Bayliss, P7 was De Groot, and P8 was Woods. They were P2 and 3 in the 80 to 450 class. P9 was Cooper, and P10 on the Suzuki was Kirk. So we had a Honda Kawasaki 80 to 450 class podium. Looks like they just missed out on Cooper on the Aprilia, getting on there as well. Not a huge gap between himself and Woods just ahead. So that'll be race number 1 then done for these guys. They, of course, will be back out later on for race number 2. Still plenty more to come your way across the day. 18 races we've got in total this weekend. Of course, we have to factor in the FRSA F2 sidecars. That championship as a guest class here this weekend for their final round of the championship. And they put on a fantastic race 1 earlier on today. You know, really, really looking forward to what they are going to bring for us later on for their second race. And of course, the second race of all of the classes. We've got the Mallory Trophy up next. Riders starting to make their way into the holding area, and they'll be sent out, hopefully, unlike last time, with no delays, and we can just get straight on with the racing. So that was the GP80s and 450s and the Mini Twins. Let's move on to the Mallory Trophy. Mallory Trophy coming up next then. A grid on only 16 riders, unfortunately, shall we say. And the riders just making their way out now to the holding area. It looks like only 16 riders will be joining us for this one, but it's a very, very strong grid. Riders, many of whom we've seen today before, put on an absolute display. Your likes of Liam Geacock, Dan Stamper, Jack Pearce, Josh Frogger, all of them have been out today and known for their strong ability and skill, and looking to head out and put on some more fantastic displays in this one. Of course, there are two different classes in this championship. You've got your open class up to 749cc and also over to Sport 20, which we've just seen, of course. We've also got the 750 to 1300cc class, so they are seen as they're kind of equal in a sense, but there's just two different classes out there. It seems to me there's actually a pretty even split amongst the two classes. Riders making their way down to the grid now, and then of course one sighting lap, then of course 10 laps of racing coming your way. And as I was saying a moment ago, Tristan, we've got some very, very strong riders on this grid. Could be really interesting to see them do battle out there again. Yeah, very, very similar looking grid to the open 600s and 1000s that we saw earlier on today as well. So Liam Geacock that we saw earlier pretty much just absolutely ran away with it on his Honda CBR 1000. Dan Stamper on his Yamaha R6 comfortably took victory in the 600cc class. So expect to see those guys clear off. Really, we're looking at the lap times from qualifying, and those guys completely in a league of their own. But further down the field, we've got Jake Pierce, Alan Lane, Josh Froggatt, Stefan Ellis, and more riders. All that is quite close, so we could see some close racing a little bit further down the field. We could do indeed, but Geacock pole position by 0.8 of a second, and then Stamper of course he's on a 600. Behind him Jack Pearce he's not on the 600, but he was on a Kawasaki 636 in P3. He was a further 1.5 away, the total of 2.3 away from pole position. So on pure pace wise, there's a little bit of a gap at the top, but everyone else pretty competitive with each other. We'll have to see how that translates into race pace though, of course. And of course, qualifying this morning was nice and sunny. We've had some rain, we've had some incidents since then. The track maybe not quite what it once was. So we'll have to wait and see. Riders just being held there for a moment. We're waiting for the green flag to wave before they get sent on their sighting lap, which they will do in a moment's notice. And they do so now. So as the riders head out onto their sighting lap, the roar of engines reeking past us. Let's have a run through the grid. It is Liam Geacock who starts on pole position on his Honda, with Dan Stamper in P2. Jack Pearce on the Kawasaki completes the front row of the grid. Alan Lane is fourth with Josh Froggatt and Stefan Ellis alongside. Row 3 is George Anderson, Brad Clark and Christian Slater. P10, Andrew Ripley with P11, Martin Heft and Andy Bauer in P12. P13 is Mark Batson with Simon Taylor P14 and Matthew Sard with P15. And our only rider on the sixth row of the grid is the number 43, Gareth Pavlak, on his R6. So 16 riders out here, but lap times all looking pretty close from about third place onwards anyway. So still could be a very interesting race, even if up the front it looks like you've got one rider who's miles ahead of everybody else and another rider who's kilometres ahead of everyone else, shall we say. Yeah, absolutely. With Dan Stamper, he was saying that he wants to try and give everything he's got to try and stay on the back of Leon. Obviously, Leon's on the 1000cc. He's got a bit more horsepower than Dan, but if he can do it, it'd be good to see. It certainly would be. As you see there, live down at trackside, over the pit wall, of course. The riders making their way in. Last minute checks before the visors go down, and it's all eyes on those red lights. It's time to get focused, time to get ready. The front row, well, the first two on the front row anyway. The class of the field, although in different categories, it is red lights. They come on now, the red lights go out, we get underway. That's a great start from the Kawasaki of Jack Pearce. He may have run into turn one, but look at the pace of the number 50 there, Alan Lane, on that 1000cc Yamaha from fourth on the grid. gets in front. That was a rocket ship start. I don't think anyone saw that one coming. Then as we head through Gerrards, who else would it be? It's the 55 of Liam Geacock on the same bike who heads around the inside and gets back into the lead from pole position.
Yeah, Alan Lane, you're a former rookie champion, but Liam Geacock is no rookie, and he bits straight back through Goddard's, and it looks as if he's cleared off already. No hope for the rest of the field here as Dan Stamper is a good few bike lengths behind now. The number 133 of Kawasaki has a little look up the inside of Alan Lane, down at the hairpin, can't make it stick this time around. So we'll keep an eye on here, this battle for third place, although it looks as if Dan Stamper isn't getting away from these guys just yet. Still a long way to go, however.
Yeah, Jack Pearce on the 133. He'll be disappointed he's in fourth place at the end of the opening lap. He had a really, really strong start.
And Lane bites back.
Straight through. Great move there from Alan Lane up into second place. The Yamaha's obviously feeling it today in the Mallory Trophy. But yeah, I was going to say the 133 must be really disappointed he's out of P4 after what was a fantastic start. I think just got shuffled out down into turn one, looking to the inside again. Maybe no, not quite there for Dan Stamper. He's going to have to try and work his way through the hard way, and now we've got a little bit of a train starting to form behind as well. 1, 2, 3, 4 bikes in a row from second down to fifth place. Anybody able to try anything into the hairpin? Not on this occasion, but they're all pushing each other very, very hard early doors.
So it's the R1 versus the R6 at the moment, and it's the R1 that's got the better of that all yellow R6. Still leading the way for the 600s though is Dan Stamper. That 133 Kawasaki of Pierce is still very much in the mix as well, and further back there's the slightly older model of R6 as well, just having a look up the inside into Gerrard's. Brave move if he can pull that one off.
Yeah, really, really brave. Not quite able to use swings it out wide. Maybe tries to get the momentum on the run into Edwina's. We'll have to wait and see. And now you can really see the extra grunt that the 1000s have over the 600. You can be right on the tail. And actually, as I say that must have been a brilliant move by Stamper, because he was miles back coming into Edwina's. We didn't catch it, unfortunately, but it was surely something special. Up into second place overall, now still leads the way in the 600s, of course. But man, that must have been really, really strong.
Yeah, and that just caught Alan off guard there. It's just ruffled his feathers a little bit, and he's just dropped off the back of Dan now. Dan, incredible corner speed through Gerrard's. You could really see him getting all over the rear wheel, lined it up perfectly into Edwina's mirror signal manoeuvre, and he's through, and now he's pulling away once again. So now it's between these guys a little bit further back. We've got Lane, Pierce and Ellis in this battle to pick up the final podium spot overall in this race.
Pierce must be feeling the pressure a little bit. You can see him really pushing down into Gerrard's bike, moving all underneath him as he started to tip it in. But he's still holding on to that position at the moment. And as a matter of fact, he's managed to get through Lane. So it's you blink and you miss it, stuff it. Whoa, look at the front picking up there.
No anti-wheelie on one of those.
Yeah, he's either taking his electronics off or he's just that aggressive on the throttle, clearly. But that was putting on a bit of a show for the fans. Nonetheless.
Oh, and the chatter on the front end there just meant he went in with a little bit too much corner speed and almost wiped out the number 50 of Alan Lane as they went through the hairpin.
This is something spectacular we're witnessing here. Lap 5 of 10 coming up to halfway through this race. And what a brilliant race it's been. Yeah, Liam Geacock's like 10 seconds up the road, by the way. Who cares? This battle that we're seeing here from third onwards as it stands is absolutely superb. And yes, it looks like some are struggling. Ellis, we are seeing the front wheel picking up, but he's putting the pressure on the 1000 of Lane. The 50 maybe dropping back even further after running as high as second, in fact leading out into turn one early doors in this race.
These guys locked together now, the R1 versus the older model R6 out on circuit. The Kawasaki number 133 of Pierce is pulling away from these guys, and a little bit further back, a big shout out to Frogger. He's there on the R7. No, sorry, on an Aprilia RS660, so he's there on a twin, trying to keep up with these guys. Incredibly impressive on that machine.
Yeah, doing a fantastic job is Frogger, but as it stands, just not quite able to catch the front two on pace alone. I think these two just having an almighty scrap might be coming into effect, shall we say. So then, lap 6 of 10, 5 to go until we get to the end. And well, what a race it has been. Once again, the 50 and the 543 doing battle down into Edwina's. Nothing quite there, a little bit deep there from the 600 of Ellis, but maybe a good run. Maybe you can have a look up into the hairpin. He's been looking pretty confident on the brakes. He's been looking very confident getting on the throttle. And to the outside, he'll have to go the long way around unless he can spot a gap to the inside, potentially. No, I don't think he will. There is your race leader, G-Cock. He is miles up the road. Just give him the trophy. We can all go home, quite frankly, because he has dominated every single time he's got out on the track here at Mallory Park this weekend so far.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's no one else on a 1000cc anywhere near it on his level. We know the pedigree. He's raced in BSB, he's raced in stock 1000s over in the British Superbike Paddock. He's done plenty of laps around this Mallory Park circuit as well. He's an incredible rider, with a lot of experience around here as well. So unfortunately for him, there is just no one around that's quite on his same level.
No. It's unfortunate, but it also just goes to show, what it takes to be riding in the BSB paddock, because you turn up at a club championship and can just disappear off at the front like this when you've got several very, very good riders here as well. Lap 8 of 10, then only a handful of laps left to go. There is the number 16. We see Simon Taylor. He is currently our final runner out there, and I think just trying to gain a bit of experience out there on the bike rather than pushing for out-and-out pace. But the 55 continues to dominate and streak away at the front, and it is just one of those things where he just makes it look easy almost.
Yeah, so smooth, really, really, really nice to watch, beautiful to watch. The way he just turns in, just watching him through its wieners, flicks it right, flicks it left, picks it up a little bit, drives it out, doesn't look unsettled at all. Bike barely looks like it's breaking traction, although it probably feels very different on board. But yeah, looks incredibly smooth, in complete control. Like we said earlier, almost looks as if he's riding at 80%.
Yeah, I mean, again, like what you see with a lot of modern riding styles nowadays, especially where everyone's basically hanging off the side of the bike, and the helmet's basically on the floor. He's kind of old school. He's almost quite upright from a modern standard as well. So it looks like he's cruising, quite frankly, but trust me when I tell you he's not. He's currently lapping about half a second quicker than anybody else. His best lap is 1.4 seconds quicker than anybody else. He was on pole by about a second as well. It's just an unbelievable performance. I mean, look at that, just carves his way through the traffic, doesn't miss a beat, doesn't roll off the throttle, just sticks it up even when he's getting squeezed to the outside and goes straight to it. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, it's just perfection into there. Really is. Hits his braking markers, bang on. All the weight transfers to the front, gets some turns in, fires it out. And just one more tour of this Mallory Park circuit to go for G-Cock, and he will take the victory here in the Mallory Trophy. Dan Stamper, a good, what is it now?
Still
well over 10 seconds, almost 12 and a half seconds back from G-Cock, but by far the fastest 600 out there at the moment. So G-Cock leading the 1000s, Stamper leading the 600s.
Yeah, and Pierce as well, P3 on the overall podium now. He's also on the 600, the 636, but it's close enough. And so, in fact, the nearest 1000 to G-Cock is late running in P5 now, because Ellis on the R6 has gone as well. So 600 territory clearly in the Mallory Trophy, but with just the devil's elbow to go, a little bit of traffic.
Oh, something's happened to G-Cock.
What's going on? Is he just
letting riders through?
Oh no, he's saying go do another lap. I think he knows that these guys are still racing. That's kind of him, yeah, because he's just picked it up and wheelied across the line once again. It looked like a problem, but he knew that these guys were still racing. He was saying, I've lapped you. Go on, go and finish your own race. That's really sportsmanlike from him. G-Cock dominates there. Takes victory by 9.2 in the end after going slow from Dan Stamper, who wins in the 600s. What a real sportsman-like gesture there from G-Cock.
Yeah, well, all these guys are here. They're all paying their entry fees. They're just enjoying themselves out on circuit. So to get another lap out on circuit means everything to them. They're here because they enjoy it.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, not everyone, unfortunately, is at quite the level of a British Superbike rider. There is the 226. That's Heft and Ripley just behind as well on the 158. 600 versus a 1000, and they've actually swapped places on this lap. So the Suzuki 1000's got through the Honda 600 of Ripley as they come around Devil's Over. Looks like he'll be able to get away with it as well. Use that extra grunt of the 1000 to get it across the line, and he will take that position there. But yeah, I still can't believe what a lovely gesture that was. What a lovely gesture that was from G-Cock there at the end. It is, of course, Leon Geacock who dominates once again, with Dan Stamper in P2 taking victory in the 600, with Pierce P3 and Ellis in P4. That is P2 and P3 in the 600 respectively. Lane was 5th and 2nd in the 1000s, with Frogger in P6. Clark was 7th and 3rd in the 1000s, with Anderson in P8. Hefty was in P9. Ripley rounded out the top 10. It was Barron 11th, with Pavlak in P12. Batson was 13th, and Taylor was in P14. Looks like we had 2 who didn't make that race start, unfortunately, so clearly got some problems. Mechanical gremlins going around the paddock. But that is it for race number 1 of the Mallory Trophy, of course. There'll be a back out a little bit later on for their second and final race of the day. But what a performance there from Geacock. Let's head down and hear from some of the riders.
Brilliant race then. Plenty of moves being made in that one. How was it out on circuit? Microphone's not on.
Well, it was a bit of a gamble with the tyres at the start, but it's completely dry. That hairpin's a little bit dicey with all that dust down, so lap times were a little bit down, but really enjoyed it. Yeah, great to be battling with thousands again. And yeah, enjoyed it. It's great.
So what was it like with the dust down at the hairpin? Grippy or?
Just avoid it. It's all on inside, so you had to ride it around like a carousel around there to just take it really wide, like. But no, there's plenty of grip out there, more than I thought. So,
but some close racing out there. You were involved in some tight battles. Talk us through that.
Yeah, well, it's always good fun with thousands around here, isn't it? So I try and make up a little bit of time on breaks where I can. But no, it's just good crack. Love it.
Amazing, well done, mate.
Cheers, thank you.
Great to hear from some of our riders then, as the 133 takes the plaudits. A great performance there from Jack Pierce, a wonderful start as well, it must be said. We've got the rookies up next, as they are just making their way to the grid. They, of course, will have one sighting lap before making their way round after 10 laps of racing. Not a big grid of rookies, unfortunately. We've got 11 scheduled to take the start. I'm only seeing 8 out on the circuit, but we've got a few more making their way in now. I'm still only seeing 9, so we may be down a few. But they are going to head off on their sighting lap. So let's run through the rookies classification. There's Douglas Robinson that starts on pole, with Mitchell Baines alongside Adam Masters in P3. Joshua Galatovic is 4th with Albert Hall P5. Gary Pink is P6. And then row 3 is Anthony Holdsworth, Alex Christophe, and then Joshua and Duce. So I think we were originally scheduled 11, or there was 11 on the entry list. Only 9 completed qualifying. I'm only also seeing 9 out on the circuit, so maybe a few no-shows here this weekend, unfortunately. But as the rookies continue to head on the sides, of course, mainly novice riders here. It's just about gaining experience on the track, so you can tell the ACE you've done a meeting, and then you can get your club and license and go racing properly. Such is the joy of motorsport. You do unfortunately need licenses to do things to ensure that you're competent and you know what you're doing, because it's, we don't want anything dangerous happening while we are out on the circuit. So not a huge grid of riders with us, unfortunately, and a little mix of machinery out there as well. We've got a couple of 600s, mainly 1000s though. A Triumph 675 out there. It's not something you see typically every day in a club championship. Is that someone with a problem there saying they're coming in, or are they just going slowly?
Yes, I think that looks as if it looks to be an issue, or possibly someone who thinks they've put on the wrong set of tyres, maybe going ahead into this race. It is pretty much bone dry out there, as we heard in the interview. So one of the Triumphs, unfortunately, coming in. Incredible opportunity for these guys then to be learning on circuit here at Mallory Park for the EMRA Championship. So the lights are out and we are away into turn 1 for the first time for these guys. A couple of guys with the wheelies off the line there, but it's a good start into the first corner from the R6.
Yeah, great getaway there for him, and he'll lead the way through Gerrards as the rest of them try and make their way through. Again, the track pretty much bone dry at this point, but still lots of stand at the hairpin. We'll see how these riders are able to negotiate that one. It is the 82 that's up front, Adam Masters, with a good getaway from 3rd on the grid. And that R6 not bolting away just yet, but holding steady, holding position. Looks like it was Gary King on the number 7 triumph that we lost, unfortunately. As just behind the race leader, the 99, the 94, side by side. Joshua Milatovic looked to the inside there. That's nice. Up the inside, though, from Douglas Robinson on pole sitter. Lost out early doors on the early run. Had to go defensive on the inside, but it was nice and held that position, makes it stick. So at the end of lap 1 of 10, it is the man who started in P3 it was that leads the way.
The front end chattering there on that number 99 machine as he made that move down into the hairpin. Sketchy there with all the dust on the inside, but managed to make that move stick, and it looks as if now he's challenging Masters here at the front of this race, trying to have a look down into its wieners. Is he going to pull this one off? He's turned it very, very tight, but no, late on the brakes from Masters.
Yeah, really, really impressive stuff from these rookie riders. They're heading up now back to the top end of the circuit. Once again, the top 4 very, very close together. Look to the inside there from the 99. Does he fancy it on the brakes? That is brilliant as he goes over the dust. Robinson up the inside, and the Honda will take the lead. That is brilliant, brilliant racing from the pole sitter. Regains that lead finally as they will head onto lap number 3. Super, super brave as you can see the bibs flapping about in the breeze.
That's tight there.
That is really close. Oh my word, these guys are giving it to everything. Just because they're novice riders, just because they've only just got their licence, doesn't mean they're not quick. Doesn't mean they don't know what they're doing
at all. Yeah, no, these guys, good bit of lean angle, carrying good corner speed through Gerrard's. The racing is close but fair. He turns it tighter there, does Robinson, but the number 82 of Masters has the inside line into Edwinas and covers it off.
600 against 600 here. The two behind them, Galatavich on the Yamaha R1 and Baines on a BMW 1000 bike as well. So the 600s are slightly pulling away at the front compared to the 1000cc machines behind. That being said, side by side in the fight for third place. Up the inside into the bus stop goes the BMW. That is Baines.
And he hits the curb there. Robinson, that was almost curtains for him. Bit of a tank slapper moment as he went through the bus stop, and he's lost a lot of time going onto the front straight there, so he's going to have to recover that through Gerrard's and through the rest of this lap. Still only lap 4 of 10, so plenty of time for Robinson to regain that time, but that could have ended a lot worse.
Yeah, lucky boy. The curbs through the bus stop are not the kindest, shall we say. Yeah, he has very much. I think next time we might be giving about 2 feet of width to those. But yeah, very lucky to stay on. Nearly falls back into the clutches of Baines and Glasevich behind as well. But the 1000s just don't quite seem to have the pace in this race compared to the 600s. So he's able to maybe just get back and continue to focus. And Masters hasn't used this to try and bolt away either. He's not really been able to up his pace either with a drop of pressure from behind. So I think Robinson might be able to catch up to the back of the race leader. Once again, we're going on to lap 5 this time by.
Yeah, it can be better for a rookie to be on a 600 machine rather than 1000, just because it's an easier bike to learn. Obviously less power, a little bit lighter, they're more nimble. So, if you're learning your craft and learning racing, 600 might actually be the better way to go. That being said, different riders adapt differently to different bikes, and that 1000cc of Baines in P3 looks as if he's closing in on these guys now.
Yeah, really, really flying at the moment. Robinson, I tell you what, is getting closer and closer once again. Ooh, has to sit the bike up a little bit there. Big mistake coming into Edwin. Has got away with it though. Again, that could have been a bit interesting had he not corrected it.
Just misjudged it that little bit. Turned in slightly too early. Had to sort of correct his trajectory. But now going into the hairpin. Squirrely on the front end from Masters.
Still holding on though, still riding with some composure on that R6 as once again getting wobbly over the curbs. Robinson is pushing really, really hard. He really wants this race win, but once again a touch of the curb. Not as big of a moment last time, but it's cost him dear onto the straight because the BMW of Baines has slid on by down into Gerrard's and takes P2, the 172 up to second. Trying to go around the outside though now is Robinson. That'd be brave if he was able to pull it off, but doesn't quite have the momentum initially. And that BMW power, no, they are still side by side. Is he going to try to the inside into Edwin? That'd be a late braking move. Not quite. This battle for second suddenly exploding. Baines gets through after a mistake from Robinson, but we know how quick Robinson has been in this race.
And this is all playing into the hands of Masters out the front. He goes defensive down into the hairpin. Doesn't need to be though. A little bit of movement from the rear end on that Yamaha R6 through the bus stop, and it looks as if Baines is really putting on a charge here for the victory on that BMW 1000. So down the front straight for one more time of asking is going to close in on this front straight. The 1000cc power compared to the 600. Through Gerrard's, theoretically, Masters should have an advantage. Bit of a more nimble machine, but it really depends on Baines' corner speed.
Absolutely, 3 laps left to go then in this one. The rookies race number 1 here at round 6 of the East Midland Racing Association Championship. And what a race it has been. Unfortunately, we lost a rider before they even got going. In fact, it was a Kawasaki 604 by the looks of things who didn't make it to the green. We thought it was one of the Triumphs that had problems before they even got going. Bit of traffic ahead. That's the 27 of Alan Deuce on the Yamaha R1. Up in front, defensive again. Yeah, worst part of the job. Defensive again from us. He keeps taking the inside there up to the hairpin. I'm finding it so confusing because he doesn't need to defend at all.
I think it's just his natural line. I think it's just the line that he's taking. Could definitely go a little bit wider into it, carry a bit more speed through it, but then obviously you've got to be conscious of all that dust on the inside at the moment as well. So they're through the laps of traffic safely and easily enough. Through Gerrard's one more time. The lap times are really coming down now. 57 flat on that last lap for Masters, so they're pushing on here in this race and a bit quicker than what they were going earlier on in qualifying as well. So defensive again from Masters, so perhaps now we can really hear Baines behind him.
Yeah, Baines could be going from 4th to 1st late in the day if things play into the hands of the BMW rider. Coming up to the hairpin once again, I think you're right. I think it's just his natural line. I think he likes to straight line it when the hill kind of curves a little bit. Just straight line it up there over the crest, which I guess there's benefits to that. There's less chance of you somehow losing traction and getting thrown off the bike. But yeah, just a very unconventional line into the hairpin, I suppose. There'll be 2 to go as they break the beam this time by. And it is still Master that leads. Look at the power of the BMW, though. Not quite enough to get in front down into Gerrard's, but in a straight line, the thing is a missile.
Then you see entrance to Gerrard's. Masters just pulls about a few bike lengths and all the way through there. Really, really good corner speed. And Masters is chipping away at his lap time here. 56.6 on that last lap. So that's quicker than he's gone all weekend.
Starting to follow and see what the rider in front is doing. Starting to copy, but is it too little too late? Because there's almost time for the final lap, and of course it's one thing to be as fast as the rider in front, but it's another thing to try and overtake them.
Yeah, once again, especially with those defensive lines from Masters as well. He's doing absolutely everything really to cover those to cover that inside line, whether he's doing it intentionally or not.
Doing a great job. 1 to go though as they come to the line. Final lap of race 1 in the rookies here at EMRA, and they're going to be side by side down into Gerrard's. The BMW to the outside can't quite compete against that R6 heading through Gerrard's, but they're still side by side. Maybe the switchback, no, backs off a little bit, does Baines, but will he have the punch heading down into Edwini's? He'll have to go the long way around once again. This will be a special move if he's able to pull it off side by side, but not quite. He's running out of time to get in front here.
It's going to have to be the hairpin now, or the run to the line if he can get a good run out of the bus stop. Slipstream him down the line through Devil's Elbow. He goes defensive once again. Baines goes to the outside. Oh, he's got it all wrong. He's got it all wrong down into the hairpin, and he runs up.
He's thrown it away, the death. Masters crumbles under the pressure, and it will be the BMW of Baines who's going to slide on by and take a fantastic win in race 1 of the rookies. Baines wins as Masters makes a mistake. It will be, I believe it was who was that who finished in second? Masters went down as well.
Yeah, Masters has gone down there on the number.
No, sorry, that's Robinson.
Robinson, sorry, has gone down on the 99.
So did they run into each other?
But it was possibly something there.
It was Masters.
Carnage.
Yeah, so Masters finished in second place, and it must have been that Robinson went down trying to avoid all the chaos.
Yeah, must be. So yeah, I'm not sure if we'll get to see that one again, but really unfortunate there for those two at the end of that race. But what a race we had.
Oh, it was brilliant, wasn't it? Masters as well just couldn't quite handle the pressure come the end, and it let the BMW of Baines slide on by. Just goes to show when you're at the limit how easy it is to make a mistake, and especially for these rookies, these novice riders who of course it's their first time really. They're still early doors of racing, you're not allowed to have had a licence or a race licence for more than 2 years in this class, so they are very much new to bike racing. It is Mitchell Baines who takes the victory. P2 was Masters in the end, with Galatovic taking P3. King up to 4th on the Triumph, with Holdsworth P5. Christophe in P6. Robinson will be classified in 7th place, with Alan Duce in P8. Hall was a DNF. I'm still confused about what happened there with Robinson. I guess Masters maybe came back onto the line, or maybe he saw him going off, overreacted and just dropped it on its own. It's anyone's guess, but yeah, what a bizarre ending to that one.
Yeah, bizarre ending, like you say. Really just completely got it all wrong down into the hairpin, sliding all over the place. That rear end was actually very, very lucky that he managed to keep it on 2 wheels, didn't end up on the grass with the rain we've had, and tucked the front and gone down. Really unfortunate though for the number 99, your pole sitter of Robinson. Fortunately, right at the end, just went down and out he went. And there'll be 0 points for the number 99, who nurses his bike back into the paddock. But he'll get to go again later on today. Still plenty of racing left on today's billing.
Absolutely. Just waiting for the next group of riders to head up. It'll be the pre-injection race number 1 heading your way next. Time for the pre-injection race, where it does what it says on the tin. The bikes have to have been made before pre-electronic fuel injection. Pretty simple. You'll see a lot of similar names to what we saw in the classic era, and a lot of pre-2000 bikes, as you'd expect, and a lot of riders doing both classes as well. As there you can see some very lovely clouds rolling in here. So it's starting to get dark, weirdly, it seems already. Yeah, I'm not going to jinx it. We're not scheduled for any more, but yeah, it's really starting to get dark at like 2:40 now somehow. Yeah, I guess it's winter now. September, we're all freezing, and can't pay our winter bills. But yeah, 19 riders scheduled to take part in this race, and yeah, it should be really interesting. We've got a really interesting mix of bikes out there as well. Yes, they've got all the different brands. We've got some Yamaha 998s, 599s out there, some Honda 599s as well. So we are taking it back a few years with some of these things.
Great to see out there as well on such a historical circuit. It really feels like we've taken a step back in time.
Yeah, it does indeed. Mind your ears with the bags of the exhaust as they head through the hairpin.
Yeah, caught me off guard.
Yeah, just really a little bit as well. It was a bit like, morning everybody, if you're watching from a country that's just woken up. Anyway, we hope wherever you're watching, we hope you're enjoying wherever you're watching from around the world. And we're getting ready for the sighting lap here in the pre-injection class. Again, very, very similar grid to the classic era class, because most of the bikes are the same. Similar thing with the pole sitter as well. Very, very similar. There are 2 classes in this as well. You've got the 600 class, so to speak, and the 600 to 1300 class to keep your eyes on. The 600 class has already been won by Darryl Lee on the 110 on our pole sitter for this race as well. So he's already a champion in this one. 600 to 1300. The number 4 of Carl Davis has a very strong advantage and very may well be wrapping up the championship this weekend. So let's run through the grid though. It is Darryl Lee, the 600 champion, who starts on pole position. Ian Morgan in P2. Carl Davis, championship leader in 600 to 1300, starts alongside. Paul Smith is 4th with Wayne Cockayne and Ian Kirkby in P6. Matthew Sardo starts 7th with William Curtis and Anton Bennett on row 3. Matt Sale rounds out the top 10 with Phil Thatcher and Alex Butler alongside us. Wayne Kemp in P13 with Chris Nail in 14th. Steve Hagan 15th with Justin Meadows in 16th. Edward Taylor is 17th with Joshua Allen Newson in 18th. And Aidan Galatovic starts P19. But we have been a couple of riders down in each race from qualifying the entry, let's say. So we'll just have to kind of count and see how many we actually have here. But again, lots of classic bikes. Not tricky conditions, but there is that standstill there up at the top of the hairpin at a historic circuit.
what more could you ask for? Like you say, classic bikes. Let's hope for some classic racing at this classic circuit here at Mallory Park.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, Mallory Park having held races on tarmac here since 1956, held grass track races before that. And it's had everything here. It's had a MXGP, British Superbikes, hosted Formula 1 at some point for some reason. Literally anything and everything with an engine has come and gone around this place. So much history here in Leicestershire.
Can't imagine driving around here in one of the modern Formula 1 cars.
Oh, God, no. God, no. I mean,
can't imagine you make it through Gerrard's without the floor falling out.
Yeah, it will be a bit interesting. Anyway, the flag marshal walks away to the side of the racetrack and is all eyes to the red lights to get pre-injection race number 1 underway. Out of the way we go. Front picks up on the pulse here, but he does get away well as a few riders swap places out on the track and to run into Gerrard's. It will be the 110 that leads the way down into turn number 1 and holding station for the time being. Everyone just making its way through Gerrard's all nice and cleanly. We know how fast Lee is on that 110 machine. And that Suzuki is absolutely rapid. He's already trying to look to bolt away at the front of the pack. A few people making moves down into Ed Wiener's. It's pretty steady so far. No one taking too many risks.
Yeah, he's really stretched the field on this first lap. We're only 3 corners in, and he's already pulling a few bike lengths on the bikes behind. And you can see the gaps that are already appearing within this field as they're absolutely gunning for it on this first opening lap. Darrell Lee is then on the number 110 that leads and is really pulling away here from the number 79 of Ian Morgan. Carl Davis is in the mix as well, so keep an eye out for the number 4 as these guys make their way down Devil's Elbow for the first time down into Gerrard's. And it's your top 3 as you were on the grid on this second lap.
Yeah, everyone holding station for the time being. Of course, with classic bikes, sometimes you see people taking a few less risks. They're a bit more expensive and delicate to repair if you do crash and break them.
But not as easy to find the parts either.
No, often not. But at the same time, it's classic racing. There's none of the modern aids. You don't really get even nowadays on bikes where you start seeing aero pieces cropping up on road bikes nowadays. Just they can put them on racing machines. You don't get any of that. It's just as pure as you can get. So even if the risk is a little bit less from the riders not pushing as much, often the racing is absolutely fantastic. That's the 232 of Curtis to the outside there of I believe that was Smith on the number 8 machine. A Honda 600 getting through a Honda 599. So through Smith, nice little move there. He'll push onwards as they come through Devil's Elbow. Makes it lap 3 for this group. And as they push onwards, there was a problem.
The number 8 there, and that's very, very unfortunate if it is for Paul Smith.
He's continuing around anyway. Was that just
maybe a gesture to someone on pit wall? Maybe.
Yeah, foot slipped off the peg. Maybe not entirely sure. Yeah, he's pushing onwards. So
just telling them, my boot's a bit loose or my foot's itchy, something like that.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, it's not the most comfortable thing in the world out on the racetrack. Motorsport machines aren't designed to make you comfortable. They're designed to go fast. Your comfort is very much an afterthought, unfortunately. Does seem to be struggling a little bit for pace, though.
Definitely something happening there because he's just dropping through the order here, and we'll have to keep an eye on his lap times compared to his lap times before. But yeah, unfortunately for the number 8, for Paul Smith, he's dropping down the order here.
We'll have to see if he dives into the pit lane. No, he's staying up towards the pit lane lines. It's miles back actually. So no, he's going out and pushing onwards. It looks okay down the straight. It just maybe
did lose a bit of time, but I'm just wondering if that's what the issue is.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I mean, just have to keep an eye on him and see what the lap times are doing. That last lap was quite slow. It was a 102.261.
Meanwhile, at the front, Darrell Lee is putting down 56.2s consistently, hitting his markers and just absolutely running away with it. No one could even lay a glove on the number 110.
Yeah, he's absolutely flying. We saw it earlier in the Classic Era race, but He's just so in tune with that Suzuki machine.
Bit of a slide there into Gerard's. Unusual place to be laying dark lines. We've seen it halfway through Gerard's with lean angle, trying to put the power down, rears sliding out, leaves a bit of rubber down on the tarmac, but a bit unusual there to have it going into it. Probably a bit of engine braking. You can see there how much stress he's putting through those forks. The rear wheel just lifting off a little bit under braking. Like we're saying, no electronic aids at all on these bikes.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no electronic aids, and he's trying to. Oh, that's a big wobble as he comes over the crest. Just caught the compression of the suspension a little bit funny.
Yeah, really easy to do there as you come over the crest. There's a few little undulations, a few little dips in the tarmac, and then if you're sort of timing that with transferring weight from the rear of the bike to the front of the bike, it can get a bit sketchy.
Yeah, it was a catch though, and all was okay, and we'll continue around. He'll start the 6th lap of the race with a very healthy lead. There is second place Morgan.
Again, lines down into Gerard's. He's pushing on.
I mean, you know, you can do your best Casey Stoner impression if you want down into there, but you know, what he was doing at the time was insane. You're doing it on a bike that has no traction control and no aids. Yeah, fair play, I'll give you that one. It's a 5.1 second lead for Lee ahead of Morgan on the Yamaha. The 79 doing a very good job at the moment, and they're pushing his way around. Again, in a bit of no man's land. He's too far away from Leo. That was a check down on the right-hand side.
I think Morgan's just lost an E-slider. I saw something pop off the side of his leg as he was going through Gerard's, and he just seemed a little bit tentative to put that right knee down. I might be wrong, but it looks as if something was flying off.
Yeah, no, he's lost the right knee slider. So that's, it'll be a little bit more tense to the right-hand turns. As I was saying, though, luckily he's in no man's land. He's got no real pressure behind him, and it's a little bit of a wild to Lee in front, so he doesn't need to be going at 100%. He can back off through the right-hand turns, which unfortunately is most of the turns here at Mallory Park.
Gerard's is going to be horrible. It's a horrible feeling digging your knee into the tarmac, and the Velcro just catches on the ground. It doesn't slide. It can almost be painful on your knee if it really catches. So going through Gerard's is probably what ripped his knee slider off, because you've got your knee on the deck for essentially that whole corner.
Yeah, that's a real shame, but it's just goes to show how hard these guys are pushing. You know, it's racing. Sometimes luck doesn't fall your way, and that's very unlucky there for Morgan. There is P4. That is Davis, also on a Yamaha, but he's on a Yamaha 998. In fact, it is P3. I'm getting my positions and my race numbers mixed up. Again, he's had a bit of a disappointing race earlier. Dropped it early doors in the Classic Era race and ended up spilling fluid all over the track. Of course, not his fault, but that happened. But that's why there's sandal on the inside of the hairpin now. But having a much better showing in the opening race, the pre-injection, running a very solid race, and he's got a very strong advantage back to P4 as well. Again, also running in a bit of no man's land. There's loads of space in front and behind him.
Yeah, like I say, there's some big gaps in this race, and that's really down to Lee at the front, really stretching the field on those opening laps. And the gaps were forming even before the end of that first lap. And this man out the front, 58.1 on the last lap. He's been down much quicker than that earlier on in the race into the 56s. So he's really just controlling it at the front now. He's got 6.5 seconds back to Morgan in second. Another, 17 seconds back to third place. And that battle for fourth, fifth and sixth really is another 30 seconds back. So some big gaps in this race. But still, this battle for fourth and fifth place rages on.
Yeah, it's still pretty tight between Cockayne and Curtis, and maybe Curtis fancying a little bit of a run potentially. And
they've clawed in almost 5 seconds on Davis on that last lap.
Yeah,
and it's even more now. It's down to 11 seconds. It was 27 or something before. So 19 seconds back. I'm getting confused. But still, they've clawed in 5 seconds in one lap.
Yeah, no, it's running very well then, those guys. Let's just see them as they cross the line now, and they are closing in. Running pretty good lap times, but with 2 laps left to go, I don't think they're closing it enough.
No,
unfortunately. But it is Cockayne just in front of Curtis. The gap now 1.3 at the end of that lap. But it is very tight between Smith and Kirkby for 7th and 8th, as we just saw. The number 8 machine under a lot of pressure from the 201, the Suzuki 750 machine. So We'll have to see how he negotiates that one, but there is your race leader heading through Gerrard's now on the final lap of the race. Bit of traffic to contend with, but once again, Lee's got to the front. He's just disappeared off into the distance. He's booked a one-way ticket to the top step of the podium, and no one's been able to touch him.
Yeah, he's, hasn't put a foot wrong. Well, we haven't seen much of him, but he's just been hitting his markers, doing everything he needs to do, and he's been incredibly fast. Looks very, very smooth out on circuit. Looks like he's in complete control of that number 110 machine. Just a few more corners for him to navigate, and that's another win under his belt, this time in the pre-injection class.
Absolutely. It mirrors what he did in the Classic era race 1 earlier on today, as he rounds the bus stop and into Devil's Elbow for the final time. It is another wonderful race from Lee, who takes the checkered flag and makes it 2 race wins out of 2 this weekend across 2 different classes. What a performance once again from that 110. That Suzuki bike is a rocket ship, and the man on it is a monster. It is Lee who takes the victory. Morgan brings it home in second place after losing that knee slider. So a great job there from the 79 to hold on and keep the pace up as well. It must be steady. He's still running 58s all throughout the race, even after losing that right knee slider, which you would have thought would have been a huge problem for him. And meanwhile, Davis on the Yamaha 998, he crosses the line in P3 to round out the overall podium. Morgan in P2, of course, or Davis in P3 overall, should I say, race winner in the 1000 class. So it is Darrell Lee with another win here at Mallory Park, Morgan in second and Davis in P3. Cockaine was fourth with Curtis P5, Thatcher P6 with Smith in P7. Kirkby brought it home in P8 with Sardo 9th and Butler in P10. Brett was 11th with Sale in P12. Haig was 13th with Nayland in P14. Kemp 15th, Taylor 16th, Beddoes 17th, Alan Duch in 18th, and Galatovic was P19. That's it for race 1 of the pre-injection class. They'll be out a little bit later on for their second and final race of the day. Man, that was a really, really interesting affair, that one, it must be said. Those guys putting on a display, of course, on those historic machines with no electronic aids or the like. It is always fantastic to watch, and once again we saw some fantastic performances as well, especially from who else but Darrell Lee. That 110, the Suzuki, it is so fast, and the man on it is just brilliant as well. Here we see the guys for the Byron Cup getting ready to head out onto the racetrack. They've got their race 1 coming up next. Race 1 of the Byron Cup. We are getting ready to go. 24 riders making their way out onto the circuit to negotiate Mallory Park in what is set to be a very, very exciting race. Of course, all machines up to 500cc and 650. All machines up to 500cc and 650cc, and we are ready to go racing what is sure to be an exciting race. Mini twins allowed as well. And well, we can't wait to see what is going to happen with these 24 riders out there. Some of them novices with the orange bibs on, of course, yet to get their club and license from the ACU. But some of them a bit more experienced. Some of them we've been seeing in other classes as well. So we can't wait to see what they're going to be able to do out there on the racetrack. And we'll be interested to see it. What's the seeing on the entry list? Yes, we've got a couple of mini twins. We've also got a Suzuki 125 out there, supposedly. I'm not sure how we've got a Suzuki 125 out there, but he was also 5 seconds a lap slower than the nearest competitor, which you would expect for a 125 compared to 500cc machines around here with no tow assistance from other 125s.
Yeah, he sort of brought a knife to a nuclear war.
Yeah, no, you'd be okay, I think, if there were other 125s to kind of tow along with. Like, I think here at Mount, it's a fast track, you get away with it because everyone's on a 500 or a 600 just blasting past you on a straight. Yeah, I think there's no wonder Dylan Marr is starting 24th and last on the grid, or is scheduled to anyway. Again, some of the qualifiers will have decided to not race for whatever reason that may be, but it is looking like a very big grid hit. As we are getting ready to go on our sighting lap, we'll see the flag marshal walk out the way and the green flag wave off to the right-hand side of your picture as the yellow waves at the back. Now the green waves at the back. That's a good sign. Everyone is in place. and they'll all head underway for one sighting lap around this 1.4 mile circuit. So let's run through the grid. It is Mitch Ducran who starts from pole position on the 66. Mick Nichols alongside with Adam Hodgkinson completing the front row. Arthur Woods is fourth with Lyndon Williams P5, Ewan West P6, Jordan Savage, Rob Kirk and Gareth Rose on row 3. With Jamie Horner rounding out the top 10. Neil Allen and Stuart Martindale are 11th and 12th. With Paul Holdsworth in P13, John Chandler and Simon Lehane 14th and 15th. Michael Good is 16th with Stephen Kilpin alongside, as well as Dave Truck. Stephen Lane is 19th, William Round in P20 and Dennis Ford P21. Troy Jonesy is 22nd, Alan Prince in 23rd. And then our lone 125 of Dylan Marr, if he is in this race, on the 199, he'll be starting at 24th last. But yeah, a very big grid here, Tristan, and many riders we've been seeing before in other categories doing spectacular jobs. So it could be interesting to see how they all mash up on track together. Yeah,
like we say, a big mashup of different sort of lightweight, middleweight machines. We've got some CB500s in there, as well as mini twins, super twins. I think I even saw an Aprilia RRV 450 heading out there on circuit as well. So plenty of different machines out on circuit, but all roughly within the same speed, apart from that Suzuki 125 right at the back. But all track experience is good experience, especially here at Mallory Park. It's a lovely day, well, it is now anyway, and we should have a good race ahead of us here. Mitch Ducran absolutely flew away in the race he was in earlier on today, so let's see what he can do here in the Byron Cup.
Absolutely, just waiting for the final checks to be confirmed by the marshals before we send them on their way for 10 laps. It'll be all eyes up to the red lights, race number 1 of the Byron Cup. As the revs rise, the lights go out and we get racing here at Mallory Park. All three on the front row get away well. Looks like it might be the 347 of Mitch Nichols that leads into turn 1, but no, it's Ducran on the 66 who sweeps around the outside into Gerrard's. And much similar to what we saw early day, it is Mitch Ducran who leads the way down, coming out of Gerrard's and onto the back straight we go. All of them desperate to try and find position. You can see how many bikes we've got out there. It is just ridiculous numbers making their way into the chicane for the first time in this race. A few looks by a couple of them, but nothing too risky. Tyres, brakes still cold. You're still trying to figure out where your race pace is at. But up the front though, the 66, the 347 already trying to bolt away from the pack.
Yeah, and doing a good job of it, really stretching the field out, although there's some bunched up battles here a little bit further back with the CB500s, the number 58 there as well, getting well within the mix. A little bit further back, there's the number 56 CB500, who we saw battling it out for the victory in the CB500 class earlier on, though. It is, though, the number 66 of Mitch Ducran, who's absolutely flown away. He's got a hefty lead ahead of Mitch Nichols.
Making their way there through. A little bit of too wide racing a bit further back in the pack from some of the riders, as there is the 56 of Adam Hodgkinson holding on to that third as it stands. But Woods West right behind, ready to put some pressure on the 137 on that Kawasaki, really pushing hard. Just trying to see if he can maybe find a way up the inside as the front two continue to bolt away to the outside. Goes the Kawasaki. That's brave, and there isn't really the space, and he has to stay in position for the time being. Hodgkinson, nice defensive there, realised that his opponent was going to the outside. Instead of covering the inside, just squeezing him, forcing him to back off. It's smart.
Yeah, no, that's 100% it, and that's what you need to be doing round a circuit like this, where there is plenty of overtaking opportunities. Theoretically, you could overtake at every corner apart from the bus stop. You'd have to be brave. I've seen it happen, but often it does involve a little bit of contact. Through Gerrard's, though, look at this lot. You've got a few CB500s in there. You've got the number 58 firmly lodged into that group as well, who's just making his way to the front of this one. So that is Badams on the number 58, who took victory earlier on in the CB500s with a brilliant move up the inside into Adrena's.
Yeah, that was lovely there from the 58. Just saw the gap, tried to go for it, realised it was possible. And yeah, all right, we'll take that one then. Brilliant stuff from him as he slides on up in the positions. And still, they all push onwards. Look at how many bikes we've got there. So many different motor vehicles, all trying to find their way through, different styles. is brilliant. Of course, this championship open for any bike up to 500cc. With some allowances here and there. Of course, you're allowed 650cc mini twins as well, so that's why we do have some of the a few large capacity bikes. And again, it's just interesting how many different machines we've got going. The 77 up the inside there, that's Chris making the move, getting it done on Williams. Nice stuff from him. He's had a pretty solid weekend so far. Up at the front though, the 66 still leads by 6.3 seconds.
Yeah, Mr. Grant in an absolute league of his own, and so is Nichols really, but just in a lone league of his own in second place. Hodgkinson, who took victory earlier on in the CB 500s, is sat in third with Woods, West, Rose, Badams there, who's fighting his way through that pack further back. He's already lapping traffic there as well. I think that's the Suzuki 125 at the back of this race. Battles all the way through this field as well, but whilst Ducran's on the other side of the circuit, there's battles happening at Edwinas. It won't be long until he's round and lapping a fair few more of these bikes.
Yeah, absolutely making their way through and doing what they can to try and make up some positions, but currently not getting much as it stands. A few of those novice bibs flapping in the wind, which has picked up here a little bit. And as the time hits 3 o'clock, you can tell that because all of our phones have started going off for the emergency alert test in the commentary box. We still push onwards. Lap 5 of 10 here at Mallory Park in race number 1 of the Byron Cup, which also marks us reaching the halfway point of today's action. And everyone just running their own race at the moment. I do have to, of course, give a big shout out to our Suzuki 125 that's out there and still going strong. Of course, the regulations for the Byron Cup is it is open to any bike up to 500cc, and Dylan Moore has decided that his 125 is the perfect machine for the job and is doing his own thing. So fair play to him. That was a big move though from the number 38 there, sliding up the inside. Nice stuff to move up a couple of positions and make some more places. So running really well, these guys, as they come to the top of the hill. The 66 of Ducran continues to push onwards. He's about halfway around the circuit at the moment. These guys push onwards as they head through the bus stop. No one really brave enough to make a move as it stands. There is the 71 that we see. That is Martindale on his Honda 500. Down in P18 overall, and there is your race leader. In fact, he's actually starting to lap this group that we see. So much is his advantage, and just casually around the outside, as you do, like it's nothing. You can't really
around the outside with a lot of them.
Yeah, you can't really complain about that, can you? That's brilliant. I mean, obviously it's lap traffic, and you're not expecting them to do anything silly, and obviously you're quicker than them because you're lapping them. But just get to the outside, pin it, round you go.
His lines are perfect. He's hitting every apex. It looks very, very smooth on the bike. Really nice through Edwinas, and just ticking the laps away and not putting a foot wrong.
Yeah, really, really nice riding once again from Ducran. He's been really solid so far this weekend. Continuing to do that here in race 1 of the Byron Cup. As they make it laps 8 now of 10. 3 to go as they come across the line. The 66 doing a mighty, mighty job up the front of the pack. He's got a huge lead. Still waiting for Nichols and P2 to cross the line. Where is Nichols, in fact? He just crossed the line now, some 14 seconds away. Wow, that is a dominant display already from the 66, and we're not even done. Change to third, meanwhile. Woods has slid by Hodgkinson on the Kawasaki, so that battle, which has been really, really tight for third place, they've changed around and they've crossed the line. So we'll have to see if we can keep our eye on the 137 now in third place and the 56. But for now, it is all eyes on the 66, your race leader, who continues to dominate.
Yeah, really, like I say, cannot put a foot wrong here. Carving his way through the traffic and just enjoying himself out on circuit. Nichols in a lonely second. This battle over third between Woods, Hodgkinson and Badams isn't too far behind them either. Very front runner in the CB 500 championship, champion this year. So he'll want to get the bit between his teeth and catch his rival Hodgkinson in that battle for third place. At the moment, though, it's between Woods and Hodgkinson for that third position. Ducran is checked out at the front and is 17 seconds ahead of anyone else out there on circuit. That battle for third still going between Woods and Hodgkinson, the number 56.
Yeah, Nichols is kind of just cruising round, but I can understand why, because at the end of this race, if they finish as they do, he is actually going to be crowned champion of the Byron Cup in 2025. Such is his advantage. So that's, of course, provisional will be confirmed by race control. Well, that's why I think maybe he's not pushing as much as he could, because we know that his pace is a bit quicker than what he's currently running. So I think he's keeping that in mind. Final lap of the race then for Ducran, and he's got a huge lead. And as it stands, just can cruise on home to victory.
Yeah, running out of superlatives for this performance. As a little look behind him, knows he's done everything he needs to. 17 and a half seconds up the road. Of
course, Ducran will not be the champion. He missed a couple of rounds earlier in the season. It'll be Nichols and P2 who we are expecting to crown king in a few moments' time. But Ducran has been the class of the field today. Whatever class it's been in, whatever he has touched out there on Mallory Park circuit, it has turned to absolute gold. Through the Devil's Elbow for the final time, it is Mitch Ducran who will take victory once again here at Mallory Park in early September. Takes the checkered flag with a phenomenal victory. But we now sit and we now wait for the man who will be coming home in P2, Mitch Nichols, who has had a phenomenal weekend, even if the pace has not quite been there. The number 347 will cross the line and we will crown him champion of the Byron Cup in 2025. Mitch Nichols, it was very much a safety, a conservation ride to do it, but he is champion. But at the top step of the podium, there can only be one. It's Mitch Ducran, his almost namesake. The 66 dominates once again. All the 197 seems to have come to a stop late in the race. The 661, the 661 also came to a stop. So a couple of riders encountering issues late on there. But it is Mitch Ducran who takes victory there in race number 1 of the Byron Cup. And what a performance it was, but it is Adam Nichols who provisionally crowns himself champion. He can no longer be caught by Adam Hodgkinson in the championship table. So it is Ducran that takes victory with a fantastic performance, 17 and a half seconds against your provisional champion, Mitch Nichols. Woods was third on his Kawasaki, with Adam Hodgkinson in P4. Josh Crisp up to 5th place, a good performance from him. The 58 of Badhams up to P6, nice going there as well. Kirk was 7th with West in PA and Rose P9, and Holdsworth P10, a run of 4 mini twins in a row. And then further down the order, we had Savage 11th, Horner 12th, Williams 13th, Clark 14th, Allen was 15th, Kilpin 16th, Martindale 17th, Good 18th, Lane was 19th, and Trilk rounded out the top 20. We also had Ford 21st, Briggs 22nd, Mart 23rd, and we lost Lahane, Round and Chandler from that one. So that is race number 1 of the Byron Cup, and that also marks the halfway point of the day. Looks like we've had a little bit of spillage there, so the marshals will just be cleaning up there, so maybe a short delay for the riders as they just sort out some issues at the side of the track. And I'm sure it won't be too long until we are ready to go racing once again. And up next will be the final race of the weekend, race number 2, and the final race of the season, in fact, for the FRSA F2 sidecars. And we'll be crowning our British Formula 2 sidecar champion in a few moments' time. But they are just being held in the dummy grid, the holding area, so to speak. And we'll hopefully be sending them out on their way very, very shortly. As you can actually see them there now, just waiting patiently. Again, the championship in the Supers class still not decided in this one, so it will be going down to the final race. as we were about to see, Kershaw Gibbons had their advantage slimmed marginally in the race number 1 earlier on by Crawford Hardy. But it's still a 14 or so point advantage going their way. As long as they finish in a strong enough position, we can consider them to be the provisional champions going into it. So it should be interesting to see how that is all going to unfold once we get into the thick of that. As you see, the Sidecar guys just waiting to go out. Looks like they are done sweeping on the track. So hopefully we can get going in just a few short moments' time. And we'll just have to wait and see what's going to happen.
Yeah, dead excited to get the sidecars back out onto the circuit. We had a great race this morning, plenty of action, and hopefully we'll have a little bit more of the same in today's race. So this is the last race, or the last round for the sidecars this year. They had a round earlier in April, and here today at Mallory Park.
Absolutely, as we see him just waiting there in the holding area, being held for a little while. I'm not entirely sure what the delay is for, but hoping it's not going to be too long until we send them on their way, and then we can get going once again. Of course, the 29 of Kershaw and Gibbons starting second compared to the 17, who were looking unbelievably quick. Unbelievably quick in race number 1. Absolutely dominated. But again, they need bad luck to befall that number 29 squad, who you can see there as well. Just a reminder to any teams watching along, if you're any of the riders or anyone on the paddock who's here with a rider, if you win a race, come and get interviewed by the media team, please. We've been standing around downstairs. We keep sending Tristan running downstairs with a microphone, and no one shows up. So please come and let Tristan interview you.
Yeah, I feel very lonely. Stood down there in a tent just with the cameraman. But yeah, as you come into the paddock, there's a little tent by race control, by race admin, where we can do your winners' interviews.
Yeah, absolutely. Still waiting to get the sidecars out onto the track. There seems to be. I can see one of the marshals is having conversations with someone further down the pit lane. So I'm curious what's going on there, but yeah, currently, they're letting some vans across by the looks of things. That'll be why. Or are they letting the vans across for another reason? I've just seen a van leave the infield. To do that, you do have to cross the circuit itself. But was that just go on, then there's nothing going around, you can quickly nip across? Or was that we're going to halt all of the action to let this singular van leave the infield because apparently it's got the king on board or something, and this Iveco white van really needs to go somewhere. I think they are getting sent off shortly though. Maybe yes they are. Here we go. Okay, so we are finally getting on our way for our first of our race twos and the final race of the FSR F2 sidecar season. Seeing them leaving the dummy grid now then. They'll be making their way to the grid itself, and then it'll be 13 laps to crown a champion. Can't wait to see what is going to happen. A fantastic and fascinating race one. We saw Tristan, that 17 outfit, so strong compared to the others, but again, if they want to be champions at the end of today, they really need 4 other squads, mainly that number 29 squad that leads the championship, to encounter trouble, because even though they were the class of the field, the 29 still in second place.
Yeah, 100%. Steve Kershaw, Rhys Gibbons have put on incredible show at the last rounds in April, but they obviously have a lot of great experience behind them as well, reigning British Formula 2 champions, and also they've finished on the podium. Well, Gibbons has finished on the podium at the TT as well. But you can see they're really kicking up all the dust there at the hairpins, and this could be a good thing for it. They almost act as incredibly fast hoovers.
That's one way to put it. So we'll see how it's going to go. But as they come out onto the grid, the 17, the pole sitter, the outfit that dominated the opening race, the Crawford and Hardy pairing, but still the chasers in the championship. Because coming into this one, the 29 has all of the advantage. And we'll have to wait and see what is going to unfold. Because the 29 just needs to finish strong and they can crown themselves British F2 champions as they make their way around then on their sighting lap. Let us have a little run through the grid for you. It will be that number 17 of Crawford and Hardy that starts on the pole position with championship leaders. The 29 Kershaw getting starting in P2. Ramsden Tell, the 99 pairing in P3. Clark and Johnson, the number 9 outfit in P4. Lock-in Bins, the number 4, starts P5 with the number 23 of Thomas and Sigsworth in P6. Number 7 is Schofield on Astley on the 71 machine with P8. Baker and Dawkins on the number 6. P9, the number 8 of Illyria and Saunder. And rounding out the top 10, it's the number 13 of Hegarty and Ludlow. In P11, it's the 39 of Moore and Cole. In P12, it is the 37 of Morphin and Ryder. P13 is the 32 of Milliman and Wheeler. So once again, as you can see, Tristan, they've really dispersed that dust rash. Actually, look at that. That's incredible. The wind and how it's picking it up. That could create something interesting because that dust could get stuck in their tyres. That would not be ideal.
We've seen, time and time again how much how much slide you can get on one of these machines, especially rear end slide. So I think when they're going full throttle around that hairpin, we might see some sideways action coming out of that.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. As they're getting ready to go. Sliding into their grid spots, the final race of the season, and it all comes down to this: the front row of the grid, the 2 championship hopefuls, the 29 outfit, the favourites with the lead, with the advantage coming into this one, with the 17 with the pace this weekend. It all comes down to this: 13 laps separates these guys from destiny as they get underway, and what a start it is for the 29. The 17 did not get away well in the second phase. They're going to drop down to maybe 4th place. No, they'll hold on to 3rd. The 99 slid on through into 2nd, but it is the championship leaders that lead the way through Gerrard. The 29 of Kershaw and Gibbons with a dream start to hopefully crown themselves on top. And here comes the 17, not quite get the door closed. This one could be a little bit trickier for them than race number 1.
Yeah, Ramsden and Stell there down into Edwinas, defended really, really well. Didn't go too defensive, but just put their outfit right in the correct position to make sure there was no room for the number 17 outfit to come through. And now they're challenging for the lead up into the hairpin, onto the slippy stuff, and there's a little bit of a rear end slide as they come out there. You can hear the engines revving as they exit the hairpin there, the dust flying, and it is now the 99 that leads from the 29 and the number 17 of Crawford and Hardy.
Where was this pace in race number 1 from Ramsden and Stell, leading the way here in the final race of the season for the FSRA Formula 2 Sidecar Championship, and leading by some way, because look at 2nd and 3rd place, the championship hopefuls going neck and neck again. If they have a collision, if there's problems for both of them, it goes the way of the 29. The 17 doesn't want to take them out, or take them both out, should I say, as they head down into the chicane. Look how aggressive the 17 is over the curves. Looks just as comfortable as they did in race 1, but the pace, for whatever reason, not quite what it was earlier on this morning. There's up onto 2 wheels there briefly. The 29 chair wheel popping up in the air. 17 trying to go the long way around, not quite up into the hairpin. And go through the bus stop, and Devil's Elbow might be a bit keen for a move. They're going to have to take time setting this one up, maybe. Wow, that was a big look to the inside there. Comes to nothing as we start the next lap. This will be lap number 3 of 13, and the championship hopefuls are side by side. Open. Down into turn 1. Almost contact. The 17 slides by. What a brilliant move, but it's still not enough. They still need to win and hope that the 29 encounters issues, but they're showing even after a poor start, they're feeling aggressive, they're feeling up for a fight.
Feathers have been ruffled here, and now into the lead, but that is a little bit too much down into Edwinas. There's no way back through for the number 99. Are they going to have a look through the fast chicane? An arm goes out there from the number 17 outfit, and that was a brilliant comeback feisty for this race too. And back up the inside again into the hairpin. The number 17 outfit goes back into the lead, but that number 99 all-black outfit of Ramstead and Stel does not want to give up position lightly at all.
Goodness me, what a race we are witnessing currently as they come down to lap 4 at 13, and it's already hard in your mouth stuff. If they finish as they do now, it is still the 29 squad that is your champions of the Superclass in 2025 here in the Formula 2 sidecars. But the 17 now in the lead after
put the hammer down now.
Started to settle into the rhythm. The emotions, almost the despair, I guess, of a poor start when you really crucially didn't need one. They've got to the front, they've settled down, they can now push onwards and just get on with the job in hand.
Yeah, you had a feeling they just had something in the back pocket. We saw the pace that they had this morning that no one could live with. And now, unfortunately, they've gotten to the front. Well, fortunately for them, unfortunate for the outfits behind. They've gotten to the front, they're hitting their markers and they're breaking away. You can see all the dust being thrown up at the hairpin there. Now it's between this battle for second place between the number 99 outfit of Ramstead and Stel and the number 29 outfit with Kershaw and Gibbons on board. Still a bit of breathing space between the two, so now it's all down. All the pressure now is on that number 29. A little bit further back, we've got Lockie and Binns in fourth place on the number 4. And we've got Hegarty down in 5th place. And these guys locked together a little bit further back as well.
Yeah, battles everywhere you look here at Mallory Park as the sun beginning to shine again. The lake in the middle of the circuit is glistening. And maybe it's just a sign because we've got a brilliant race going on as well. The weather matching its beauty or something along those lines anyway. Lap 5 of 13. The 17 starting to disappear off into the distance. Haven't quite matched the pace they had in race number 1 earlier on. They were 0.4 of a second away from, or 4 thousandths of a second away, should I say, from the lap record in race 1. They are fast up on 54.918. If my maths is 919, should I say. But not quite able to find that at the moment. This battle rages on though, as we see 39 to 68 all getting involved with each other, but a little bit too far away to make any moves as it stands.
Yeah, I think so. There's the gaps are a little bit too big between all these outfits. I think we've had the chaos in the opening few laps, and now everything's just calmed down a little bit again. Once they settle into their positions, then hopefully it'll all explode again at the end. Although I think the battle for the victory is there's 3 seconds up the road from second place, and there's a little bit of a gap back to P3 as well. But between these guys, it really is anyone, and the number 8 outfit now is getting all over the rear wheels of the number 6, and that's a good move down into the hairpin, blocks it off. There's not a lot of room though, but they make it stick.
Yeah, nice stuff there. Looking left, looking right, looking everywhere, trying to find any advantage that they can. It is really, really tight racing out there for these guys. There are your race leaders. The number 17 outfit of Crawford and Hardy once again flying away. And look at it, it's just watching artwork out there on a racetrack. It's as good as you can get in a Formula 2 sidecar around here at Mallory Park. And again, a disappointing start for them. Didn't get away well. They spent a couple of laps squabbling with others, but once they got into the lead, it's getting a bit aggressive over the curbs there. They haven't looked back, and now they have a very healthy lead on their hands, but it is still not enough. They still need some misfortunes before the 29 of Kershaw and Gibbons in P3 as it stands for them to be crowned champions at the end of this race. But of course, it is motorsport. Anything can happen. We'll have to wait and see how it is all going to unfold. Meanwhile, the 99 of Ramstead and Stel still doing a very, very good job in P2 at the moment. 2.5 seconds to the good from the third place outfit behind them. So at the front, everyone's started to extend their own gaps and run their own races, even if it is very close behind. And again, it's such hard work, sidecar racing. Just because there's big gaps doesn't mean it's not interesting, exciting. And we've got some lap traffic to deal with now as well.
Yep. So they'll have to make sure they make their way through on that lap traffic as smoothly as possible. They've laid down plenty of rubber down at the hairpin, so any grip issues that were there before are now completely gone, courtesy of the sidecars. Blue flags go out, so any lap traffic should theoretically be moving out the way of the number 17 outfit. This should be nice and easily done. Down into Gerard's. You can hear the engine screaming through Gerard's there. Beautiful stuff from the number 17 outfit. Like we were saying before, inch perfect. Just watch them down into its wieners. They use every inch of the track and more on the exit of Gerard's. Perfect on the brakes. A little bit of squirrely movement, but they're hitting the hit both apexes. Oh, and that time a little bit of sideways action as well. Just as we were praising them for being inch perfect, but that was impressive in itself.
Hardy, the passenger, giving a little wave to someone in the crowd there as they went past as well, I saw. I wonder if there's maybe a bit of showboating going on, because they're certainly upping the ante.
They're definitely enjoying themselves.
Yeah, I'll give it that much. They know they're doing all that they can in terms of the championships. At this point, it's out of their control. So, as they come to make it lap 10 of 13, so they may as well have some fun. They know that they are the quickest out there by a country mile, and again, there is nothing else they can do championship-wise. They are getting the maximum they can. It all depends on what happens to their competitors. The 29 outfits, that's a bit tight there between the 13 and the 71. That's Hegarty and Ludlow on the 13 machine. Fighting for P5 with Schofield and Astley on the 71 just behind them. And getting a bit too close for comfort as they make their way down the main straight, trying to tuck in and get the toe. You'll see the passengers getting right behind, right down, and then right behind the drivers getting ready for turn number 1 to lean over and get that weight onto the right-hand side of the machine before they push onwards out of the corner, and you'll see him disappear back underneath again. I mean, it must be insane, because how do you know where you are on a track when your head's facing the floor like that?
Yeah, well, I guess you don't. And I guess it's not your problem either, but it is incredibly impressive.
Yeah, maybe it's maybe you just kind of got to take an estimate, and if you get it wrong, then you crash, I suppose, or something. 71 then to the outside, tries to switch back once again. Is there anything there this time? There certainly will be. Side by side into the end. And you saw a puff of blue smoke as well from the 71 locking up a wheel. They got right out of that one. They saw that a crash was coming and thought, yeah, you know what, you're all right. We've got a couple more laps this. We can try again.
There's nothing other than single file through the bus stop, especially on a wide sidecar.
Yeah, it's tricky through there on a normal bike, which pretty skinny as it goes in terms of motorsport competition-y things. Sidecar's pretty wide in retrospect. Be lap 12 of 13 then, penultimate lap of the race for the number 17. And we'll see if they continue their showboating antics. And best lap of 55.299. So pace not quite what it was in race number 1 earlier on today, but still unbelievably quicker than everyone else. 71 going to try it again. This is brilliant action for P5. This time not close enough. That will follow through the bus stop. That can maybe give them a run down into Gerard's if they're going to get exit out of the Devil's Corner here.
Yep, down through Devil's Elbow. These guys neck and neck as they head down into Gerard's, although a little bit of breathing space between them now. Your outfit at the front, number 17, Crawford and Hardy, absolutely ran away with this one. 11.1 seconds at the front, making it look easy and enjoying themselves whilst they're out there. And you can see the shapes that are being made out there now. End of the weekend for these guys. And that, a little bit of smoke coming from those tyres have definitely seen better days.
Seen better days and then some. That thing is all sorts of crossed up coming through the corners. Wow, that number 13 outfit of Hegarty and Ludlow are pushing like there is no tomorrow. There is the number 6 of Baker and Dawkins. They're P9 as it stands, and just behind them are your race leaders on the final lap of the race and making their way through the traffic up to the top of the hill as well. They'll have to go the long way around. A little wave there by the competitors. I think they'll let them through. Yes, they will. Then the leaders coming through and a bit more sideways action as well.
Just a good measure.
Yeah, it's been a dominant weekend for the 17 outfit. They have done everything that they can. Every possible thing in their grasp that they could do this weekend, they did. As Was there a checkered flag there? That is a checkered flag, but I didn't see a checkered flag waving.
There was a last lap
flag, wasn't there?
I don't know if they've taken that twice or not.
Not backed off, and we saw this in race number 1 earlier on as well, where they did another lap at full race speed, and that looks to me like we're still at full race speed. So I think we're getting an extra lap in here. Even if the
according
race,
to our timing screens,
the race
flag should have gone out, but I think it didn't.
So a bit of confusion here. The race, I'm assuming, will be classified as we are now, but we're going to continue on anyway and just pretend this is the final lap instead. So the 17 have done an extra lap once again. There's hearing some noises. Has someone come off there maybe? That sounded some pretty aggressive engine revving. As we continue onwards anyway. The 17, as I was saying, they've done everything that they could in their grasp. They've got a maximum amount of points this week, and they've dominated here at Mallory Park, and they make it 2 out of 2 victories. But as we wait to see where everybody else is, you have to wonder, is it enough? Because there we see some lap traffic coming through.
Oh, and look at this lap. Wow. There's the number 13, the 71 in there as well. And there's only a few more corners to decide this battle here.
Absolutely, the 99 brings it across in second place. Where is the number 29 machine? I believe they've crossed the line. Yes, they have. Kershaw and Gibbons have taken the checkered flag and are crowned champions in 2025. But this battle continues to rage on for the final few places, even though the race is technically over, according to our timing screens. You can't scratch your eyes. Don't even blink or you'll miss it. It will be the number 13 that just about finishes ahead of the 71. The 17 with a dominant display, having fun while they did so. They did everything that they could. But it is the 29 outfit that are your champions in 2025. Kershaw and Gibbons, despite the pace that 17, were just too far ahead. And that is it for FSRA Sidecars, the British Formula 2 Championship in 2025. It is Crawford and Hardy in P1, the number 17 outfit with the number 99 of Ramsdale and Shell in P2. Your new champions, the 29 of Kershaw and Gibbons, rounding out the podium places with Lockie and Binns in P4 on the number 4. Hegarty and Ludlow, the 13, finished 5th, with Schofield and Astley in P6 on the 71. Hilaria and Saunder, the number 8 outfit, finished P7. The 37 finished in P8. That's Morpher and Ryder. Baker and Dawkins on the 6th. On the 6th finished 9th. And Illman and Wheeler finished 10th on the 32. It looks like, unfortunately, the 39 retired from the race pretty early doors. That was Moore and Sigsworth, who qualified quite well as well. So a real shame for them. But it is Kershaw and Gibbons, the 29 outfit, that are your champions in 2025. But what a fantastic weekend it has been for the FSRA Sidecars. What a fantastic season for those guys. They've come to Mallory Park twice, and both times they have put on a fantastic display, and it has been an absolute joy to behold. And it feels bizarre that their season has come to an end so early. But we have our champions crowned. The Sidecars will be back in 2026. Time then for race 2, the final race of the weekend for the EMRA Open and the Open 600. Liam Geacock will win this race after his performances so far this weekend on his the 1000cc machine. But of course, we've got some fantastic riders out there. Dan Stamper, Jack Pearce, Alan Lane, Ricky Simmons. They've been putting on fantastic displays all throughout the weekend. And it has been fantastic to watch as they make their way out onto the circuit, making their way to the grid. Before the sighting lap, there is the 55 of Geacock. He has raced in the British Superbike Paddock before, and he's just got to show this weekend, what the difference is between a very, very strong rider at a championship or a club championship level and a rider who is good enough to race in British Superbikes, because he has been untouchable this weekend, and it has been just phenomenal to witness as they are making their way to the grid. Yellow flags waving, of course, to slow them down, and we are getting ready to get them into position before we send them on their sighting lap. So as they come in to their grid slots, for their second and final race of the weekend, round 6 of the season. Of course, the Open 600. We are expecting Fred McMullen to finalise his championship here in this race. Well, not Fred McMullen, yes, Fred McMullen. George Anderson, his nearest rival, is nowhere or not quite on the same pace, shall we say. So in this race, will Fred McMullen be taking the Open 600 title? It will be Leon Geacock. Who else? Starting from the pole position, Dan Stamper in P2. Jack Pearce completes the front row, 2 600s alongside a 1000cc machine. Row number 2, Alan Lane, Ricky Simmons and Lee Rance, with Fred McMullen starting P7. Will he be crowning his championship at the end of this one? Probably. We'll have to wait and see. He's alongside his title rival George Anderson in P8 and Stefan Ellis in P9. Andrew Hurd rounds out the top 10 with Lewis Koasher in 11th and Brad Clark in P12. Mitchell Baines is 13th with Christian Slater and Joshua Galatovic alongside him, with Matthew Wood P16, Martin Heft 17th, Andrew Ripley in P18. Mark Batson is 19th, Andy Bauer in P20. Albert Hall is 23rd, Liam Walker in 22nd, Alex Christophe is 23rd. Lewis Buckerfield is in P24 with Jody Philhouse 25th, Ross Haynes 26th, Adrian Stone 27th, and Calvin Grimes lining out our 28 rider grid coming in to this one. So a big grid then, some fantastic racing that we've witnessed earlier on in this class. Again, we're expecting Leon Geacock to just disappear up the front. We'll allow that to happen. We're expecting very fierce racing behind, and as I said earlier, we are expecting at the end of this one, unless things don't go his way, and I'll touch on wood to not commentators curse him, Fred McMullen, the number 81, to pick up the Open 600 championship. Right then, green flag waved at the back. It is all eyes to the red light, and we revs up for the final time this weekend in the EMRA Open and Open 600 classes. Lights go on and we get underway. Slow start there from someone in the second row, but it is the 55 that will lead the way. The front wheel popping up down into turn 1. Another quick start there from the 50 of Alan Lane from P4. He's suddenly got himself into a knack of doing that and getting himself into strong positions. Geacock already a huge advantage as he comes out of Gerrard's, but look at them, 3, 4, nearly 5 abreast coming out of Gerrard's on the run into the chicane, looking to the inside. That's Jack Pearce, shoves the 50 out wide, who's going to hold them all up. Man, oh man, that is crazy through there, but the 133 is going to slide out to second overall. And how many places the 50 lost as a result of that, because they've all been held up.
Can't tell what was going on through that corner. There was just bikes all over the place, and unfortunately Lane really missed out there. He struck right down the order, but now the number 133 has made his way up into second place after all that carnage down at Edwina's.
Yeah, crazy stuff heading through Edwina's on the previous tour, and it's really hindered the fast charging Alan Lane on that Yamaha on the opening lap, after once again getting a rocket ship start from 4th, sliding up to 2nd, but then just getting shoved out wide. That is racing. Sometimes the best way to overtake your opponent is to absolutely brutalise them on the way past to get everybody else to overtake them as well. And that is what allowed Jack Pearce on the 133 Kawasaki 636 to slide up into second place. But he's got some competition behind, though, in the form of Rance, and so we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen there. There's the 144. Yeah, Rance has done a very strong opening few laps here. He's made his way up from a 6th or 7th on the grid, so strong start there for Rance on the Aprilia 1100 machine. And as they make their way down, no changes through the final few corners, and it's Geacock that still leads.
Yeah, these guys very close now. Geacock just absolutely ran away with it. Not sure why Dan Stamper hasn't started in this race, but perhaps I know he's also racing in another category as well, so just perhaps not feeling like he needs the track time out there in this particular race. Geacock it is, though, that leads out the front 6.5 seconds ahead of this battle here, the number 133 of Pearce, number 144 there on the Aprilia, doing very well as well. That's the Aprilia of Lee Rance on the number 144. That's Aprilia 1000, which you don't see very often. So it's good to see someone out there sporting the Aprilia machine and just double checking, making sure that's definitely not an Aprilia 660, which it is not. Now Alan Lane recovering positions there on the number 50. After that carnage down at Edwinas, he lost a whole host of places, but he's managed to carve his way back up through the field. So we'll keep an eye on his progression as this race goes on. Leon Geacock, the story doesn't change out the front for the number 55. Ticking laps away, looks smooth, looks comfortable, looks fast, doing everything right. And now you can see they're using that inside line down at the hairpin as well. So all the grip is being restored at that hairpin. Flies down Devil's Elbow. You could hear the bike screaming for traction there as he makes his way down into Gerrard's. Just looks so comfortable on that bike.
Yeah, it looks, again, good to see riders now able to use that inside once again into the hairpin after the sidecars took all that sand and dust down and just threw it up into the air. But
I think everyone's got to thank the sidecars for that.
I know some people sometimes go, oh, sidecars, whatever. No, it's good racing. And they cleared up all the dust, so everyone can use the normal line again. So everyone say thank you, sidecars, and their championship is now done. That is still the race leader, the 55 that we've been following for the past lap. Geacock continuing to do a fantastic job there, and again, it just looks so smooth. Front wheel picking up slightly there out of the hairpin, but again, nothing that's happening is out of the ordinary. Nothing that's happening is alarming or a mistake or him pushing too much. It's all so controlled and so brilliant. And is that someone going slowly there? Yes, it is. Not sure who that was, unfortunately, but the 55 still leads up the front.
Tipping the laps away. You can really hear there the throttle control through Gerrard's. How careful, how perfect you have to be through Gerrard's with such power at your wrist, and you could really hear the throttle control as he went through there. And it's that precision, that perfection that is giving them in this lead. And we were talking about it earlier on in the Mallory Trophy race. There really isn't anyone out there in the paddock on 1000cc machine that is anywhere near the level of Geacock out the front. There's battles a little bit further down the field here. Pierce, Ellis and Rance Simmons, Lane, they're all very, very close together. We want to keep an eye on how Lane's getting on in the number 50, the very brightly coloured blue and yellow machine.
Look at that gap that Geacock has back. I mean, we're still waiting. Come on now.
Yeah, this really puts it into perspective, doesn't it?
It's ridiculous. There is Pierce. Oh my goodness me!
In all fairness to them, they are on 600s.
I know, but it's 18.4 seconds, and it's only lap 7 of 10. It's unbelievable. Yeah, no, I mean that lap it's 2 seconds a lap on everybody else at the moment. It's unreal how quick that 55 has been this weekend. Pierce still holds on to that second place, and of course still leading in the 600 class as well, with Ellis hot on his tail in P3. Just behind them is Rance Simmons in P5. Not too far away, and Alan Lane kind of keeping tabs on them after that issue he had coming into Edwinas where he just got hung out to dry. But he's staying there or thereabouts. It's lovely seeing them use the normal line again, isn't it? Getting right down and right next to the wall as they make their way through the bus stop, coming into the Devil's Elbow. It'll be lap 8 for this crew now. Gap was 18 seconds at the line last time. Let's check it this time. 20.6 seconds now between Geacock and Pierce. It is unbelievable. Yeah, this is a fight for a race. It's the fight for the EMRA Open 600 race that we're seeing here.
Between Pierce and Ellis, these two locked together. Who's going to take 25 points in this one? They are neck and neck. Are we going to see a move here now down into Edwinas on lap 8 of 10? Not close enough on this lap, but perhaps a dress rehearsal for the next lap. These two locked together, and if these guys get tangled up with each other, then that gives Rance the opportunity to capitalise on that as well. Although he is currently sat second within his own respective race, him being on 1,000, these guys being on the 600s.
Yeah, well, I'm a bit surprised that Ellis decided not to make the move into Edwinas there on that last 6. Looks like he got
keeping his cards close to his chest, maybe
just playing the long game. But we're running out of time to play the long game because it's the penultimate lap of the race for these guys now. And,
although he's having a look into Gerrard's.
That's brave to have a go there. Decides against it, but again, maybe trying to sweep around the outside and get the run. Slightly different line taken. That's what we saw the previous tour. Is the better run gets blocked off by
Is he going to do it this time round?
No, backs off again. Not quite close enough. That Yamaha just unable to draw alongside that Kawasaki machine. And there's going to be one lap left to go for these guys. They really are running out of time, but what a battle for the lead in the 600 race that we are seeing. G-Cock has started the final lap of his race. Again, he'll be 24 seconds ahead of these guys at the end of the next lap if trends continue. As they make their way through the bus stop into the Devil's Elbow. Final lap of the race then for the leaders in the 600 class. Pierce extending that gap ever so slightly through the bottom end of the circuit that time.
G-Cock then, perfect race, inch perfect, as he has been in all the races he's been in so far. He's going to take his third win of the day, the second win out of 2 in this category. And look, he's not even trying.
Cruising on home, even taking the curbs for a bit of fun. Why not? He knows his lead is that much, and maybe even a slight wave to the camera. G-Cock wins, makes it 3 races.
He's going to take the 600 victory, though.
That is what is the real question, though. That 600 victory, that's oh so tight. Still side by side, coming into the hairpin. Pierce goes deep on the exit. Is Ellis there to try?
It's going to be a run to the line.
It is going to have to be a run to the line for the Yamaha rider. Can the Kawasaki hold on? Devil's Elbow for the final time. Drag race, is it going to be? Pierce just about holds on by a 1/10 of a second at the death. What a battle, though, there in the 600 class as we wait for the rest of the riders to cross the line. And there is one who has crossed the line as well that will be feeling very, very happy with himself, because in P7 overall and P3 in the 600 class, it is McMullen who is the Open 600 champion in 2025. Wow, congratulations to him, but what a race we've just seen. Leon G-Cock, after backing off at the death, a 2.22 even, should I say, a winning margin from Pierce and Ellis, 1 and 2 in the 600 race. Rance finishes 4th overall, Simmons 5th, Lane held on to 6th. And we're just going to head down to Tristan, and we'll go over the rest of the results in a short moment, because we're going to speak to Leon G-Cock once again.
Leon, mate, you just look like you're enjoying yourself out there. Talk us through it.
Yeah, I'm just enjoying riding my motorbike. That's literally all this is about for me. Is I try and help as many of the club lads as I can through the whole weekend, and I'm just trying to get out and enjoy riding motorbike. So yeah, it's pretty. I don't know how much I win, but I just enjoy winning. I just enjoy riding. That's it. So yeah, it's fantastic. Obviously, this is something new, and I missed the last interview. So, but I apologise for everyone that's watching at home, and it's something new. It's fantastic. This is for the club, and yeah, we'll keep going forward. Just keep smiling.
There is. I'm sure we'll be talking to you later.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Cheers. Take care.
Cheers.
Well, great to hear there from potentially the man of the weekend, who has been absolutely phenomenal this entire time. And every time he's been out on circuit, it has been something spectacular. As we can see now, for the second and final time this weekend, the Honda CB500s making their way out onto the track. And what a race it was in race number 1 earlier on. And getting word that we're going to head back down to Tristan and speak to some of our other riders.
Fantastic race and a fantastic victory. Could you feel that R6 breathing down your neck?
I kept on looking over my shoulder at the hairpin every time. I could hear him, I could smell him. It was a bit twitchy bum time, but I just dug deep and went for it. But yeah, I knew he were there. I knew he was stepping, weren't it? So yeah, he were riding really well, mate.
So plan for the next race?
Just get my head down, bring it home now. Hopefully, mate. I'm knick-knacked. I think I've lost all my beans now.
Fair play, well, best of luck.
Yeah, cheers guys, thanks.
And great to hear there some of our other riders. And well, what a performance that was from Jack Pearce in the previous race to take the win in the 600 race and finish P2 overall as well. As we see that, problems for somebody on the grid. Who's that's having issues? The 626, by the looks of things. Is that, or is that the... well, either way, someone having an issue. And I'm not entirely sure what is going on as it currently stands, but we'll wait and see. And the bike is being wheeled to the side of the circuit. And it's the 626 on the fairy, but it's the 126 or the 176. That's Reese Pentney, by the looks of things, that's coming off the track. And something having a look down into the motor underneath. But something very much not happy on that bike.
Something's gone pop.
Yeah, that's one way to put it. Not entirely sure what said thing is, but. So now the flag marshal's going over to have a word as well. I guess we'll just wait and see what's going on. As there we can see. Has he dropped oil down on the track as well? Maybe because we got a broom going over. Oh dear,
that's unfortunate.
Yeah, that's not ideal if we have. And looks like there's definitely something that's gone down on the circuit. Of course, this is we haven't actually gone on the sighting lap yet. This is just before they got to the grid. So, I don't think anything such as cooling tyres or anything is going to be necessarily a problem. It just means you have to put a bit more effort into getting things up to temp on your sighting lap. But not ideal to be dropping things on the grid. We'll have to keep our eye on whoever starts P4 for the rest of the day to see. To see if they get a slow getaway or if they just drop it straight away because there's fluid everywhere.
Spinning off the line, can you imagine?
Be a bit embarrassing that, to be fair. There we see bikes coming in. Engines idling away. Of course, a big thank you for tuning in. If you are just joining us, make sure you go and tune in and check back on all of the races that we've been broadcasting all day. And of course, this is the first ever live EMRA broadcast. We'll also be broadcasting the last round as well. So as the riders get going on their sighting lap, it is Jamie Paddock who crashed out of the lead late in race number 1. He starts from pole. Adam Hodgkinson, who took said victory, his first victory at EMRA in race 1. He starts P2. Jordan Savage completes the front row. Reese Pentney starts in P4, or is supposed to be anyway, but I think that's his day done, with Lyndon Williams 5th and Matthew Moret in P6. Jamie Horner 7th with Mark Dixon in P8, Stuart Martindale in P9. Running out the top 10 is Jacob Dyke with Neil Allen and Tom Middleton alongside. Steve Gilbert starts 13th with Michael Woodforton and Troy Johnson in P15. John Pearson starts 16th with Stephen Lane in 17th and Dave Trump in P18. James Holland is 19th, Alec Brooks is 20th, Angela Robertson starts in 21st. Our final rider on the grid. Well, we saw a huge battle for the lead in race number 1, Tristan. Let's see if we're going to get more of the same. Let's hope Jamie Balance doesn't drop it at the end so we can get a race all the way to the line.
So much drama in that first race, but it really is between those two at the front, Badham and Hodgkinson. So hopefully we see them go toe-to-toe right to the end of this race, and hopefully it's not decided by anyone falling face first onto the deck. Hopefully we'll see a wheel-to-wheel action here between Badhams and Adam Hodgkinson. There'll be also battles all the way through this CB500 grid, as is the nature of CB500 racing. Excited to see this one get started.
The second and final race of the weekend for these Honda riders as they make their way to the grid. Yeah, it looks like it definitely is Reese Pentney that is having those issues. Although I can see him doing circles in the holding area. He's trying to see if the bike's working, I think. But it's all eyes to the red lights, and his red light's out, and we are on the way. Big wheelie off of the pole for Jamie Badhams, and he could get swamped on the run down into Gerrards, and indeed he has been. He's gone backwards as they make their way through.
Badhams is starting further back on the grid. I'm not entirely sure why, but he's well within this mix. The number 58, he's midfield at the moment, so I'm not quite sure if he started from the back of the grid or what happened there, but it was Hodgkinson who started from pole.
Well, bizarre then. must be the 66. Yeah, well, we'll just keep going onwards anyway. So Hodgkinson, I think, still has the lead. No, he does not. It's the 93. That's Jordan Savage, who's now in the lead, but under big attack there from Hodgkinson on the inside, who's laid on the brakes, but has to keep the bike upright in order to get it stopped into the hairpin. It looks like Paddock started in P18 in this one for some reason. Then it was the P4 66. That was Jamie Horner that had those issues. So, yeah, a bit of confusion
there for the 58.
Yeah, must have been.
It's going to make for some entertaining racing there. You can see him making up positions in the background there. He's coming and he's on his way. Meanwhile, Hodgkinson here is being held up by the number 93.
Yeah, everyone trying their best, looking to try and find a way through. And look at that, almost side by side through Gerrard. Here comes the 176 of Reece Pentley. Had a little bit of a look there, but nothing. Meanwhile, around the outside goes the 56 of Hodgkinson. That is a great move. That is a great move to take the lead of the race. Winner in race 1 earlier on, and it looks like he wants to win race 2 as well.
He knows he's on a time limit. He knows any minute now that number 58 is going to be cropping up and putting a wheel underneath him. He's went a little bit deep there at the hairpin, now trying to push on, now trying to put as much space between him and the bikes behind him as possible. But we hope for our sake that Badhams does make it to the front of this race, and we have a bar-to-bar action for the win of this race. Badhams currently in 4th place.
Yeah, he's already up to P4 and only 1.8 off of Hodgkinson in the lead. He is coming. It's not a matter of if, but when.
That's got to be a sketchy couple of laps from number 58 there. I bet there was some wild moves being made on board that CB500 machine, but such is the nature of CB500 racing. Look at the number 176 there. He got it all wrong. And in the meantime, Badhams goes through on the number 93 of Savage.
Yeah, and he went straight on as well. He abandoned the corner, realised that he wasn't going to make it. It's the 176 of Reece Pentley now down into 4th place, and Badhams a free position now up into 2nd. And the next time Hodgkinson checks over the shoulder, there's going to be fear struck into his heart, because that bright yellow 58 plate is going to be glaring at him. It's going to be like a deer in headlights situation almost. Like, you can't believe it's only been, 3-4 laps, and already the man who led almost the entire way of race 1 until the final half of a lap is back up into 2nd place.
Is he going to be able to do it? Is he going to catch Hodgkinson?
Well, it'd be an incredible ride if he was able to do so. I think he's certainly able to catch him. You know, it's another thing if he's able to overtake.
Past him. Yeah. It's a big gap, 1.8 seconds. These guys very much matched for pace. We saw it in race 1. If anything, Badhams might have had a slight advantage over Hodgkinson, and obviously set the faster time in qualifying as well. So we'll see what he can do when he's really got the bit between his teeth. And I would say bite the screen, but there's no screen to bite on one of these machines.
Yeah, not quite. You can see some action a little bit further back in the pack as well. These guys start to make their way on the climb up to there. That's the 75 of Williams ahead of Dickinson and Marrett, who are trading places, or trying to trade places, like it's going out of fashion. Apparently, Dickinson on the 272, having dropped behind Marrett on the 735 on this tour. As we see a few other riders making their way through the bus stop and into the Devil's Elbow. Once again,
Badhams lost time on that last lap. The gap's now up to 1.9, so he's not making any inroads at the moment on Hodgkinson. We'll keep an eye on that gap as the laps tick away. That last lap was a very good lap for Hodgkinson. 59.8, 59.9 for Badhams. So as we said, the two very much matched for pace.
Yeah, so maybe Badhams doesn't quite have enough to catch up to him.
I think it'll be a case of what happens when we get to lap traffic.
Yeah. How does Hodgkinson negotiate that on his own as well? Because when you've got another rider, when you're doing battle, when you encounter lap traffic, you can kind of just follow one another through, unless you catch them in a very awkward situation. When you're on your own, you've got to do that work, and you've got to just try and make your way through the best as you can. So we'll keep our eye on that one for when he does catch the traffic. But right now, he makes it halfway through this race. Lap 6 of 10, 5 left to go. And the gap back down ever so slightly. So Badhams on that last lap,
10th, hasn't he?
Yeah, fastest lap of the race. He was 800ths quicker than Hodgkinson, so not quite a 10th quicker than our race leader, the number 56 of Hodgkinson, was Badhams on the previous tour. But Hodgkinson, again, he said when we spoke to him earlier this morning, he was looking for his first EMRA win after spending the last year or so improving and plying his trade and starting his fine podiums. Well, he got it earlier today, and you're wondering, has that maybe unlocked something in him, because he's been looking fantastic so far in this race.
Yeah, he really has done everything right. Got to the front. Well, lost a little bit of ground right at the beginning of the race, but recovered really, really well. Now is controlling it well at the front, setting consistent fast lap times, because this is a very, very hot pace on a CB500 machine. 59.6 on that last lap, so he goes even quicker once again. Extends the lead now up to 2 seconds and is controlling this perfectly. Badhams now doesn't want to do anything rash, no need to throw this way. He's already champion. Of course he's going to want to go out with a win here this weekend, but doesn't need to risk anything.
Absolutely not. He can just continue to push around and do his thing, and not really worry. Hodgkinson again, that last lap gap up to 2 seconds now. You can hear some engine noises on the run into the hairpin on lap 7 of 10, so you'd expect Hodgkinson to be catching some traffic, maybe lap 9-ish, maybe on the final lap. So it might be too little too late for Badhams. We'll have to wait and see how it's going to unfold. But as they make their way through Devil's Elbow, Badhams really committed through there. He really wants to try and catch Hodgkinson at least, see if he can try and challenge for a race win from P18 on the grid. But on that last lap, once again, losing time. Gap up to 2.2 now.
Yeah, incredible consistency here from Hodgkinson. 59.6 on that last lap. On the lap before, 59.7 on the lap just gone. So like we said, it's going to come down to where he picks up the back markers. If he gets them in that bus stop section, it's going to be very, very difficult to overtake. First one done and through. Nice, easy spot there on the brakes into Edwinas.
Yeah, already starting to catch the traffic. It's earlier than I thought, but gets through them nice and cleanly there. Anyone up at the head?
That could be timed badly.
We'll have to see how close he is on the run out of the hairpin. Because if he catches them at the bus stop, yes, that will hold him up. But I think he's going to get away with it.
Here.
Yeah, he is. He's going to be very, very lucky to be able to get them down the main straight. I think there's a bit of a wobble coming out of the bus stop there. Yeah, got away with that one.
Yeah, if he can use the slipstream here, he could even actually use it to his advantage into Gerard's. It's got to be timed well, though, and he is, and he's through right at the correct moment. 1 minute lap time on that last lap, so you can see that his lap times are struggling now with this lap traffic. Lap 9 of 10 here in the CB500s. What's going to happen? Is he going to be able to carve his way through this lap traffic? He does. Nice and smooth down into Edwinas. So that's all he needs to do. Pick them off one by one. Doesn't matter if he loses a little bit of time. He's still got 2.1 seconds, almost 2.2 seconds back to Badhams in second place.
I think he knows, though, as well, at the back of his mind, that if he is held up, if he makes a mistake and suddenly Badhams is on the back of him, he will jump at any opportunity to try and get through and will bully him.
He's not shy of a move.
He will get the elbows out and force you wide and run you off the racetrack if he has to. Not in a horrible, I'm going to make you crash way, but just in a I'm coming through way, whether you like it or not. 1 lap to go, though, for Hodgkinson, and still that lead persists. Badhams has apparently not crossed the line just yet, but the gap's still at around about 2 seconds. There you go. It's Badhams come off? I saw him cross the line.
No, he definitely crossed the line. I wonder if it's a transponder issue. You can see him in the background there.
Yeah, so transponder issue for Badhams, but he's still second on the road. But the gap looks like it's still maintaining stability as it stands. But with half a lap left to go, Hodgkinson once again, as long as he doesn't catch any traffic or make a mistake, he should be in the clear.
Yeah, 100%. All he needs to do is navigate his way through these final few corners. It's not over till the checkered flag drops, though, as he goes through the hairpin for the final time. Now through the tight, twisty bus stop, then down through, flat out now, down through Devil's Elbow. It'll be on the stopper on one of those bikes, and it should all be relatively in line. And he'll come across and take second victory of the day for Hodgkinson, although the last lap flag is still out, so I think perhaps they're going to do one more lap here.
Yeah, no, it's lap 10 of 10 on the timing screen. It's a 10-lap race on the schedule. The checkered flag is out officially, but last lap flag held out through some miscommunication somewhere, but we'll push onwards and treat it like this is the last lap anyway. Hodgkinson continuing to carve his way through, though. And, bizarre stuff there. Badham's clearly a transponder issue late in the day.
Yeah, he's not figuring at the moment, is he?
No, yeah, he's on our timing screens, he's dropped down to 16th place. As you can see, he's making his way through the hairpin in second place currently, so ignore that. He's not been given the worst penalty in mankind or something along those lines, but this time, as we wait for Hodgkinson to cross the line, second time's the charm. Checkered flag does wave, and Hodgkinson does take it to confirm that second victory of the weekend. 2 out of 2.
It got close at the end there. Look how close number 58 is.
I wonder if Hodgkinson backed off maybe, though.
But
maybe he knew the last lap. I'm good. I don't need to worry about it.
Yeah, I think you're right.
But yeah, Hodgkinson does take victory once again. From Badham's in P2 on the road, but with a late transponder issue of some description. Savage, who finishes second on our timing screens, but he will likely finish in P3 and round on the podium place. Of course, all results are provisional, but you'd expect with a transponder issue like that'd be no worries. We'll reinstate you to your rightful second place there at the end of that one. So it is Hodgkinson that takes it 2 from 2. Badham in second place and Savage in third.
He's enjoying it.
What a ride though there from Badham to get up from 18th on the grid and slide up into second place and maybe not quite have the pace to challenge for the race win. As again, this is provisional with Badham's transponder failure, so everyone's going to have to be shifted down 1 on the graphics. It's Hodgkinson that takes victory. Badham in second place, Savage in third, Penty fourth, Marrett fifth, Dyke sixth, Allen seventh, Martindale P8, Good P9, Truk P10 and Ford. I shouldn't read him because he's P11, but he finished in P11. But again, Badham with a transponder issue that on the timing screens has dropped him down the order. That's the 113 there. Is that an issue for Kilbin? He did lose 4 places actually on the lap before the last lap. Which of course was when the checkered flag came out on the timing screen. So I'm not entirely sure. Officially the only rider that we lost was the 626 in that one, which of course we were expecting that one because he didn't actually make the start of the race, unfortunately. But still, it is a strong finish there from Hodgkinson. That's 2 from 2.
Next up then will be the classic era machines, pre-2000 up to 1300cc, Sport Twins in there as well. So a combined grid that brings together classic era bikes and any machines between 500 to 1300cc, all from the year 2000 or earlier. So it's essentially vintage versus modern twins out on circuit. Thank you very much for tuning in. If you've just joined us, this is the very first live stream for the East Midlands Racing Association Championships, and definitely not the last. We'll be back for the final round in October. Championships to be decided, and still plenty of racing action to come your way as well. So be sure to interact, drop a like, drop a share, and there'll be plenty of content coming your way on the Mallory Park YouTube, as well as EMRA and Motorsport Radio. So as we wait to get these bikes out onto the grid then.
Yep, making their way out onto the track. Here we go for the classic era and the Sport Twins as well. Now I think it's we can take a wild stab at who we think's winning this race. I'll give you a clue. His name's Darrell Lee, given just how unbelievably quick he has been this weekend. But, you know, anything can happen.
Yes, I think Darrell Lee definitely for the classic era machines. In the sports wins, I definitely think Josh Froggatt will have a very, very good chance. He's the undisputed leader of the sports wins this season's had a near perfect season, nearby won virtually every race in the class. Going into this weekend, he'd won 9 wins out of the 10 starts that he'd had. He was hindered a little bit in the earlier race with the weather conditions, so I think for the overall victory as well, he might very well be within the mix. He had very, very good lap times in qualifying, so keep an eye out for the number 72 on the all-blue Aprilia RS660. It's the number 110 though that has taken the spoils all the way through this year and all the way through this weekend, both in this category and in the pre-injections as well. So plenty of incentive for the other riders to try and show him a wheel, and they really need to do it on this first lap here. Try and slow him down, upset his rhythm, and try and really give themselves a chance for victory here at Mallory Park. The red flag is raised at the front of the grid as these guys wait to start this race 2.
Still waiting for the... There's a problem at the back, I think, because we haven't seen the green flag at the rear to send them on their sighting lap. So we're either waiting for someone or there is an issue somewhere else on the second. There we go. After a brief delay, we can get going on our sighting lap. And the green flag will wave at the left-hand side of your picture, and we'll head round for a quick one before we start to get going for the race proper. So, starting on pole position, who else would it be but the 110 of Darrell Lee, starting alongside him. The 701 of Simon Cooper in the sports trim Aprilia. Also on the front row, we have the 79 of Ian Morgan. The 53 starts in P4, that's Matthew Wood. The 277 and the 413 alongside. The 277 will be Phil Thatcher. 413, I actually don't know who that is right now because it's not on the entry list. 214. Elsewhere on the grid, we've got the 2, the 14 and the 721 starting on row 3, the 201, the 232 and the 118 starting on row 4. The 163, the 148, the 127, the 191, the 4 and the 125 start on row 16, the row 7, P19 as well as the 744 and the 147. Again, 2 classes in this race to look forward to for their final race of the weekend. We've got pre-2000 bikes and sports twins on track at the same time, but it should be exciting. And we saw them a bit mixed up earlier on, even with the 110 vanishing off into the distance as he has done so across the weekend.
Yes, definitely. So we'll see what they can do, see if they can show him a wheel. Like we were saying, they really need to get it done early on. So they all line up onto the grid then as we await to get this race 2 for these guys started. Classic era and sport twin bikes all out on circuit. Combined grids for this one. Who's going to take victory overall and who's going to take victory in each category? They look to the lights for the second time this weekend and down into turn 1. There's a few front wheels going up in the air there, but it's the perfect start once again from the number 110 down into turn 1. The number 72 of Josh Froggatt made a very, very good start there from a little bit further back on the grid. Managed to make his way into P3 overall, and he'll be leading the sport twins. Is he going to make a move down into Edwina's? He does. Is he going to be able to catch the 110 here? Sideways there from the number 110. Lee just absolutely got it all wrong into Edwina's, lost a heap of time, but fortunately for him, managed to recover and get back onto the apex for the right-hander, down into the hairpin for the first time. Little bit of lively rear wheel action for the 110 as he just gets it wrong again. He's just struggling with that front end at the moment. That rear wheel came up in the air. A little bit too much weight went onto the front wheel, and he's just, I wonder if he's still got the wet setup in there and it's still as soft as it was earlier. I mean, I highly doubt it. I'd like to think they would have changed it for this dry race. Down into Gerard's, then a leg dangle from Froggatt. Is he going to make a move down into Edwina's?
Up to NNC might potentially be setting up a run As you mentioned, maybe not changing the work, so the 110 looks very soft on the front end. You can see when he gets on the brakes how compressed the front of the bike goes, and to the outside, the 721. That is superb from Frogger to get through, and then Aprilia slides on by and up into the lead of the race. And I wonder if the 110 suddenly struggling with sunny, dry conditions, as you see the rear snaking everywhere on the run into the hairpin as well. Lee, who has been untouchable all weekend, is suddenly really struggling on that Suzuki, and it is the 721 of Frogger on that small twin that leads the way.
Really nicely done there. You could see how much more support Frogger had in the front end as he was breaking down into Edwina's. That a lot of that will be down to the modern suspension, the more modern bike that he's riding, but also just brilliant riding. You can see his body language through Goddard's, through Gerrard's. We're not at Donington Park. Through Gerrard's, he's hanging off. He's got a nice European style. Hits the apex through the one, through the other, elbow to the floor. Really nice little tidy riding style. It looks as if he's enjoying himself out on track. Will the 110 have a response for him? Obviously, they're both riding in their own races. They're both currently leading in their own races. In the twins, and the number 110 leading in the classic era bikes as well. So they don't need to battle with each other, but when you see a bike ahead of you, you're going to want to stick a wheel at the inside.
I mean, you always want to be the one who takes the checkered flag first, don't you? Even if, you're still winning your race. I mean, to be fair, Lee does have a lot of buffer room. The nearest classic era bike to him is Morgan, who's now in P4 on the. It was actually dropping. It is Morgan right behind him. In fact, I'm being rather facetious and getting my numbers mixed up. It's the 79, so he actually is under a bit of pressure for the race lead.
He's struggling on the brakes.
He's got something going on. The brakes are playing up, or he's lost his confidence because he's nearly just thrown that away, going really deep into Edwina's. And the 79 who looks really aggressive, really happy on the grace, looking to the inside of the hairpin. The 110 cuts him off, but now you're starting to think, surely Morgan's going to find a way through on that Yamaha, because the 110, something's going wrong and it's not working.
Yeah, there's the third or fourth time in this race that it hasn't looked right on the brakes, both down into Edwina's and down into the hairpin. Obviously, we saw earlier on in the races earlier on in the pre-injection and in the classic era races earlier on that he was very comfortable on the front end, was turning it in, was pulling away from the field. Doesn't look like the same rider at all in this race. I think there's some sort of issue with the front end of that bike, whether it be brake related or suspension.
Yeah, problems he's going to continue to push on anyway. That time he's able to get away with it. He was pushed out wide a little bit by the defensive Morgan, so not a concern that he was slightly wide on that occasion. It's just the trajectory he had to take, the one that he was given. Although it's the hairpin too far back. Defensive there from Morgan. As you can hear, Frogger out the front of the pack at 3.2 second lead now on that Super 20 Aprilia. Continuing to do not quite a battle because they're not really all over each other, but Lee, whatever issues he's now started to find a way to ride around it, I think, but I don't know, I might be marking my words in a few moments time. We'll just have to wait to see. Here's some action further back in the pack, a few of the classic era bikes going toe to toe with one another as they head through the bus stop and into Devil's Elbow, and this will be going on to their 6th lap of the race and marking halfway point of race number 2, and once again the 110's gone wide.
Again, he's just struggling with something on that bike there, which is really unfortunate for Lee, but I mean, good news for Morgan, really.
He's just not comfortable, is he? Whatever's going on, which is bizarre because he's been so fast all weekend. And
mind you, the lap times aren't far off, so he did a 56.3 qualifying, currently circulating 56.4, so I wonder if it's just that the level's just been put up that little bit further and now he's just struggling.
Maybe. I don't know.
Difficult to call from being stood here in the commentary box, but entertaining to watch.
Absolutely, he's still providing us with a hell of a show, and he's still fighting for the race lead in the classic era class as well. And he is still very much on the tail of Morgan up in front as well. So we'll have to wait and see what is going to happen. Because according to your timing screens, he is now in front of Morgan. I don't know how much I trust that, because as you can see out on the track, Morgan is very much still ahead of Lee, but we'll carry on around. Anyway, there is overall leader in the Super Twins as well, Froggatt, who's opened up his gap to 3.6 seconds in the line last time. We'll wait to see what it updates itself to in just a short moment. 4.7 now is the gap, and now the timing screen now says 4, so 7 tenths between Morgan and Lee. So there we go, it's now sorted itself out. Yeah, Froggatt's got a lot of breathing room behind him.
Yeah, lapping really consistently at the front, hitting all his markers, one apex into the next. Really nice, tidy riding style there. Riding that Aprilia 660 very, very well. Get this lad into the BSB paddock, get him into the Sport Bike Series. He'd do very, very well on that machine, especially with that riding style and the way he's riding here this weekend. So for the team and family around Froggatt, my advice would be get him in the Sport Bike Series, get him into BSB.
To be fair, I try and give that advice to many a rider in this paddock. To be fair, a lot of riders I'm sure would give anything to be in the BSB paddock, but I think, you make a very good point. Froggatt would, I think he would be, he'd be a real star in that championship, I think you are right there. Penultimate lap of the race, though, for the 721, and the Classic Aero bikes behind him. The nearest Super Twin to him is P4 overall, Wood on the 53 Suzuki. Quite a distance back, so he's got a nice healthy margin.
He's enjoying himself as well.
Yeah. It's not just healthy margin for the race lead in class, but the overall lead as well. He can just bring it home and end the weekend with a nice little high.
Yeah, absolutely. He's enjoying himself out there on circuit. Lap 9 of 10 here at Mallory Park. Although I think you might think it's the final lap here at Mallory. So he comes on to the start-finish straight, and he will start what I believe should be the
last lap
final lap, but no last lap flag. So I think it's the next lap is the last 57.9 on that last lap. So a little bit off the pace that we're used to seeing from him, but obviously he was pulling wheelies halfway around the lap, round the outside at Gerrard's. And he's just absolutely untouchable on that 660 machine. He's enjoyed so much success this season in EMRA. Like we say, going into this round, had taken 9 out of 10 wins in the category, and now he's on for another one. Further back then, we've got this battle here between Lee and Morgan. Lee has now got the better of Morgan, and these guys are neck and neck down to the hairpin. That is tight through there. You can see the chatter on the front end of the number 79 machine, as they both get it lively on the front end and on the rear. Down through Devil's Elbow one more time, then they come up to the last lap flag. They go either side of the last lap traffic into Gerrard's. This is really going to suit the number 79. This has really worked in his favour. He's managed to put the lap traffic in between him and Lee is really losing a lot of time here now through Gerrard's. So that could be curtains for the race victory in the Classic Era race. Down into Edwinas, and he really does not have a lot of time to claw this gap back, and it looks as if it's going to be a victory for Wood.
That's a very loud bang from a gearbox or an exhaust there or something. Hope everyone's okay. The microphone's working double time on the hairpin. We'll see. But Froggatt comes through the bus stop for what should be the final time. Of course, the checkered flag is officially out on the timing screen, and now it does wait for him. It is Froggatt that takes the victory with a wonderful, wonderful ride. Takes it overall and in the Super Twin as well. But the 79 comes across the line to take a brilliant win there in the Classic Era. Morgan finishes brilliantly. This result will be all over the place because the timing screen has no idea what's going on currently. So everybody's out of order, but I'll try my best to where they actually finished out on the track. So it's Froggatt did win. It was Morgan in second, not P8. Lee in third, not P9. Wood was fourth. I think it was Davis in 5th. I'm trying my best here. Yeah, this is the timing's all wrong, unfortunately. So yeah, I would say check TSL, but it's also not quite decided itself what's going on. So yeah, it's a bit chaotic here at the moment. Mallory Park. Yeah, great race nonetheless. A well-deserved win for Froggatt and for Morgan in their respective classes as well. And that is it for the 2 races in the Classic Era and the Sport Twins as well. As there we see, getting down now, we're going to be able to speak to Froggatt, taking the overall win. A great performance from him. Let's hear what he has to say.
Incredible ride. Struggled a little bit earlier with the mixed conditions, but absolutely flawless in that race. Just talk us through today.
So, as everyone did, it was a bit of a gamble on what tyres to choose. We went for a wet front, dry rear, hoping that the track had dried up over lunch. Clearly it hadn't. But yeah, just tried to finish safely, just to collect some points, and then I knew that I'd have a task to complete this race. But I think I was 3rd into turn 1, so I'm happy with that. Just get some solid laps down and pull the gap. But yeah, very happy.
Really good ride, mate. Well done.
Yeah, thank you very much, pal. Cheers.
Coming up next then will be race number 2 for the GP80 450s and the Mini Twins as well. And another race with 2 different classes going on and showing us what they can do out on the circuit. And a big grid of 22 expected coming your way in this one. So we'll have to wait and see how it's all going to unfold. Heard from some of the riders earlier. It was really interesting to speak to them. Make sure you head over and give a listen to the paddock walk, which we did over the lunch break. Of course, our first time ever here at EMRA. It's been a fantastic occasion so far. We cannot wait to continue onwards and to see how it is all going to push onwards. As we're just waiting to head out to track, and that'll be why there is a transit van out on the track, which, yeah, I don't know if you're aware, Tristan, but that's not a motorbike, so that's why we're waiting.
That's where I was always going wrong, because I always ended up in one of those.
Oh, was it also one that had lots of green and yellow and big flashy bits on the top of it?
Yeah, I just thought that was for aesthetics.
Yeah, it's a one-way taxi, so to speak. To be fair, and the place it takes you makes you feel better. So there's something. Of course, a big thank you to all the medics here this weekend. Haven't actually needed them at all, and we're hoping that stays the same for the final races we have coming your way. But as the GP80 450 and Mini Twins head out onto the circuit, and one more race for these guys before they get going. Get 22 riders we're expecting to start this race. And it was 22 that started race number 1 as well earlier, it must be said. So fingers crossed, everything goes fine. We'll have to wait and see. But it has been a fantastic day of racing so far, so thank you very much for joining us. Of course, 2 different classes to look forward to in this one. And, one of them, the 66 of Mitch Ducran. I think it's safe to say he might vanish up the front in this one from pole position.
Yeah, well, I think, based on what we saw earlier, I think that's a fairly well-educated guess. But anything can happen in racing. The conditions are a little bit different now compared to what we saw earlier. So it's always, always open to seeing what can happen, really.
Absolutely. See the riders making their way down to the grid now. Coming out of Devil's Elbow, they'll have 1 sighting lap after this one. And then 10 laps of racing is scheduled. Although we've had a couple of races now, we've had an extra lap thrown in. So I do wonder if maybe the schedule has changed. But either way, it's going to be exciting stuff. Again, Ducran maybe disappearing off at the front of the pack, but it'll still be interesting to see how it's going to unfold in this one. And we're just waiting to see. Once everyone slots into place, there is the pole sitter, the 66 Ducran in the pink leathers. And Just waiting for a couple more to slide their way in. Getting ready to send them on their way. The flag marshal just holding them in position. Someone having a word with a marshal near the back of the pack. I believe that may have been the 17, maybe, of Ben Phipps. Not entirely sure, can't quite tell from this far back, but either way, the green flag is going to wave. And we are going to get underway on our side. The 66 of the Crown starts on pole with Mitch Nichols alongside, and the 77 of Josh Cripp completes the front row. P4 is the 140 of John McLaren, the 441 of Paul Sawyer starts in 5th, and the 44 of Mark Bayliss starts in P6. P7 is the 34 of David de Groot, with the 137 of Arthur Woods in P8, and P9 is the 701 Simon Cooper. P10, rounding out our top 10 in fact, starts the 48 of Rob Kirk. P11 is the 186 of Ewan West. P12 is the 766 of Gareth Rose. The 136 starts in 13th place. That is Paul Holdsworth. With the 97 in 14th, that is Van Hannings. The 739 in P15, that's John Sharma. The 91 starts in 16th place. That is Alan Clark. The 197 starts in 17th. That's Simon Lahane. 17 starts in P18. That's Ben Phipps. The 199 starts in P19. That's Dylan Marr. Rounding up the top 20 is the 172 of Mason Mitchell. The 50 starts in 21st. In 21st, that is the 50 is Erica Lawson, and the 661 is William Round, rounding out the grid. So everyone coming in then to form out our grid then. And we're just waiting to see the last few riders coming in. And we were expecting the front two to kind of pull away, but there could be some action behind the likes of Josh Crisp, John McLaren, all been looking very fast this weekend.
Yeah, we've seen them really trying to make moves earlier on in these races. So let's see what happens here for the second race for these guys as we're underway. And that's a big wheelie there from the number 347 of Nichols as they head down into Gerrard's for the first time. And that does give the number 66 an advantage as they go into Gerrard. So he's already stretching the field here. And they haven't even made it all the way through turn one as of yet. Down into Edwin as yet. That's next. Plenty of opportunity for overtaking here, although the front two have both got plenty of space behind them. Let's see what carnage unfolds behind, although there's he's gone straight on there as number 347. It's been a terrible start to his race.
Yeah, Mitch Nichols really struggling out there for whatever reason and nearly goes straight onto the grass. The 66 books his ticket, he's out of there. The 347 still somehow, it would seem, holding on to that second place as it stands. There's almost three abreast there. They are three abreast heading through the hairpin. It is quite a wide part of the racetrack. It's just you don't really need to use that much width. You try and hug the wall as tight as you can through there for the most part as they make their way through Devil's Elbow for the first time. Ducran leads the way. Nichols, after a pretty woeful opening lap, will stay in second place, but some 3.2 seconds away from the leader. Chris now up into P3, maintaining that position from where he started, in fact. But it is the 441 who's gained on lap number one. Sawyer moves up from 5th into 4th place. The 77 of Crisp under pressure from the 441. That's a late lunge and had to sit Crisp up. The 441 from out of nowhere slides on by and up into the podium places. That was a very opportunistic move, but one that worked out really well for him.
Yeah, definitely. Firm but fair, and the 77 to lose a bit of time there now is coming under pressure from the number 44 of Mike Bayliss just behind. And they've De Groot there in the background on the number 34. The light blue bikes have been making some big moves throughout this race as well, looking squirrely down into the hairpin. They come down Devil's Elbow, then the front two have checked out as we thought they would, but look at the battles between these guys. And now is it going to be revenge from the number 77? It is. He makes a move into Gerrard's and demotes the number 441 of Paul Sawyer down another position.
Yeah, nice racing going on here at Mallory Park once again in race 2 of the GP80 to 450s and Mini Twin classes. Crisp and the 441 of Sale once again going toe-to-toe. And this time the 77 holds on into the chicane. Different from what happened last time, but look at the drive that 441 gets coming up back. Yeah, he does. Is it
going to be 3 abreast here down into the hairpin? Surely not. The number 44 almost wiped out the field there.
Yeah, that was as tight as you want to get it. He saw the opportunity. I think it was more of a vague idea of an opportunity rather than a realistic one, but he gave it a go anyway. I've got to respect it, but knew to back out when it became apparent that gap was disappearing as well.
But yeah, the gap quickly disappears down into the hairpin at Mallory Park, especially with that massive wall on the inside.
Yeah, just a little bit as having to make their way through some traffic there. It would seem that looks like it may be Chandler on the 739 who might be having an issue in a little bit further down the order of P20. As a result, though, that has held up the 441 of Sawyer for the time being.
Chris is now pulling away from these guys as well. He's got the bit between his teeth, hitting his markers, and he's running away from them.
Yeah, absolutely. Seems to be having a bit of a moment with the timing screen as well. It's from demoted race leader and everyone following him down to 6th place. So it is in P6, Dukran is currently your race leader. This is the battle for P1 or 2-ish, should I say, overall. Even though it says actually they're fighting P10 by the looks of things at the moment. It is Chris that is ahead of Sawyer out on the racetrack. Sawyer is falling back into the clutches of the 44 of Bayliss, which on the atonement tower for some reason is in second. They make their way and continue to head round the lap traffic. Chris has opened up a bit of a healthier gap now. I think he's worked through the traffic very well. He used that to his advantage, and now just a bit of breathing room behind him.
Yeah, I was just worried there if the Crisp that was going to hinder all the progression that he made, but it actually did really, really well there to use it to his advantage and gain more of a gap over the riders behind him. Looks as if the number 44 there of Bayliss has just lost out as they've gone through the traffic. He's dropped back a position. He's gonna, if he's not careful, he's going to come under pressure from the number 34 of De Groot. There's also a Kawasaki 400 in the mix in there as well. So plenty of different bikes out there on circuit, which is great to see. A little bit confusing for us, but good to see and good for all the competitors out there. This guy, though, we haven't seen much of him all race long. The number 66 of De Gran, and through there, just as we put the camera on him, he has a big moment. So I think he'll be wanting us to get the cameras away from him.
Yeah, that was a bit scary. Got the throttle on and suddenly the front just started jumping all over the place. And now the rear on the brakes as well. So not as much of a comfortable ride as it has been at other points in the weekend for the 66.
Pushing on.
Yeah, he's either pushing a bit too hard maybe, or it's something maybe just not quite feeling right on the machinery underneath him. But, you know, as they sometimes say, if you're not nearly crashing, you're not pushing hard enough, I suppose. He is running He
is going 9/10 quicker than he went in qualifying.
Oh! That might be why the bike's jumping all over the place then. Well, it's still been a phenomenal performance, it must be said. And 13.5 seconds ahead of Nichols in P2. Yeah, he is really flying. Let's see if he makes it a little bit nice to end this time. Yeah, this time's a little bit nicer.
Nice and smooth.
Not almost getting thrown out of the seat there. That's nice.
I'm sure it'll be nice for him as well as he heads down into the hairpin. Almost a defensive line there, but just using the sort of natural curves of the track to find the best trajectory, the best racing line through. Oh, and look at this. How has the group managed to get boxed in there with the number 44 of Bayliss? And then just behind him is that Kawasaki 400 machine as well.
It's all getting a bit chaotic here at Mallory Park. 34 looks to the inside, can't find anything on that occasion. So they will have to stay as they are for the time being. Look how close they are, though, and they have to make their way through a bit of traffic as well on the exit of the bus stop. That got a little bit sketchy, and it has held up a couple of the riders in this pack. But the 44 still charges on anyway. Bayliss just about holding on to that position for the time being. Cooper and Woods just behind as well, I think. De Groot having a transponder issue as well by the looks of things, because it's saying he didn't start the race, and he clearly has. So the 34 is currently running in P7. Just behind Bayliss, and Cooper and Woods P8 and P9. A little check back there for the 34. He's in a bit of an awkward situation where he's trying to put pressure on the rider in front, but isn't really quite able to make the move. But at the same time, he's got two guys behind him that are very eager to get through, and very well may realistically do so as round the outside. Surely not, nearly three abreast, and they all hold position. No, they don't. That's a great move there from Cooper on the 701, up on the outside of the 34 into the bus stop, using the momentum on alternative lines to set the move up the corner before. Brilliant stuff, but with the run, De Groot's just going to go straight back down into turn one as we're on lap 9 of 10, and there goes De Groot. It's all for nothing.
Yeah, where has Cooper come from? Ninth on the grid, and he's battling it out with these guys. Came from nowhere to all of a sudden he had a front wheel in the mix, and then all of a sudden he had both wheels in the mix. Now down into Edwina's. Cooper around the outside of a lot of them. That's not going to work. He's definitely overshot it there, although he manages to get in front of the number 44. That was more down to sheer recklessness than anything else, but he made it work. Number 701 on the Aprilia RRV 450. Lovely machine, obviously used to be a full championship for them in the Thundersport category, trying to go around the outside of De Groot. De Groot's not going to let that happen easily, and no, he does. Into the bus stop as well. They almost make contact. Bully. Crazy stuff there from the number 7.
Another side-by-side coming through the Devil's Elbow. Guys, are you kidding me? Last lap of the race, meanwhile. There's your race leader. He's won. Honestly, it's a bit like they're just. It's a proper. It's not a fight. It's a bar scrap going on here. It's aggressive. It's brutal. It's elbows out racing at its absolute finest. As we see there coming through the bus stop for the final time, the 66 in the crowd is going to take a dominant win once again. With nobody else in sight, the 66 takes the checkered and wins race number 2 in the GP80 to 450s and the Mini Twins. We wait to see what is happening elsewhere. We wait to see where Nichols is. We wait to see where the likes of Cooper, De Groot and Woods are, as they are there nearly 3 abreast, coming out of the hairpin into the bus stop as anything, anywhere for anybody as they come round Devil's Elbow for the final time. I think they're going to hold it status quo on this occasion. Cooper will take 6, Woods will take 7, De Groot will take P8. But what a fight we have just seen between those guys. Unbelievable racing.
An absolute Mallory Park EMRA classic showdown right till the end there. Brilliant racing from the lot of them. Really good to see Cooper getting stuck in there on the Aprilia RRV 450, a machine that was adapted to race on circuits from the SX 450 Motard Aprilia, which was created as an extension of the Aprilia Super Teen Championship. Brilliant results from the lot of them. Mitch Ducran in an absolute world of his own, and what a showdown we had right at the end there.
Absolutely. Ducran with a brilliant performance once again takes the win. We didn't look at much of him during that race because he was so far up the road that we didn't need to. He was just in a race of his own. His quickest lap, 1.8 quicker than anybody else. It almost feels weird saying it. You almost feel a bit sick saying it. It's so ridiculous. But as the riders make their way back into the paddock, finally done. It is Ducran who takes the victory. Nichols in second place, and Chris rounding out the podium. A Mini Twin 1, 2, 3 overall. Then you get your first 80 to 450 bike in P4. That was Sawyer. And then P6 and 7, that's Cooper and Woods. As we got an interview here.
3, 2. Inch perfect race. You did everything right. A little bit of a moment on the exit of Edwina's. Just talk us through that one.
Yeah, I was pushing in that race. I've got a 56.8 in the race before, and I was just doing the first 3-4 laps just to try and go faster than that one lap, and I'll be happy. But I think the tyre's done, and the steering weren't quite right, and the wind, and I was just a bit tired, and I was just pushing a little bit too hard, and I backed it up a little bit after that. 56 57 flat. I was only 2 tenths off the other race, and I was like, come on, but it weren't to be, so I'll have another go in the next race.
Well done, mate.
Thank you.
Great to hear from the 66 once again after he's continued to just fly away at the front of the pack the entire weekend. He has been on fine form. But you can see there the next guys getting ready to head out onto the circuit, making their way to the grid now. It is time for the Mallory Trophy. And what a race we had in race number 1 earlier. But before we get going with that, we have another rider to chat to.
Incredible racing from the side of the circuit. We really enjoyed watching that one. Just talk us through how that was for you.
Pretty much got to try to go away with the fast minute twin lads. I couldn't stick with them, so I just thought I'm leading the 400s. Just tried to keep it nice, straight, nothing silly. Just bring it back, take the win. Managed to do it. But the good thing is they pull me away, so I use them a little bit. I just can't stick with them.
Great thinking, well done, mate.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, well done, bud.
Great to hear from some of our riders there. The 441 sharing his thoughts with us after a fantastic race number 2. But of course it is time to move on, as I said, to race number 2 in the Mallory Trophy, race number 15 of the day as well. And if you've been paying attention today, you know who's winning this. It is Liam Geacock, the number 55 from pole position, who took pole only by 8 tenths of a second. But in the race has just been romping away up the front of the pack. And there's not really been any competition for him, not because everyone else is a weaker caliber of rider. It's just because he is so much stronger. It is really special to see, as we're getting some interesting angles of the 133 of Jack Pearce there, making his way into the 3rd place grid slot. But yeah, we saw some fantastic racing in race 1 of the Mallory Trophy earlier on today. Not seeing Dan Stamper anywhere currently, and I think they're getting sent their way, Tristan, so it may be that we're not getting the number 80 out there.
We wasn't around in the Open 600 and Open 1000 race earlier on today. Not quite sure why that is, whether it's he's decided he's had enough and he wants to go home, he doesn't think he can beat Geacock on the 1000, or if he's had some sort of issue, I really don't know. But unfortunate for him not to be on the grid, because incredible rider, but we hope for some incredible racing with all the riders we do have on the grid.
Absolutely. Who else would it be but Liam Geacock starting from pole position? Dan Stamper set to start from 2nd, but apparently nowhere to be seen. Jack Pearce starts 3rd on the 133 Kawasaki machine. Row number 2, it's the 5-4-3 of Stefan Ellis in 4th, the number 50 of Alan Lane in P5. He's been quick starting all weekend long. The 7-2-1 starts in P6, that's Josh Froggatt. The 69 starts in 7th place, that's Brad Clark, with the 63 in P8 of George Anderton, and the 226 in P9, that is Martin Hoft. The 158 starts in P10. That'll be Andrew Ripley. The 70 starts 11th. That's Andy Boyer. The 43 starts in P12. That'll be Gareth Pavlak. The 227 starts in P13. That is Mark Batson. The number 16 starts 14th. That is Simon Taylor. And the 744 starts in 15th place. That is Matthew Sordo. As the final couple of riders make their way into the grid spots, them to be sent on their way for the final time here at the 6th round of EMRA here at Mallory Park. The flag marshal will direct everyone's gaze to the lights. It is red lights on for the final time this weekend. It is lights out, and we are underway. Another great start there from Alan Lane, but it's a good start from the front row as well. But look at the 50 down into Gerrard's. Once again, Alan Lane with a rapid start, gets the lead initially, but straight back around the outside. Leon Geacock on the 55. He makes it look easy and sweeps back into the lead there. And is that the 5-4-3? Yes, it is. He's got a great start. Stefan Ellis, who's gone from 4th after a solid qualifying, now up into 2nd place. Great start from him as well. Once again, Alan Lane starts quick, then gets done by Geacock.
Alan Lane, he's either got a ride height device on that machine or he's come from a motocross background, because that start was absolutely incredible, and all his starts have been very, very good. But this has allowed for a little bit of chopping and changing within this order. Good to see Froggatt so far up on that underpowered Aprilia 660 compared to the bikes that he's riding against, the 1000s and the 600s. He gets passed down the straight by the Kawasaki 600, although look at the corner speed from Froggatt. He tries to hang it round the outside, and I'm confident that he's perfectly capable, but yeah, the Kawasaki takes the apex, takes the space away from him. Is he going to have a look down into Edwina's? No, the number 133 covers his line nicely.
Rear moving around a little bit though for Kawasaki. You can tell how much he's pushing to try and keep Froggatt behind, all while putting pressure on the 50 in front as well, as the 543 begins to slink away. It's been a bit of a quiet weekend for Stefan Ellis for the most part, but great start from fourth from this race up to second now. We're looking to continue pushing onwards, so a huge start of the race for him.
He nearly hits the rear there of the 1000cc R1, Alan Lane in front of him. Just so fortunate that neither of them went down there. That'll just simply be the difference in corner speed between the Aprilia RS 660 and the Yamaha R1 of Alan Lane. Froggatt incredibly quick through the corners and just a little bit too much through that.
Yeah, it has to work up and go again. Lap 3 of 10, I suppose. If you're going to make a mistake and lose time, it's a little bit better to do it earlier in the race because you have time to rebuild it. As Froggatt really pushing, I thought he'd lost his rear wheel. Yeah, I thought he'd lost the front and then dropped it down. He was so aggressive getting it down there. There is race leader. G-Cop is already 3.2 up the road at the beam last time. We'll wait to see what it's going to be this time, but once again it's looking like it's going to be order as normal in this one. The 55 is continuing to put on a fantastic display, and well, that Honda machine is just so good as well. Beneath them, 5.1 is the gap back to Ellison P2. And the gap between Froggatt and Lane is not that big. It's only 0.4, so Froggatt hasn't really managed to close that back up again.
And all that'll be is the difference in straight line speed between the 1000 and the 660. The 660 is probably running 80 horsepower less than the 1000, so really is a big difference. Obviously there's a lot more potential for corner speed, and obviously Froggatt, we've seen his riding style, we've seen how he rides, incredibly quick around the corners, and that can really make a difference around a circuit like Mallory Park. It's only a short lap. G-Cot gets round it in, well, that last lap, 52.5 seconds. So yeah, the rider really can make the difference around here.
It certainly can. You know, it's all well and good having a ridiculously good motorbike, but you do need someone pretty good to get on it and do the business as well.
And what we've got out the front is simply a bit of both.
Yeah, it's just a good combination. Sometimes it happens. G-Cock is continuing to go on a tear up the front. Gap's now up to 7.1. Lap 5 out of 10. Not quite halfway through this race just yet. I mean, it looks like Froggatt has got back in front of Lane on the previous tour. So has managed to get back in front and continue on his charge after that near incident we saw a few laps ago. But we'll continue to follow G-Cock around for the time being, and just look again, the way that he's able just to get the bike going through, it's like a river flowing. It's just it's so effortless through the bus stop. It's poetry in motion, honestly.
Yeah, he's reserving all his energy levels. It looks effortless. I can guarantee you that's not how it'll feel on the bike, but it looks effortless. He's using his legs to maneuver the bike, to change direction, keeping his arms relaxed, doing everything he needs to do. And he is a BSB pedigree rider, so you'd expect nothing less.
Absolutely. And again, we've been saying all day, it just goes to show, there's nobody out here who are bad riders.
Not at all.
It just goes to show the level from being, your likes of Ellis, Pierce, guys who at a club championship level are very, very, very good and maybe have the potential to go further than that.
Definitely.
And then you've got G-Cock, who is a rider who is already at a BSB paddock level, and it just goes to show how big of a gap it is between it. It's insane.
It's the amount that you learn at national level, and the amount that you're forced to learn in a short space of time. They have, a quarter of the track time that you'd get at club racing, so you need to learn to be on it straight away. So then they learn that, and then everyone around you is incredibly quick. So then it really does raise the bar. But then when those riders come here, it's really reassuring earlier on to hear G-Cock saying that he was here to help out a lot of the riders, help them with their riding and help them get quicker and quicker. And it's really nice to see, and it's a very good benchmark for them.
It absolutely is. Lap 7 of 10 now. A bit of action further back in the pack. Not quite close enough to make a move. As it stands, is the 226 of Heft on that Suzuki, but in front of him Ripley on the Honda, which is a 600 compared to the 1000 that Heft is on. He will have a bit straight line advantage, and it does look like the gap is closing, so maybe a look at Edwin is if he's feeling bold enough. He is going to the inside.
Up the inside.
And he's going to draw. That is a little bit deep. Does he hold on though at the switchback, and he's going to have to force the 158 wide. Hand out to say sorry, mate, and I'm coming through. I think there may have been a slight brushing of arms potentially, which may have been for the apologies, but he's going to hold position. The 226 will make that P9 now.
He'll apologise, but he'll keep the position.
Yeah, sorry mate, but this is also mine now. Yeah,
fair enough, you might as well. But yeah, no, brilliant riding from both of these guys. The number 226 really showing what he's capable of down on the brakes. Went in a little bit tight, which made it a little bit squirrely. But yeah, the battle really on between these two.
Yeah,
although he's pulling away now.
Yeah, maybe he's maybe that's just the power of the 1000. Maybe it's maybe he was just faster and just wasn't able to get a good qualifying. Who knows? Lap 9 of 10 now, penultimate lap of the race for our race leader, who's probably not far of a lap in these guys. To be brutally honest, we'll see if we can see a flash of pink maybe in the background. Maybe not quite. Or maybe he's closer than I thought he was. Either way, there is some battles further back from those guys as well. That's the 70 of Bauer with Paddock just in tow as well. It's a battle for 11th and 12th. And Taylor, unfortunately, P13 and final rider a little bit further back. Oh, the 43. Looked like he thought about a move, but decided to back off very early there.
I'm glad he did. I'm glad he did, because that wasn't going to end well.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, you know, sometimes if you're smart enough to recognise it's not going to happen, you may as well pull off. There is your race leader just behind them, by the way. So these guys are just starting their 9th lap now. G-Cock will now start the final lap of the race. And we did see him earlier wave some guys through.
I wonder if he'll do the same,
himself, but that was right at the end of the lap, so I don't know if he'll be kind enough for these guys. We'll have to wait and see. But G-Cock, yeah, once again, last lap of the race, he's miles in front of everybody else. He's breezed past the lap traffic, makes it look like he's not even there. The 55's on top once again.
Yeah, looks like we said, like we kept saying, I feel like a broken record. Looks so relaxed, so comfortable on the bike, just doing his thing, spinning laps, enjoying himself, which is also what he said in his interview. And just really beautiful to watch, really good to see. And it's really good for the other club racing lads to see what he's doing out there on circuit, see how it should be done, and use that to elevate their level and push their riding onto the next step. So another brilliant victory here in the Mallory Trophy for Liam G-Cock. He wheelies across the line and takes the checkered flag for the 4th time this weekend.
What a performance, what a ride. 4 out of 4 for G-Cock. And if you weren't impressed by his performance, you should have been impressed by his wheelies. Nonetheless, there's still racing action going on. That's the 69 trying to get through the 226, and the 69 goes straight on. That was Heft and Clark. Heft had caught up to Clark, in fact. Clark tried to put on a defence and massively outbroke himself coming into Edwina's. So that will award that P8 to the Suzuki of Heft. As he's actually pulling away. Is that a problem? Is that a problem for Clark? He's going very slowly. Is he going to make the end of the 69's got a huge issue because he's allowed Clark, he's allowed Ripley through as well. He will finish the race, but issues there late in the day for 69. Bizarre stuff, and a shake of the head as well. I wonder if maybe an issue with the brakes. I wonder if they've gone or overheated. We saw him go straight on down at Edwina. Either way, it is Liam G-Cock who takes another fantastic win, with Pearson 2nd and Ellis in P3, Froggatt 4th, Lane 5th, Anderson 6th, Slater 7th, Heft 8th, Ripley 9th, and Clark finishes in P10. Let's head down to Tristan and speak to G-Cock himself.
Leon, once again, just looking like you're enjoying yourself out there. Good for you to get a little eye in with the EMRA lads. Really good to hear that you're helping them out. Just talk us through how the weekend's been.
Yeah, it's been a really good weekend, actually. As I said earlier, I try and do my best to help some of the newer people in the club anyway, even Alan, who's second in the championship. Yeah, it's just been... I love EMRA. I own the calf. It's easy for me to race here. I love Mallory Park, so it's nice to, even if I'm riding around on my own, I just love riding a motorbike at Mallory Park.
Tell us a little bit about those race starts from Alan. Did they catch you off guard?
Oh no, I used to ride in R1. They're really good off the line, but I think the big thing, Alan's just really sharp off the line. It's actually good to see, you know. Just that little bit, even that for the first lap into Gerrard's, to have Alan there giving me a little bit on the run into Gerrard's. It's really good. Alan's, I wish I could start like him. Yeah, they wouldn't see which way I was going then, but yeah, it's good.
Amazing, mate. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Great to hear from our 4-time race winner here now. And a man who's been absolutely dominating everything he touches this weekend. And yes, he's ridden in BSB in the BSB paddock before, but you got to hand it. The Mallory Trophy, race number 4, going the way of G-Cock once again, who has just been absolutely phenomenal. Being told that we've got another rider for Tristan to speak to. Let's head back downstairs to him.
Well done, mate. You're making a bit of a habit of this. Last time we spoke to you, you said you had nothing left in the tank, but seems like you had something.
Oh, it's been an absolute mega weekend, mate. It's 4th in class, probably the best weekend's racing I've ever had. It's been absolute class, mate. So yeah, just dug really deep there. Stefan had he pulled a good gap on me, but managed to reel him back in somehow. So just dug so deep and really enjoyed it. Great.
It got a bit hectic on that first lap. Tell us a bit about
that. You know what? I don't really remember it. I think I'm still stuck on race before where it got a bit tight, like. But no, just like I say, I think once I found my rhythm, it was just head down and crack on. Then, you know. So.
Perfect. Well done, mate. Thanks for talking to us.
Very much. Brilliant.
Cheers.
Great to hear from a couple of our riders there. Then it's sometimes a bit difficult trying to get an interview out of them, but good to see that they were all keen. But that is the Mallory Trophy done for this weekend. And now it is time. I can actually just hear them going away now, and you can see them going away now. It is the sighting lap for race number 2 of the rookies race. So let us run through the grid for you. We're scheduled to have 9 starting in this one, but I can only make out 7 to my eye, so we'll have to take a guess. Anyway, it is Mitchell Baines, the 170 that starts on pole position. The 82 of Adam Masters is second, and the 94 of Joshua Galatovic is in P3. P4 is the number 7 of Gary King, not the bloke from the World's End film. In P5 is the 22 of Anthony Holdsworth, and P6 is the 26 of Alex Christophe. P7 is the 27, that'll be Joshua Alan Duce, and P8 is the 99 of Douglas Robinson, who went off the pole in race number 1. And in P9 it is the 65 of Albert Hall. Those are the scheduled starters we're supposed to have, but I again only count 7 out on the racetrack, so we'll have to wait and see who's where and who's doing what. But it must be said earlier on, Tristan, the rookies race, you know, I know these guys are all supposed to be novices with not a lot of racing experience under their belt, but it was very, very competitive and very, very fast as well.
It really was, and it was really quite refreshing and quite surprising to see the lap times were very, very good, and the racing was some of the best we've had all day.
It was indeed. It'll be all eyes to the lights in just a short moment now. Lorenzo Eyes and the rookies race 2 gets underway. What a start there for the 82 away from the grid. And he will surely lead down into turn 1. Yes, he does. That is a blistering getaway for Adam Masters. Just nailed it as the lights went out. He leads down into Gerrard's. Trailing him, I believe, that was Douglas Robinson on the 94, sorry, Joshua Galatovic. I believe that was following him. Yes, it was. And behind them, the 172 of Mitchell Baines on that BMW. This one could be very, very intense. Remember, Baines getting aggressive late in race number 1, but he's up there already with them in race number 2.
Yeah, Baines with that little bit of extra power underneath him on that BMW. 1000cc machine. Masters very, very late on the brakes, down into the hairpin, getting it a little bit squirrely, but all under control as he follows pursuit here behind the number 94.
Yeah, pushing their way through. Some of our other riders making their way through the bus stop. There is the 22 of Anthony Holdsworth, who started P5, and he's dropped down the order massively on this opening lap. And it looks like, has there been a change at the front? Yes, there has, I believe. What has happened?
Yes, Masters dropped down to third, so that BMW has made its way up into P2.
He might be dropping down into fourth place as well, because Douglas Robinson's going to try and go around the outside of Masters. Doesn't quite able to make it work, but it's all changed at the front of the pack on lap 2 of 10. And it's a similar story to what we saw in race number 1, with that BMW up into second place and bearing down on the 94 of Galatovic as they make their way into the hairpin. Masters still under a lot of pressure for someone who got such a great start and was leading the race convincingly on the first lap. Must have made a mistake or something that's allowed the other riders to slot their way through, and the front pair starting to break away from third and fourth place as well. And Baines looked to the inside there down into Gerrard's, couldn't find anything though. He'll happily stay in tow on that 172 machine.
Yep, nice lines there through Gerrard's. Baines now, I feel like it's just a matter of time before he makes a move on Galatovic. Is it going to happen down at Edwina's? I don't think he's quite close enough yet. I think Galatovic just has a little bit more under braking. But if you are Baines in this scenario, I think best case or best plan of action, simply leave it to the straight. You've got the power, you can do it. He always gets a good run out of the bus stop and down Devil's Elbow. So if you can just get the power on nicely, can line up a move into Gerrard's, or even simply down the straight. So the number 82 just in behind. It just feels like he had his feathers ruffled earlier on in the race when Baines came past. So be interested to see if Masters has got anything else up his sleeve to try and stay on the back of these guys.
Oh, look to the inside there from Baines. Did he pull it off? We'll have to wait and find out. No, not quite. It was a big lunge and it looked like he was almost fully alongside the 94, but the BMW will have to stay in second place, and Masters actually gaining on him as a result of that. It must have held both of them up as a result of that big move. 4 of 10 then at the midpoint of this race is Galatovic. It still leads from Baines, from Masters, from Robinson. Your top 4, and then a bit of a gap back to King, Christophe and Holdsworth. Only 7 riders in this race. Unfortunately,
I thought that was too late. That was way too late on the brakes there from Galatovic, but luckily he manages to hold position.
Yeah, really, really lucky there. The Baines was just a little bit too far back to capitalise, but now he might be able to set himself up, use the toe and get a run down into Gerrard's as they blast their way down. Look at the power of the 1000 up the inside. Goes the BMW, and Baines with a wonderful move up the inside, and that BMW will keep position, and he now takes the lead in rookies race number 2 as well. Masters watching along patiently behind on the 600 machine, able to keep pace with the 2 1000cc bikes in front of him.
Oh, no!
Straight on! And is he going to stay on the bike?
Bit of motocrossing there, and just about, he still stays on. And is he going to make it back to the tarmac? He does.
Wow. Unbelievable.
I think he's coming back into the pits after that. I don't blame him.
Yeah, he might need a new change of underwear.
Yeah, it's a round trouser moment there, I think, for Baines. I wonder if it was a technical issue, if it's something that caused that, and that's why he's coming back in, or if he just thought he had a bit of that and thought, no, that's me done for the day.
Yeah, I'd quite like to go home and see my family after that one, and not have a trip to the hospital first. That was as close as you like to going off a bike without actually going off it, all crossed up and sideways. I think he had about 3 different crashes in the space of about 5 seconds and still stayed on.
170 horsepower on grass, on slicks, doesn't go well together.
Not typically. And then there were 2 in the fight for lead. Galatovic and Masters deep up the inside. That was way too late, and he'll lose time as a result of that one. He does keep it on the black stuff this time. Are we all getting a bit silly? Is it all getting a bit late in the day?
It's getting a bit wild, isn't it?
Yeah, and everyone's just kind of had enough, and everyone's tired. It's just stop thinking. You just see, if gap bike and all of that kind of stuff. So Galatovic will hold on to the lead from Masters, and that's invited Robinson back into the fight. Not so much, but he's kind of there or thereabouts.
But it is really brilliant to see all this time these guys are learning. They're learning their craft on this circuit. They're making these mistakes, hopefully learning from them, and then really refining and figuring out their racecraft. It's still very early days for all of them, and it's just incredible to see the level that is out there. The lap times are very, very impressive, and everything looks good.
Yeah, these guys are pushing along very, very nicely. The R1 starting to pull away from the R6 here, using that extra grunt it's got underneath it from the extra 400 cubic centimetres of internal combustion available. And Masters just not quite able to keep up at the moment, but that's a little bit wide on the exit of the hairpin from Galatovic, so maybe that invites Masters back in.
Yeah, I think it might do. All he really needs to do now is hit his markers, stay consistent, stay as smooth as possible, avoid mistakes, which easier said than done. But Masters now really needs to get the bit between his teeth, get that screen bitten, and see if he can beat Galatovic to the checkered flag. Not long left now for these guys as they circulate this Mallory Park circuit over and over, down into Edwinas one more time. Very tight line there from Galatovic. Oh, and in the background there, I think Robinson has gone straight on. Not quite, he missed the apex, but has managed to just about make it for that right-hander. Now, though, it looks as if Masters has got the bit between his teeth. Visibly, he's closing in here very late on the brakes there, down into the hairpin. I think they might also have just been there. Galatovic not quite as hard on the brakes as he has been on previous laps. Lap 8 of 10 here then at Mallory Park. Which way is this going to go?
Well, it's soon to be lap 9, and it's anybody's guess. 2 more tours of the Mallory Park circuit. The grunt of the 1000 pulling away Galatovic on the straight, but Masters right there with him as they head through turn number 1, using that lighter weight of the bike to his advantage to carry that corner speed. Not quite close enough for a look into Edwinas as it stands, so he's going to have to hold on, just hit his marks, hit his apex, get that knee down as best as he can. I think his best opportunity is going to be up into the hairpin. He's definitely turned the wick up over the last tour. I think he now just needs to find that little bit extra on the number 82 machine. Once again, defensive line from Galatovic. And once again, Masters unable to find anything as they head through the chicane and into the Devil's Elbow to make it 1 to go. It's 1000 versus 600. It's Yamaha against Yamaha. It's Galatovic against Masters. Who's going to be on top?
Last lap time then, down into Gerrard's for the final time. Masters now really needs to get a perfect run through here to try and use it as much as possible to get onto the rear wheel of Galatovic. A lot easier to do when you're following. Just carry that little bit more speed than the rider in front and use it to really reel yourself in. Now, we've seen how strong Masters is on the brakes, down into Edwinas and down into the hairpin. Final overtaking opportunity now is the hairpin. He needs a good drive through here, and then he needs to be able to get alongside him into the hairpin, but I don't think he's going to be close enough, and it looks like it is Galatovic who is going to cruise to victory, although he's all over his rear wheel here. Is it going to be a drag to the line?
We'll have to wait and see. It's going to be tight as you like as they make their way out of the bus stop for the final time. Is it 1000 territory? Does the 600 have anything in its locker? But as they come to the checkered flag, it will be that R1 that takes the victory. The 94 of Galatovic celebrates relief, jubilation for the rider. You can see how much that one meant to his Masters as well. A point to the bike. He knows he's done well, even if it is not the immediate race win, as Robinson brings it home to round out the podium places. And now we wait for everybody else. Goodness me, how long are we going to be sat here for? But the front 3 celebrating together. 3 yellow bikes, slightly different shades of course, but of course if you have one of these bikes and you fancy giving it a go, you can always head over to the EMRA website and join in the fun with the other rookies. But it is Galatovic that takes a brilliant win, absorbing fantastic pressure with the Masters in P2 and Robinson in P3. Running out the podium, King was 4th with Holdsworth in P5, Christopher in P6, and Baines, after a huge moment, decided to pull into the pits and retire on his own accord, presumably for a change of leathers, which is more than fair enough. He was running a great race at the front of the pack at the time. But what a race to end the rookies. Let's head down to Tristan and to Glatovic.
Close to the overall victory, but victory in class. Just talk us through that.
I just had to stay in my position. I'm winning the rookies now. It was a different class to me. It wasn't the one to try and fight for it. Just thought I'd stay positive and just keep my pace.
Couple of interesting moves being made throughout the race. A few sketchy moments. Talk us through all of that.
It's just over-exaggerating a little bit and, trying my best. And, felt like sometimes I overcompensated on the brakes and luckily it didn't bite me. So, yeah, really good.
Really good ride, mate. Well done.
Thank you very much.
And winning overall, winning in class. Talk us through that.
I can't describe the feeling of actually winning fully a race. It's just it's like high as the clouds right now. I knew he was on me all the time. I can always hear him. He's always chucking the front end in as well. But I just thought I'm going to go defensive and just hold him off. It was a really great race.
Talk us through that last lap. What was going through your mind?
The last lap was, I know he's right on the tail now. I could hear his bike. I saw him a couple of laps before and just knew he was there. So basically it was like, brake safely, but also brake a bit defensively as well. Just blocked the line up completely. And then when it came around Devil's Elbow, I just cut it off. So, yeah, I can't describe it. I was just buzzing right now.
Really good ride, mate. Well done.
Thank you.
Great to hear from our winning riders, and P1 and P2 overall, of course, winning in their respective classes. The 1,000 for the 94 and the 600 for the 4 Masters there. As I believe we have our next class have just made their way to the grid from the holding area, so they'll be setting off on their sighting lap shortly. And yes, they have. It is the pre-injection class. That was all changed because the 110 of Darrell Lee struggling in race number 2, the classic era, earlier on. He had dominated that and the pre-injection class for most of the weekend up to that point. So maybe more problems for the 110. We'll have to wait and find out. But he does start from pole position. Alongside him, the 79 of Ian Morgan, and in P3, the number 4 of Carl Davis. P4 was the 163 of Wayne Cockayne. P5, the 232 of William Curtis, and P6, the 277 of Phil Thatcher. P7 is the number 8 of Paul Smith, with P8 the 201 of Ian Kirkby, P9 the 744 of Matthew Sardo. Rounding out the top 10, we have the 194, and that is Alex Butler, with in P11 the number 2 of Anton Brett, and the P12 is the 148 of Matt Sale. P13, the 89 we have coming in there, that's Steve Haig. P14 is the number 36 of Chris Nelson. P15 is the 191 coming for Wayne Kemp. P16, the 728 of Edward Taylor. P17, the 124. That is Justin Bedows. P18, the 27 of Joshua Allen Deuce. And P19, our final rider on the grid, is Aidan Galatovic on the 127. So that is our 19-rider grid for the final pre-injection race of the day. And this was a lot of fun earlier, to be fair, it must have been said. And with the issues that Darrell Lee had on that 110 in the Classic Era race earlier on, opportunities to upset the apple cart, perhaps?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. We saw a little chink in the armour. We saw a little bit of weakness. There was plenty of opportunities for the number 79 to really get underneath him. So let's see what happens here. Lap times were good last race, so let's see what's going to happen here.
All right then, red flag is taken away at the front, and is all eyes to the red lights. It is lights out and we're underway. Great launch there from the 110 of Lee, but where is anyone else going to come through? Does anyone else fancy a look? The 79 of Morgan tries to sweep the outside line, but can't quite get close enough. The pole sitter leads into Gerrard on the opening lap as the rest of them all side their way through this enormous sweeping right-hander. And now where are we going to be? Coming into Edwina's, Lee has a bit of a lead already, but this is where he was struggling in race number 2 of the Classic here earlier on, and that bike was sideways coming into Edwina's. Going into the left-hander, all sorts of crossed up, so maybe those same issues persisting. The rest of the riders scrambling for position, but as it currently stands, it is Darrell Lee that leads the way, but looks like those issues may still be there, Tristan.
Yeah, I think so. He just seems to be struggling on the front end down into the hard braking zones a little bit more than he was before. Although the lap time's fairly similar, I think it was also part of it is just Morgan really getting onto his rear wheel now and really starting to match his pace. Perhaps some issues for Morgan before that he's now fixed, and he's able to get right onto the rear wheel of the number 110. A little bit further back, we've got the number 4 in there as well, and battles all the way through this field here at Mallory Park. Through Gerrard's we go. Now, trying to really control it at the front is the number 110 of Lee.
Oh, again, sideways.
Yeah,
Look at it.
Something's not quite working on the brakes.
It's almost like he's pulling a handbrake going in there. It's bizarre.
Yeah. I don't know if that's rider or bike, if it's him just trying to take a little bit too much on the brakes, or if it's something suspension or brake related, because it's not something we saw from him in the first couple of races.
No, something not clicking for that 110. And every time it just invites Morgan ever closer on the number 79. And again, closer and closer still, although the 110 has got an extra cubic inch of internal combustion room, so clearly it's got loads more power down the straights. Yeah, I don't think we can quite count on that one, but again, let's just watch it into Edwina's again. Let's see if anything's different, or let's see if we have that same problem. Just went into him, so he comes over the crest here. Everything looks okay.
Really nice through
gets on the brake. The back starts to try and pick up, and yeah, the back's just trying to step out almost.
Yeah, that's definitely a part of that. Is simply him just being on the limit, being on the limit of the brakes and the suspension, and that was all fairly controllable. That was all something you'd see on just a normal standard hot lap. But it does seem like he has a lot more movement from the rear end and a lot more going through the forks than Morgan behind him.
Yeah, maybe riding on the limit and just a little bit extra as well. Trying to find pace to keep Morgan behind and to hold on to the race lead. Going on to lap number 4 now. And look how close these guys are coming down the start-finish straight. It'll be too far back for Morgan to have a look into Gerrard's on this occasion, but really starting to smell blood now is the second place man. He knows that there are problems for the 110. He knows the 110 is struggling to keep that rear in line. And I think he's just waiting for another mistake for the opportunity to slide through.
Yeah, I think what's lucky for Morgan, the few times, or lucky for Lee rather, the few times he's gone wide into Edwina's, he's able to then close the door on the right-hander. Where an opportunity might come up is down here at the hairpin. But Morgan really now needs to work on making sure he's smooth, making sure he's really prioritising his exits, slow in, fast out, so he can get alongside the number 110 and then try and dart up the inside on the brakes.
Yeah, I think that's going to have to be his best option. And of course, there's one thing to catch and follow, another thing to overtake. It takes that little bit extra to execute the overtake as he darts to the outside there, the 79. Was he trying to maybe pull a dummy and go back to the inside? Either way, 110 didn't budge, didn't bite on that move, so Lee stays in the lead. As it stands, to make their way round and onto the back straight, and then going down into Edwina's once again. Is there a look to the inside from the 79? Certainly thinking about her. He's much later on the brakes and does get it all stopped in time, and tidily so as well. So I think he knows that's where he's got a big advantage over the 110. Does Morgan. It's into that chicane. He knows he can be later on the brakes. Keep it tidy. He just needs to be close enough to be able to poke it up the inside.
Yeah, that's it. And you know, part of the reason why we're seeing so many shapes coming from the number 110 machine is because he is on the absolute limit of the braking zone. Oh, we've got the number 191 there, taking a shortcut through Edwina's, although I wouldn't recommend that one.
No, the ideal line typically follows the tarmac rather than the path or the grass, it must be said. So yeah, try not to run off where you can. There's the 89 making his way through, just pushing on, doing his thing. And yeah, good to see that he's out there as it stands. Haig currently in 11th place, named of course after a city in the Netherlands, and making their way round the Devil's Elbow. A little bit of pressure behind from Nayland, just trying to see if he can find his way through, but I'm not sure if he is able to. There is the 728 as well, also trailing them. That's Taylor on that Honda 600 machine, and Galatovic just behind him as well. So a few more battles elsewhere around the track, but no one really trying to make a move yet. The 36 having a look, just not close enough to really make it stick.
Yeah, battles all the way through this field then. It's close as you like up the front, just 3.5 tenths between them. And then look at this battle out on circuit here as well now then, between Haig, the number 89, and the number 36 just in behind him. That's Chris Nayland. Has a little look up the inside at the hairpin. Couldn't quite find a way through on this lap. It is lap 7 of 10 here at Mallory Park as they come onto the front straight one more time. Still plenty of racing action left in this race, and I just feel like we're going to get a move at the front here at some point. Morgan surely at some point is going to show Lee a wheel.
Yeah, you'd expect it. He's not going to spend all 10 laps just chasing him down, then finally getting it. Go, no, you know what? Yeah, I'll just settle for second. It's fine. Whatever. Yeah. He's got to try at some point, at least. Even if he doesn't quite have enough to get through him, he's got to at least try. As it looks like Nayland is holding off Haig at the moment with a Spider-Man helmet on his way. So not only is he named after a city in the Netherlands, but he's got a Spider-Man helmet. I like this guy. I like him a lot. He's currently doing a great job in P12 as well. The 89 machine keeps it to the inside. Seeing a few riders do that today, just preferring a much tighter line into the hairpin, although he does run it a bit deep on that occasion. Before they come to the bus stop and through Devil's Elbow, they'll be heading on to lap number 8. These guys, as up the front, gap still 0.2 of a second on the previous tour. And just trying to suss out actually where on the racetrack Lee and Morgan are, because I'm hoping that, beginning into crunch time now, it's going on to penultimate lap of the race next time. And there they are, in fact. Still no moves, though, although is that a run potentially from Morgan? Yes, it is. He's going to have to go the long way around into Gerrard.
No way.
But there he does it. It's textbook. It's simple, but it works. Morgan gets up to the lead with 2 to go.
Round the outside into Gerrard's. Fair play. That takes a certain bit of bravery.
And he's had to go the long way around some traffic as well. Really sticking his neck out. A look to the inside from the 110. Not close enough. Is this Morgan? Was he playing the patient game all along? Was he just waiting, biding his time? Or did he just finally set up the move? Finally execute it perfectly? Either way, it's surely going to be 1 lap to go. Does Lee have anything in his locker? Can the 110 find any extra ounce? Or has Morgan just sealed the deal?
And feathers have been ruffled here. Look at the gap that he's managed to pull out on Lee as well. Let's have a look at the lap times as they come across line, although there was some traffic on that last lap, so that's probably played a part in it, although 56.1 on that last lap, and that's actually the fastest lap of the race for Morgan. So he's pushing on now. He's hit the front. You wonder why he didn't do that before. 1.2 seconds is the gap between them. Is he going to have any answer? No, the 110 is a good few bike lengths behind now. It's the only thing that could change it could possibly be traffic. One of the pink bikes there goes off straight on at its wieners. Just thought better of it after seeing Morgan flying up the inside of them. But what a ride here from Morgan. Timed it to perfection. Had plenty left in his back pocket. Goes defensive. Has no idea that how far ahead he is of Lee. And just perfect ride from the number 79.
It has been a masterclass. He waited right to the death, but executed it perfectly. Morgan will take race number 2 and takes the checkered flag after a brilliant, patient game of a race. Not quite a game of chess, so to speak, but he waited and waited and waited, and finally, with 2 to go, picked his moment and slid by the 110 of Lee to make it a race victory in race number 2. Darrell Lee will have to settle for second place. But the number 79, the man from Derby, Ian Morgan, takes victory here in the final race of the weekend for the pre-injection. But what a race that was. A great battle between the front pair and a real tense affair. as well. As a few riders making their way to the end of the lap. We're just seeing a couple of guys crossing the line now. There we did just see my new favourite person in the world, Haig, finishing in P11 just outside of the top 10. But that is it for the pre-injection guys. Their race 2 is done and done. It is Ian Morgan that takes victory. Darrell Lee in P2. And in P3, the number 4 of Carl Davis, who's had a quiet weekend by his standards, but still been picking up some very strong results. With Cockaine in 4th, Curtis in 5th, Kirkby P6, Smith P7, Thatcher P8, Butler was P9, and Brett was P10. Didn't lose anybody in that race, in fact. So all 17 riders came to the end, which is, of course, fantastic to see. But that's it for the pre-injection, guys. Last race of the day coming up, and it is the Byron Cup. This was a fantastic race earlier on, a big grid of 27 scheduled to take the start. Whether we'll have full 27, I am not sure, but I might just have to start going through the grid a little bit earlier than normal because of how many we've got going out. And in fact, bizarrely, we've got more starting race number 2 apparently than we had in race number 1. So not entirely sure how that's going to work, but we'll figure it out as they start making their way down to the grid from the pit lane. But again, as well, I don't think we'll have the full 27 that we're scheduled to have. Just doing some counting now. I count 17 or 18 tops. Not quite the 27 that we're being promised, but we'll still go through it to the best we can anyway. But it will be, I'm sure, a brilliant race. We know that Mitch Ducran is going to win on the 66. We know that Mitch Nichols and Adam Hodgkinson are going to put up a fight for 3rd place. But it still should be an interesting affair out there on the track. But it is the final race of the day as well, not just for the Byron Cup, for us here at EMRA as well. And Tristan, what a day of racing it's been.
Oh, what a day. Yeah, no, very, very, a lot of really, really good racing today. Very impressed by a lot of the categories out there. Some really smart decisions. A few bold moves, I think, have been made throughout the day as well, but it's made for some great racing, and I'm really excited to see what's going to happen here. Can anyone even lay a glove or lay a finger on Mitch Ducran? I don't think so, but hopefully we'll see some battles. Although he hasn't lined up on pole position, so I wonder if he's just making everyone wait.
Maybe there he is. Oh, he is just making everyone wait. Oh, we got excited then. We thought we had a race on our hands, Mitch. Joking aside, as they get ready to go out on the sighting lap, someone deciding that their rev limiter just needs to be abused on that one. It is Mitch Ducran that starts from pole position. Mitch Nichols alongside, and the 137 of Arthur Woods in P3. Adam Hodgkinson is 4th. The 77 starts in P5, and the 58 starts in P6. And those guys I don't think made it out to the grid. I didn't see them on the second row. So row 3 will be the 48, the 186 and the 766. Row 4, the 136, the 93 and the 626. Row 5, the 75, the 91 and the 62. Row 6, the 113, the 71 and the 38. Row 7, the 296, the 726 and the 696. Who had problems earlier on today, so I'm not sure if we'll see them out again. Row 820, the 81, the 199, the 197, row 9, the 661, the 736 and the 69. Again, that's the full 27 we were told we were getting. However, we saw on the grid we were missing a fair few, but on the run to the grid it looked like we didn't have many at all. So we may just have to see how this one goes, but still, let's hope, Tristan, that the final race of the weekend is an enjoyable one.
Yeah, no, 100%, and I think it very much should be. A lot of these riders, it's the final race of the weekend. They're going to want to go home happy. They're going to want to go home with some silverware. So let's hope we see some incredible racing for this final race of the weekend here at Mallory Park.
Absolutely. Last few riders making their way into the grid slots. And we are missing a fair few. Looks like we're missing P6. We're missing the entire row back there, it looks things. But it is all eyes to the red lights for the final time this weekend. We go racing here at Mallory Park. All three of the front row get away quite well, but bogs down does Hodgkinson. It will be Decran that leads the way from the 347 into turn number 1. And as they all slide their way through single file, apart from the odd rider here or there. Who else would it be? It's Decran that leads the way early doors as they head into Edwinas for the first time.
Yeah, Decran from Nichols. Crisp is in there as well on the number 77 BMW. He's looked racy all weekend, so keep an eye out for that number 77 machine. There's some moves being made a little bit further back, but look at the style there. So smooth on that number 66 machine. Late on the brakes down into the hairpin on this first lap, and it really is between these guys now. Decran is going to check out, as he has done all weekend long. But who's it going to be that's going to pick up the pieces in second place? We've got the 347 there of Nichols. We've got the 77 of Crisp in there as well. And just behind them is that Kawasaki 400 of Arthur Woods.
Crisp, big look to the inside there, coming to Gerrard's, but ultimately nothing on that occasion. He's still pushing onwards. We know how hungry the 77 has been all weekend. No pun intended on the name, but let's see if he can maybe slide his way up into second place, putting the pressure onto Nichols. A little bit deep though into Edwinas, so definitely nothing on this occasion for Crisp. But still following very, very closely in this battle for second, both on a Suzuki 650, of course, as they make their way up to the hairpin. Of course, Decran has disappeared off into the distance, but still very close in the second place battle. And the likes of Woods, Hodgkinson, West not too far behind either.
Nichols now really just needs to stay as consistent as possible, see if he can do absolutely anything. So he's going very defensive down this front straight, making sure there's no way up the inside into Gerrard's, and opens it back up again for the fast, sweeping first right-hand corner that is Gerrard's. Back here we've got a Kawasaki 400 versus a CB 500. Didn't think I'd ever see that in a race. The Kawasaki 400s that we're used to seeing in the BSB category, in categories like Junior Superstar, also in the World Championship is the World Supersport 300 category. Run the Kawasaki 400s, originally ran the 300, the 400 then came in and completely changed the level, and is a very tidy little bike for riders who are just starting out in their racing careers.
However, on the CB500.
However, yeah, Honda CB500. Two very, very different bikes with very different riding styles. And looking at it, two very different riders on board. Arthur Woods, young rider learning the craft. The number 56 of Hodgkinson, a ragged CB500 rider.
Yeah, really, really riding that thing to the wall and then some, and continuing to put the pressure as well on the 137 in front. Has had a big move there, looking to the inside. That's nice stuff. I believe that was Kirk going through West of 48 on the 186. Nice slide up the inside into Gerrard's there, and indeed it was really late, pulling out to the inside, but a superb commitment from that number 48 rider, both of them as well on the Suzuki machinery. So that'll be Kirk moving up a position. The 186 still putting the pressure on, still there. He's not letting him go just yet. Maybe fancies a go into the hairpin. I'll have to go the long way around as the 48 defensive on the inside. The 186 recognises this, tries to set up the switch back if it's possible, but I think he's too far back. He will be too far back, of course. It's not a very big run to the next set of corners at the bus stop either, so you don't have much of an opportunity there. So these guys go on to their fifth lap of the race, and it will be Kirk moving up a position.
Yeah, West versus Kirk, as these guys are locked into this battle for sixth position. A few seconds down the road from Woods and Hodgkinson, who is battling for fourth position. Then that battle for second place still raging on between Nichols and Crisp, although Nichols across the line last time round had 0.6 of an advantage. Look at these two though now, swapping positions, swapping paintwork as they go into Edwinas. A brilliant move there from the number 186. West gets the job done.
Yeah, nice move to retake that position. These guys, I feel like, could be rotating places quite often over the remaining half of this race. The 48 looks to the inside. He might have to... Oh, that's a bit too close for comfort, but they maintain the status quo on the run out of the hairpin. But yeah, these guys all over each other, and yeah, I think they're just going to continue to trade places because they're just not really attacking or defending each other too aggressively. It's all coming to a stop there.
Oh, and that's that battle for a little bit further up. Unfortunately, that's Arthur Woods who was battling it out with Hodgkinson. So really unfortunate for Woods. Looks as if some sort of issue there is looking towards. Is that possibly a chain or sprocket issue?
Yeah, we'll have to maybe see if it comes around. Can you see a chain on
the thing?
Yeah, chain.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a real shame. But that's one of those things. Sometimes it just goes and you can't really do much about it.
Yeah.
So that'll be curtains for his weekend, unfortunately, for Woods there. So as we continue to push around, got a few more riders out there doing their thing as they now head through the green flag area. That's the 347. This is the battle for second place. In fact, Nichols
as tight as you like.
Still ahead of Crisp, yeah. It is very, very tight. And I tell you what, Crisp's got a great run out of the Devil's Elbow and could be trying to sweep around the outside into Gerrard's. We'll get it done even before Gerrard's. It's the 77 of Crisp up into second place.
Yeah, he's got the power down that front straight to make it happen. You've seen Nichols lap after lap was really hugging the inside of that front straight, essentially almost running down pit wall, trying to make sure there was no way through. But before he even got to Gerrard's, the number 77 of Crisp was round the outside. Are they going to come into a little bit of traffic now, though? And how is that going to play a part in this race, in this battle for second place? DeCrant, we haven't mentioned him at all. He's 15 and a half seconds up the road, so forget about him. He's won the race. It's between these two.
Yeah, this is the battle. We'll keep our eyes on the race win, maybe going the way of DeCrant, but when you're that far up the road, I think you can understand if people maybe are a bit more interested in the two bikes going wheel to wheel out there. So Chris,
he's going to hate us if something happens now.
Yeah, let's touch wood and not commentators curse that one. Crisp, this is where he got there. He was really quick coming onto the straight on the previous lap. That's what enabled him to get through Nichols. Looks like he's done the same again. So he was able to get a really good launch out of the bus stop and get the run through the Devil's Elbow, which keeps him ahead on that occasion, even though Nichols does have the toe. And Nichols trying to go the long way around. Wow, this would be something special if this comes off. Wow-wee, what a move from Nichols up the outside at Gerrard's, gets it confirmed at Ed Wiener's. Just as I was saying, Chris kept it ahead. Nichols has made something magical happen there to get back into second place.
Here comes the comeback into the hairpin. Is he going to make that stick? Not close enough. Nichols was very, very good on the brakes there, did everything he needed to do. Done everything right on this lap. What has Crisp got, though, in his back pocket? Just a couple of laps remain.
Let's see if he gets that run again, coming through Devil's Elbow. He's a little bit further back than he was on the lap he made the move, but he will try and get the toe. No, decides to stay out of the toe before ducking into it later on. So he's happy maybe to follow. Perhaps he sees the traffic ahead and thinks, I'm at an advantage if I'm following my rival through this, instead of being the one having to create that space. Or maybe he just didn't fancy going in the toe. I don't know, maybe just wanted a bit of wind to cool him down. Who knows? They have to go the long way around, though. On the run into Ed Wiener's, there is the race leader. He's on the penultimate lap of the race, by the way. It's the first time we've seen him since lap 2, I think. Last time he was 12.8 ahead. He lost time because of the traffic that we're seeing Nichols and Crisp going through now. So this lap, that gap should re-extend itself back to whereabouts it should be as he starts the final lap of the weekend. And it's been another phenomenal performance, and honestly I've run out of things to say about him because it's used every word in the dictionary.
He said in his interview earlier he was trying to beat his lap time from earlier on. He's done that in this race with a 56.7, so brilliant ride from DeCrant. Not much more we can really say about him, really. So let's hope we get a good battle on this final lap between Nichols and Crisp. Like we say, we've run out of superlatives for him. Looks so smooth through his wieners. At this point, he's just cruising to victory. He's had a brilliant weekend. He's enjoying his riding, and you can really tell.
Yeah, he's been loving life out there on that 66 machine, hasn't he? A bit of traffic to contend with as he comes into the hairpin, but I doubt it's going to be anything that alarms him when you've got a gap as big as 13.3 seconds. You don't need to worry about a couple of bikes that separate you a few corners and the win. Checkered flag beckons once again for Decran. He will win race number 2 in just a dominant a fashion, as he's won every other thing that he's touched this weekend. The 66 with another fine victory. But now we wait. Who wins in the battle for second place? It's going to be a drag race to the line. It will be Nichols that just holds on. The 347 keeps Crisp at bay. The two of them sharing respect, pointing at each other. They know that was something special they've just produced out there in terms of that battle. But it is the 66 who wraps up the weekend how he started it, winning it, and winning it in fine fashion. What a brilliant performance from Decran, who takes victory with Nichols and Crisp rounding out the podium places. In a paddock that's looking emptier by the second, Decran will looks like he's going straight back. He has done his winning. He's decided, I don't think he fancies another interview with Tristan, unless maybe we're wrong, and maybe he's just taken an alternative route. But it is Decran that takes P1 with Nichols in P2 and Crisp who rounds out the podium places. Hodgkinson finishes in 4th with Kirk P5, West P6, Clark in 7th, Rose in 8th, Chandler 9th and Martindale rounding out our top 10. Allen was 11th with Kilpin in 12th, Trilk 13th, Ford 14th, Briggs in 15th and Woods our only DNF. We saw the 137 Kawasaki machine having issues about halfway through the race with the chain coming off down into the bottom end of the circuit. So a real shame for him. But that is it. That's our racing done and dusted here at EMRA. Our first live broadcast of the EMRA Club Championship here at Mallory Park. And what a day it has been. Just waiting. There we do see the 137. In fact, Woods, the chain, well, there's hanging off. And then there is what's happened to that thing. That thing has been absolutely brutalised. Something tells me it's been dragged along the racetrack for quite a bit of time. I'm trying to figure out actually where that is on the circuit that has come to a stop. That might actually be on the exit of Gerrard's, potentially. Oh, no, it's actually well, we'll figure that out. Either way, we're going to head down to Tristan and we are going to speak to our race winner.
Tired looking Mitch Decran after that one. Plenty of victories racked up today, and it looks like these sliders.
A good day. I've won all my classes, 2 classes, 4 races, and just to finish the day, got a quickest lap on that last race as well, so I'm pretty happy with that, with the tyre pretty much dead. And yeah, now it's time to go home and have a beer.
Well done, mate. Really good riding.
Thank you very much.
Well, a man of little words on that occasion. Must be knackered after a long and hard weekend of racing. But what a weekend of racing it has been here at EMRA. Are we going to get another one? Looks like we maybe not. We'll find out. I'm not hearing Tristan talking, so I'm going to go on a whim and say that we're not going to have one, so I'll just carry on with my spiel anyway. As we see there, Woods, that is down into the chicane there. Where his chain has come off, and he's still waiting to get that bike home and off the circuit as well. So still trying to figure out what he's going to do there, but that is all that we've got time for here at EMRA. And that brings today's coverage to a close, broadcasted live for the first time from Mallory Park. Tristan Finocchiaro, it's been a pleasure being alongside you. What a day of racing we've had.
Yeah, had a lot of fun today. Loads of incredible racing. Lots of drama, lots of smiles, and brilliant day. Thanks for having me.
Oh, it was our pleasure, Tristan. Thanks for coming back into the commentary box with us here. Thank you very much for joining us here at round 6 of EMRA here at Mallory Park as you see the mass exodus from the infield. But don't worry, because we'll be back for the final round 7 in early October. We'll be here at Mallory Park broadcasting live all of the races once again. So stay tuned and we'll see you then for the final round of EMRA